and 51 minutes to go. And the leader is the Team WRT car, having completed 199 laps. And the Rothgo GT4 leader is in the pit lane, Nick Damon. Has he driven right past you again?
There is a lot of that going on. Actually, in fairness, this is the first decent run of Green for a while, so he actually has got him for a pit stop right at the far end. We've had a number of cars have driven past me. I don't take it personally, it's fine. We had a stop for the QMF car, which I think is one that's leading at the 929 that's doing particularly well. They had a stop. Interestingly, the 932 car, which was our first sort of retirement, the HRT performance car, I'm wondering if that one's going to run at Dubai next week, because they've actually now turned it on and they're going through all the computer side of it, and it does look very nicely finished in fairness. Genuinely, that car could come out again in about 10 minutes if they wanted it to. So I think they're now doing a little bit of setup work for a future outing for the 932. Just being dropped down off the jacks in front of me is the black and orange. Unsurprisingly, it's a Porsche. It's the 908, so that car's had a pretty standard stop as well. We did have the purple 92, which I think came in 5th.
That's the American Crude Herbert car, yeah.
The US Herbert car, that did come in for a stop. And in front of you, someone's serving a penalty, John.
That is the white Porsche 961 and Porsche Zentrum Zug sponsored car. Just a pretty quick pit stop, pretty quick penalty. On the subject of what people are doing whilst they're watching and listening, Sim Racing Bar Stewart, I fly virtual aircraft while watching and listening. I was shooting at a target in my AH61 virtual Apache recently and wondered why it wasn't going down. I may not have been concentrating too much and listening to the racing a little too much, because I realised I was shooting at my own shadow. Very good.
It does happen. Just answering Nick's question, the 932 is entered at the 6 hour next weekend.
Robert Jewell, just back from a day's shooting in Wales. Sleet and rain, he says. Nice to be home in front of the fire, listening to your commentary and watching the pictures. Dave Alcock congratulating Gert van Kamp on his military model choice. And hello to Sarah Rigby, who's having a glass of Chablis while watching the coverage of the series. Her husband is searching online for a new armchair. Been a bit of drama here, I'm afraid. He's had a spring go, a big boing earlier on in the evening, and so Martin's chair is probably not going to see the end of this race and will be replaced for the next one. I think we need to be talking about that on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. Gert did a great battleship model of the Yamato in the last race season. He said, I find modelling with your commentary in the background are two perfect things to do. Good. Are we broadcasting all night this year? As we always do. 2+2. This is one of the races where we don't take any breaks. And the race doesn't stop either. Only two 24-hour races in the Creventic calendar now. Here and 15th to the 17th of September at the Circuit de Catalunya. And those races go straight through. If you want to see some other pictures, check out the onboards, 0221 on YouTube. You can search them there, and a selection of the onboards are available to you. Kevin Poole, thank you. He's been doing a bit of entry list scrolling. Only 5 non-German cars out of the original 52 starters, he says. Thank you very much indeed. And at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us.
Just keeping an eye on the 979. Remember that had the came into the pits after that accident at turn 5 on lap 60. Back out on the circuit again after a big repair, down in 47th position with Chris Mayers at the wheel at the moment. Currently running 20th in GT3, but they have repaired that and it is back out on track.
Speed lover car, is that?
Yeah, that 979.
Yeah.
So they're mobile again. They had that accident at turn 5 on lap 60.
And it's back out?
It's back out, yep.
Wow.
Circulating right now.
40 laps down?
Yeah, 116.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Good for them. Leaders dropping into a nice rhythm here. Team WRT, 204 flat last time around with a little bit of traffic. Stretching their lead a tiny bit now. They've got a lap and I reckon nearly 2 segments of the track. Just waiting for Ralph Bourne to cross the line in the Herbert Motorsport car. See if I can. It's a dark grey car, so it's not very easy to spot out there. I get a chance to look at them coming down through turn 16. Diego Manchasa already in the second sector of the lap, and as he comes through now, is that Ralph's car? Yes, it is, going underneath my feet. 203.2, so 7/10 taken back there, but Diego Manchasa is just about to go into the third sector, which is coming out of turn 10 and up through turn 11, and so it's now stretching out to about 2/3 of a lap and 2/3, certainly a lap and a half at the moment. Max Martin trying to close down as we've got a yellow flag at the top of the hill at turn 12. Now that's difficult for us to see here.
There is a stationary car up there, John. I can see the tail lights, but it's stationary on the entry. It looks like it's moving again. It just moved out. So I'm just going to make sure that yellow's taken down. But yes, it's just come from off the circuit and come into our view. Just a note about the gap between second and third. Ralph Bourne and Maxime Martin. Write this one down. Max, they've both been out there just under an hour. Ralph Bourne, 59 minutes and 2 seconds. 50 minutes for Max Martin. And the gap is 34.2 seconds. So just remind yourself of that. It's ebbing and flowing through traffic, but I would say Max Martin, as you might expect from a pro driver in a pro-entered car, is just taking maybe 2 or 3 tenths here, half a second there. Not much more than that in the BMW into the Herbert Motorsport second place. Now that is one to keep an eye on. RSL Studio if you want to get in touch. Well, it's been an action and incident-packed first 8 and a bit hours, hasn't it, of the race? I think what came up beforehand and what was mentioned beforehand that Nick said was so many mechanicals and not that many incidents. I think we've seen possibly... Well, we saw that incident at turn 16 that had 3 cars. Yes. That was one. We think the number 4 AMG and the Fire was a tiny little touch at 13. And we think that the 199 AC Porsche was a tiny weeny touch as well. So that's 3, and there's probably another couple, but the rest of it has all been mechanical problems. Into the pit lane, by the way, for Daniel Drexel, Razzoon More Than Racing, 26th position for the GTX leader. This is the KTM, and it seems now, Nick Damon, that more and more teams are double stinting tyres, so it's going straight past you and straight into fuel.
Just to the fuel. Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think as the temperature's gone down and the track's rubbered in, they are finding this double stinting, and people are pushing towards that 2-hour run, which, if you haven't come off the back of Code 6, it does mean you actually need, normally, most of these cars are tanking a tiny bit. We're about to have the number 21, the Haas RT team in. Matthew Dutrey will get
in
out.
the pits now.
And Maxime Soulet will get in. So this team continuing. I suppose you can't say it's continuing its recovery when it was actually first for a bit. So it's continuing its good run. So Soulet already in. Dutrey already pasting up the catch net. Last tyre going on. And that's a good stop because the car was dropped when the last tyre went on and they were ready to go. So it's that gap from when the car's effectively ready, the tyres have been done, but before you've actually belted the driver in properly, which is often quite a long period of time, 5-6 seconds. That was maximum a second. So this Haas RT team has kind of got the hang of all parts of this event and running these cars in their first event.
I agree with you there, Nick. The beauty of this circuit is, and it helps the drivers, is that when you stop in the fuel bay, you can get your belts fixed properly.
Correct.
Okay, you can actually, you've got a bit of time to settle down and just get yourself together, pull them tight, get all the switches right, adjust the wheel if you need to. You don't do that in the pit box.
Correct. You get them fastened.
Yes.
But it only has to be clipped in.
Exactly. You have to have them clipped. You have to have them tight. You can't move in the car without the belts on. But down there, you get time just to settle.
And that is the big difference when you've got the fuel station at pit out.
Yes.
Phil. When you've got the fuel station at pit in,
yes.
What happens then is you come in, the incoming driver comes in, and he loosens everything.
Yes.
At that point. But to be honest, it's not a big advantage as the other way around, because frankly, when you hit the pit lane and you hit the button saying, right, I'm in the lane, it's, you know, don't forget to unplug your radio once I've finished talking, unfasten your belts, and you don't take them off, you just flick both of the buckles just to give it enough so that when you hit the release, that if you've got a good team, they normally have either bungee cords
yes.
or somebody leaning in. You throw them across your shoulders and make sure that you get them out the seat. The worst thing that can happen, and it does happen more than you'd think, is that you get into the car and you drag one of the belts under your backside and you end up sitting on it. You've virtually got to get out of the car and get back in again when that happens. And by the way, the other thing that can happen, if you don't get the two bottom parts, the crotch belts done up properly, and they are in a slightly improper position, it is impossible to drive.
You can't drive.
To come back. Let's go down to Nick, who has got the Haas RT Audi driver Mathieu Dutrey out of the 21 car. This is his first GT3 outing.
Matthew, I believe this is your first GT3 outing. It's we have an English saying, you've taken to it like a duck to water. You've taken to it naturally. It seems you should always have been in these cars. Is that how you feel?
I feel really good. It's a really honor to be on this car. First time for me, never do one lap before this week. So yeah, I think I do a good job. I have a good team, good lineup. Fred Verbisch helped me a lot to improve my skills. So yeah, really good race for the moment.
This may be a silly question, but are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, I enjoy as fuck.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Thanks, Matthew. Thank you very much. Apologies for the language here, everybody. Very, very pumped up, let's say.
Maxime Soulet has taken over that car and is already out of fueling. So now that's interesting. They're 4 laps away from the leader, but the leader hasn't yet made the same stop yet. Remember a little while ago I said keep an eye on the gap between Herbert and Team WRT. It's now down to 30 seconds. It was 34 when I said that. I said it was nibbling away. It's not huge chunks here. In fact, last time around was the biggest change I've seen for a while. 2:03.9 for Ralph Bourne in traffic, 2:02.7 for Team WRT's Max Martin. So 1.2 seconds there, and another traffic affected lap by Ralph Bourne, a 2:04.5 last time around. Let's see what Max Martin can do. It's come down just over 4 seconds in the time since I mentioned it last. If you are just joining us, we've had 10 changes of lead between 5 cars, but since lap 118, and we're now working lap 2:07, it's been the number 7 from Team WRT. Sadly, 8 code 60s, all required for incidents out on the circuit, mechanical failures mainly, although we did have a fire after contact with the barrier for the number 4 Bilstein AMG GT3. 8 times the purple flags have been out for a total of 1 hour 50 minutes, 1 hour 50 minutes and 31 seconds actually, under code 60. It's been a change in one of the best class lap times, and that was in 9:92 in the last hour or so. Phil Keane in the dual racing by Toro Verde Porsche has put in a 2:02.770. That was on lap number 178 for the number 995 Cup car. Everyone else remains as it was. Fred Vervish, the best GT3 time. Leo Pichler, GTX, GT4, Brett Strom in the BMW, Rob Huff for TCR and Daniel Grego for TCX. So Phil Keane finding a bit of time in that car that he is sharing with the Moutran family. I'm very impressed with Diego Manchasa, gotta say, Phil. He's been out front for a very long time. He's been in that car for an hour, and he's reeling off very consistent laps even through the traffic.
Especially through the traffic.
That's a good point, yeah.
He's knifing through it, and I think he's measuring his movements very, very well. I've followed him around for a few laps, and he picks his spots. But, you know, as we said earlier on at race control, and as you were discussing with Road Goth, it's about hold your line and work. The car who's passing you has to find the way around. He's just picking the spots. He is really managing that gap, the gaps very, very well of where he comes up on cars. And when you're the quickest car out there, well, not the quickest car, but the leading car out there, it's not an easy task. And as we can see, there's a lot of foam detritus out on the circuit, especially between turn 15 and 16. All the marker boards have been pulled out there, and there is a lot of stuff getting thrown up in the air now down there. Now, we've seen code 60s for that before, when they've just gone out there and just replaced all of them and done a lot of work, which normally happens about halfway through the race, around about the 12-hour mark, when they do their cleanup.
Yeah,
and
good point.
That may be happening again.
Henk de Jong into the pit lane for MP Motorsport, another black and mostly orange car. Nick Damon is watching the stop.
Yeah, Bart de Hoyst is going to replace him, and it was a kind of a real put the cork out of the bottle to get Henk out, to be honest. He's has a little bit of stiffness, one of a person of a similar vintage to myself and yourself, John. So living the dream, but still not able to hop out of a GT3 that easily. Tyres on, engine go, and they are off and away. That had that kind of short delay, so the car was dropped, and it was about 4 or 5 seconds before they went. To my right, I can see one of the vortices, has been sitting on the pit apron for some time. They do like doing this pit apron.
It's the 701, Nick, that one.
So the 701, thanks, John, because I've noticed before they do quite like doing stuff on the apron. It was up on the jacks, the air jacks for a while. It's just been dropped. Quite disappointing, because I did hope that we were going to get there's a rumour of a new Vortex now. I think we're going to get it here. They're building a new car, which hopefully will continue the progress they've made during the time they've run this car. And let's be honest about this, prior to this point, this was going quite well for them 8 hours in. They hadn't really had any major issues with the car. There's some dipstickery going on.
There's some what?
Dipstickery. They're dipping the car. Of course, this is the engine itself. I think it's an LS3, isn't it? Corvette LS3 engine. So that's a pretty reliable part. There are no obvious or any unobvious issues. It's getting the thumbs up and the roll away. But it was sitting here for a while, so I'm not sure it's just a kind of like a clean test or whatever it is. But the Vortex 701 has left after having some work and a lot of looking at it done. But I still don't know exactly what happened with it. That's a few minutes it was down there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Phil's looking at the pit time for that car.
And I'm also looking at the 227. That was the Cayman that was badly damaged, and it's heading down, and he's leaving the pit lane. They have fixed the Cayman. I don't have a time on how long that stop was, but they are back out on track.
Well, actually, back out the fuel station.
Fuel station, yes, indeed.
So that was the turn 16 schmozzle, wasn't it?
Yes, it was indeed.
The turn 16 excuse me, I think would be the right one.
They were waltzing. Yeah. Everybody was turning around.
Yeah, I think one of them was heel leading and the other one was toe leading at the same time. Into the pit lane for the Evo TCR Audi. This is the RS3 TCR, the number 121 machine. Yasmin Pricing, Paul sitting car, she brought it in, she's out of the car and taking a gentle stroll away from the car with her seat insert. Came in from second in TCR, won't lose that in what looks to be a very standard pit stop, just giving everything a wipe down as well. Still tightening the wheel bolts on the left front, all 5 of them, of course, on there. No centre lock wheels on those cars. Half an hour before midnight here, and we head into Sunday morning. In comes another leader in class. It seems only moments ago that we had the GT4 leader. It's back in now for Rothko with Dragon Racing. It was Ollie Gotha that we put in that last time around. Car comes to a stop. Say again, Nick, sorry?
Yeah, they look they're only replacing one tyre. I'm not sure this is standard stock, this one, but it's the front left that's being replaced.
Interesting.
And unless they then hop around and do some more, but it's definitely the front left that's going, and there are no other tyres being offered. Now, whether this is a pickup issue and the lack of balance in the front wheel, or it certainly looks like it's got plenty of air. I'm not close enough to give it a Bradley kick to find out if there's still air in it. But it looks quite rotund, so I don't think there's a major.
Well, Bradley
issue
looks quite rotund. I think that's it. Please, there was no need for that.
It's kicking tyres.
Oh, you were kicking tyres, were you?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
I've now walked down this bit, and Jens Kleeman is about to get into the number 7, our leading car, so that's about to have a driver change in the next lap or so, which we'll see.
Well, that's not going to make it go any slower, is it? Let's be honest.
No. So is it Jean-Baptiste Simeur, isn't it?
It's Diego Manchassa who's in the car at the moment.
So Manchassa will pass over to Jens, who's only got out of the car now. I've got that point already with the various times I've been in this pit lane or blending together, but he's only been in a couple of hours ago, and they're getting quite panicky, so the 7's obviously coming in quite soon.
Brilliant email a little while ago from the Sim Racing bar steward. So does anybody else find that friends don't get the endurance racing thing more excitement in this race than a whole season at most racing? Yet motorsport fans look at me if I'm nuts when I say I'm watching a 24-hour race weekend during my weekend off, and Carmine has said sums up exactly what I experienced from my friends at 100%. I mentioned the sad death of John Wickham earlier on, and when I was talking about John, I also mentioned Charlie Lamb, and Charlie Lamb once said to me, God rest his soul as well, there are only 2 types of people in this world, John, and it's broken down very easily. Those people who understand endurance, and particularly 24-hour race,
and does the dot. And both John Wickham and Charlie Lamb fell firmly into that first category. MS7 in from the lead, Nick Damon.
Yeah, Menchacho, after a fantastic block his copy, but by running about a metre too far and banging the number, but the number board doesn't matter though, because it's not like they're not doing it to the half inch as you do in Formula One. Diego walks down and past me. They've already got Jens Klingman in the car. And that was drop and go. There wasn't even a thousandth of a second between the car going down and it actually rolling. So a great stop by WRT. Now they've been pretty much in sync, so I'm wondering whether they're 46 going to come in soon. But
Max has been out there an hour and 8 minutes, and Diego was, I think, just on an hour. So
the Vortex has arrived again.
Which one?
Oh, it's next door. It's the 701, I'm afraid. So whatever was wrong with it is still wrong with it.
14 minutes to do the last lap, Nick. So
yeah. Again, nothing visible, and as we know, it makes you think it's a driveline sort of issue because they were obviously looking. Oh, hang on, no, they put it onto. All right. Oh, that's weird because they put it onto dollies. They're taking it off dollies, and they're settling it again.
I think that was something about driver comfort there, because the door came open.
For a lap.
Well, no, sorry. 40 minutes into completed a lap, so it had been in the pit lane.
And then round.
Yeah, and round and comes straight back in again. Okay. I think perhaps the driver wasn't quite as comfortable as he needed to be.
Perhaps, it's, as you say, perhaps the crotch belts were done up wrong.
Nothing worse. Code 60.
Oh.
And this is for an incident at turn number 8. And of course, I've just put the binoculars away, but I can see headlights over there and a car that seems to be stranded on the infield. Turn 8. It's one of the Porsche Cup cars, and I think, oh dear, is that the 30th position? Is that Sven Muller, the pure racing car? No, that would be the 911. I don't think it's that car. So code 60 is out against 990 is the car out there. Thank you guys for giving me a slightly different angle on that. So that means that's the MRS GT racing machine. Already one of our intervention vehicles. And this is one of the older Nissans. Well, this is going to cause you a bit of action, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
That's right, my quiet evening stroll up and down the concrete of the Dubai pit lane being rudely interrupted by several cars. The one you can hear air jacks ablaze is the Grove racing car. That is just had a full service. I don't think there's a driver change. No, I think there was a driver. I think I'm wrong. Alfred Brunau is about, yes, it was a driver change. I can see the Grove driver getting out. Alfred Brunau is about to replace Ralph Bonn in the 91 car. That will be happening any second now. A number of cars are doing the just wandering past me for fuel only. In has come one of the Century Motorsport, the is it 438? Yes, a 438 M4 GT4. That's in. Coming down towards me again is a phalanx of Porsches. What is the collective noun for Porsches?
I like phalanx.
Yeah.
There's a bit of alliteration in that as well.
Creventic of Porsches, to be honest, the way they're dominating this championship. In comes Ralph Bond. He's going to stop on his feet now, and he actually his marked entirely. There's already a wheel off. Trying to avoid that being stuck on his foot. Oh, yeah, they're tied round the wheel there, but that wasn't. They are getting a windscreen clean in. So it's Alfred now getting into the car. Alfred, of course, rated as a semi-pro, and Robert as a pro. And Ralph Bond is out, the car's away. So very quick stop there. There goes the GP Elite, climbing through the field. Mark my words, it'll be air first, 3 o'clock tomorrow. The bright orange Dutch team. And well, we begin to think that have seen enough cars to think there might be a little issue at the fuel stop. In fact, a couple of cars have gone straight through without taking fuel, so there must be a situation where the fuel pumps are full, so expect to see those cars in again next time round to get a splash up. In comes the 46 car, Maxime Martin, but that's for fuel only. Is there a gap? He's taken the risk, he's turned in. Sandlock car also turns in. Yep, so there's a couple that have gone for fuel as well. So it's kind of a toss-up, really, whether they're taking fuel or not. I suppose it's really whether they think they can find the space, or obviously space is being freed up the whole time. More cars coming down and past me. Here comes the Golf TCR car, the 106, joined by the 19, the MP motor car, which we saw quite recently come in for a full service. That's how you're going to pick up a splash and dash. Still diving into the fuel stops. There are more fuel pumps here than any other event, and of course not as many cars as normal, so the chance of finding a full pump are less. One car, that's the Maxime Soulé Haas team car, that's going in as well. And here comes CP Motorsport from 8th, Charles Espinlava on that in the 85 Mercedes, and that is, oh, he's thinking about that one, he's gone in. In comes the, this is great, here comes the Phoenix car, the other Audi R8, that's having a, okay, the pumps must be full now. This is going to be, this turn like,
Nick, just to let you know, the MRS car is on the back of a tow rope and is in the pit lane now, being towed by Nissan. So we're going green any second now.
So the 911 car, the Raxon car, RXing with Sven Muller, that car is in. And this is the last of my diatribe. I'm going to go and find what's wrong with the MRS car. So lots of cars come in, most have had service, some have changed drivers, lots of petrol's gone on board.
Well, Maxime Martin went to fuel for Team WRT. Maxime Soulé went for fuel for Haas RT. They came in 3rd and 4th. Jens Klingman is already out on the track as we go green. Alfred Renard also out on the track. Team WRT having got fuel, back out on the track in the 46 in 3rd position. So it's as you were in terms of the positions. The gap between 1st and 2nd is just over 4 minutes. So that's the sharp end of 2 laps now. So WRT's very well executed pit strategy going very nicely for them, thank you very much.
Feet. The 990 is now at my feet, the MRS car. That is not an electrical fault, well, not an obvious one, because the lights were on. He was flashing, saying, I'm here, I've arrived at the back of a tow rope. Oddly, this car looks in pretty good condition. The rear of the car looks brand new.
I think that's because the rear of the car's brand new.
So I see. So it's had a complete change of the rear car. No, the car itself does look like it's having no problems whatsoever so far, but obviously it currently doesn't have any motive force. And this isn't the first time we've seen a Porsche without any motive force. So whether this is a different problem or whether we're going to have another driveline issue, I will hang around and try and see. I think the 701's back in again.
No, it's the 702.
Oh, okay.
That's the leading GTX car.
Getting a full service at the moment.
The Vortex.
It's coming at a jaunty angle for some reason. I'm not sure that's because when it came with other cars, but it's kind of askew on the pit lane. They're having a slight problem seating the rear right tyre. Engine change relatively slow. Driver engine change will be slow. Driver change relatively slow. I think they'll probably get the driver packed in, but they are having a right argument with that rear right. That's a problem. There's dipstickery going on there as well, so they're checking the LS3 motor on this one. I do like the airing. They've fabricated an air intake.
That's oil going in, I think, there,
yeah,
Nick.
They're pumping in some, you're absolutely right, they're pumping in some fluids. I've just seen this new air intake. I think it's a new piece of design where they, on the rear sort of valance, where you have a rear window on many cars, they kind of built, I love that they build stuff out of aluminium and weld it. It's fantastic. They've welded some aluminium to give it a little bit of an air skip to the back of the engine. It's fantastic. This is very much lump hammer engineering, and you can't fault it. And this time the cars are running quite well, so you know. It's the
I see what you mean, yes. With that air scoop. Its friend is back in, the 701.
I noticed it, they're clearing a path for the 701. Now this time they're getting a bit more convinced it does need to go on the dolly jacks. In comes the 701. Stops near enough for its marks, back up again. Yeah, they are dolly jacking it this time, so they tried it twice without dolly jacking it. So to get turned round, those jacks aren't in the right place. They're too far. The balance isn't where it should be. Ooh, it's like a wayward bumper car, this one. And back it goes. And I'm sure there'll be some medium time problems. One thing you can guarantee, though, John, is if it's fixable, the Vortex feed will fix it and it will be out again.
Yeah, a bit of damage on the... I know they're taking off the protective tape on the front catches, so the front of that car is coming off. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane at RSL Studio. It's that time of the race when many of you are joining in for the first time. Some great comments coming in. Davey Weymouth, thank you very much indeed. I did see this earlier on actually, so thank you for reminding me. The 777 HRT car has now officially been retired from the 24 Hours of Dubai here at the Dubai Autodrome. Jim Rattan. Jim, a man after my own heart and absolutely sentiment that I understand. He said, on the point of friends not understanding endurance racing, says Jim, is like reading a good book. Takes time, but the story is constantly developing and the plot thickens to a great climax. Not everyone understands, but then not everyone reads good books. Jim, very good. I like that. Very good indeed. Marco Baronsford agreeing with Nick. I've never seen so many Porsches breaking down. Unbelievable. Hello to Adam Thomas in the shop doing final prep on the F82 M4 GT4 ahead of the IMSA VP Racing Championship at the Raw, watching the 24 Hours of Dubai for inspiration. That's one of the GSX cars, so that's a GT4 car in sprint trim, 45-minute races, 2 of them next weekend. Shane and I will be talking you through those on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. No blocks, no breaks, of course, of our Raw coverage at RSL_studio. Good luck, Adam and the rest of the team. And finally in this little tranche, Flat Spotted, happily keeping eyes and ears on the first round of the 24H series. Also watching Le Mans Virtual. I think they've had a couple of problems, but back working again for the virtual version of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Nick Damon is continuing to patrol our pit lane.
I am indeed, with the 990, which is the MRS car which caused the last code 60. Guess what? It's a driveline issue on a Porsche.
It's not.
It is. They got a new drive shaft waiting to go, so it's at least serious. So a new drive shaft. I think it's on that the car's left-hand side, and they've got it all in its nice sort of, I'm saying grease-proof paper. It's all that kind of, you know.
Oh, really? Oh, I
grease
love
paper
that.
at the back.
I love that,
so
old school.
They will, I think, be looking to replace it and therefore get the drive back on the car. But it's
we had. Do you remember about a couple of 3? Actually, it might have been a bit long ago because it was before the big yellow flag of COVID. We had a spate of drive shaft issues for Porsches, but they were GT3 cars, not Cup cars. But there has been more driveline issues across all of the Porsches. New Porsche coming, of course. We'll see it next weekend for the first time competitively. The new 992. We think it's going to be called the GT3R. Well, Porsche telling 1 or 2 of the IMSA teams they're not quite sure about what they're going to call it yet. But effectively, it is the GT3 class of car. Everything in Porsche has GT3 on it somewhere. The Carrera Cup is in fact just a 992 Cup. Then you get GT3R, and in the old days, of course, we'd have had RS and RSRs. RSR being the GTE or GT Le Mans cars. One more year of those marvellous beasts at Le Mans. What was it we had, Nick, in terms of GTE WEC entry.
14.
I think it was, yeah, 14.
11 and 13 for 38 in total.
Yeah, well remembered.
Well, no, see, I was concentrating early, even though it's gone midnight.
But not quite yet.
It was when we recorded the programme.
Oh yes, when we did the programme. Yes, it was. It went out. We were doing that after midnight here. Well remembered. Jens Klingman then with a lap. He's getting on for 2 laps now, you know, with the gap opening up just a wee bit to Alfred Renard. Klingsman, Team WRT cars have been completed 215 laps. Actually, I'm talking complete rubbish. My apologies. I was reading the sectors completely wrong. There goes the leader, Jens Klingman, and Alfred Renard is in the 3rd sector. So from being nearly 2 laps before that last go around for the code 60, that's now come down to just over a minute. It's about 1 minute and 10 seconds, and a further 18 seconds back is Max Martin in the 46 car. So that's the top 3 cars now within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Now I'm pretty certain, Nick, that that's down to the fact that some of those guys took fuel and some of those guys didn't take fuel because of the situation at the pumps during that last code 60.
Yeah, because they both changed drivers, of course, with Alfa Renard replaced Ralph Bond and Maxime. No, actually, Maxime Martin hasn't stayed on board, hasn't he?
Say that again, sorry?
So is it Maxime Martin? No, Jens Klingman. Jens Klingman changed with
correct.
Danny Macheda.
Yeah.
And Alfa Renard took over from Ralph Bond. They both did that. And I think they both then did that under green. Anyway, so certainly the WRT was under green. So they were taking a full tank. And I think that possibly what happened is they've now got a lot more fuel than Herbert have at the moment. My guess. So I reckon they're half a tank at least up.
Hello to Brian Cabana. He's watching the race while taking care of his newborn twins. Well, there's an endurance straight away, because you've got about another 30 odd years of that, mate.
30? Forever.
You never stop, do you?
No.
Right turn lover. Caymans are all GT4s though. Yes, a good point. That is a very good point, RTL. The 911 race cars have GT3 smattered all over them. And the Cayman GT4 in this race is the number 961. And that car running in the TCX category. A bit tight for the Grove Porsche. Just going through, excuse me, that's Jens Klingman on the WRT, is it? I'm not sure about that. I'll check for you in a second. Let me see. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, all right. Excuse me. Or is it the Porsche? I think it's the Peter Cox Porsche that we were watching there. Coming up over the top of the rise, down towards turn 16. Lights flashing as they come on to the start finish line. Gearbox change for that. They lost a tooth in the gearbox, and as Peter said, that was at the end of lap 4. If only we'd done 4 more laps in practice and had that go, we could have started with a new gearbox. Fastest lap of the race for the McLaren for its race, 2 minutes .306, Fran Rueda. A 1:59.938 for Alfred Renard as he's trying to chase down the leader. That gap is 1:11.4 between first and second. And that's only the second lap time under 2 minutes that we've had in these first hours of the race. .201.0 for Jens Klingman, 204.6 for the third place Max Martin. It's all closed up again. 1 minute and 34 seconds between the top 3 as
Klingman goes across the line underneath my feet. Nico Menzel into the pit lane for Huber Motorsport, the number 925. Renault pushing very, very hard, as we expect him to do. Got a bit of clear track, Alfred Renault at the moment. The exhaust glowing bright red, and not just the exhaust tips under the back of that car either. The silencers, such as they are as well. Menzel into the pit lane, as we mentioned, and Nick Damon is there.
Menzel, there we are.
Are you there, Nick?
Menzel, yeah, I am. Just waiting to hear myself. Menzel has hit his marks, and he's going to be replaced by Sebastian Aust, who gets in. So Nico helping him with the various belts and such like. Tyres are done. So this is a big gap you have sometimes when the car gets its tyres changed. But he seems to have seems to be shooting a slight leak as they're undoing the air jacks. It was like they did it very rather than just the pull and release and boom from down. They let the air out really slowly, so the car was leaning and lurching like a drunken man on at this time of night on a Saturday, to be honest. But they have got out, they have changed the car. A quick check of all the tyres, everything fine. Team will sculpt out the back as quickly as possible, and pretty standard stop for Huber Motorsport and the 925.
I have an important question for you, Nick.
Okay.
Is it fleece weather down in the pit lane?
No.
Right.
No. And that's from me, and you are much more tolerant of temperature than I am, so absolutely not. It's very pleasant, actually, with a single layer on. I know that Joe was doing full fleece, but I don't know what's going on with him. I thought it would be, but it's not. It's nice. It's actually, to be honest, I know you're about to do 3 hours, but this is really, really nice now.
Okay, sounds good. 5 minutes before Sunday here in Dubai. Thank you for joining us. RS1 for the audio, radio-show.co.uk, and 24H page with live video. You can find that too on 24hseries.com, and the additional cameras on the TV production page, which is 0221 on YouTube. You can find that, can't you? You've managed to find everything else you need and got the multiple screens up. I know many of you have. Beautiful evening, as Nick has said. We've been blessed with very good weather from around about Wednesday onwards. It was a little bit challenging this time last week, pouring with rain on Saturday a week ago. More than Razun Racing and the KTM Crossboard. Daniel Drexel still on board that car. The GTX leader, Daniel, coming to the end of his stint. Been in the car for an hour and 55 minutes. The pit stop in the middle will be taking off that, so he can do just a little bit more than that. But only allowed to do 2 hours of driving on the track in one go, each of the drivers. And then you've got to take 50% of whatever the stint is as a break time. Funny they had that for those broadcasters. Jesse van der Kuik, Jesse van Goy for Team GP Elite, just done that car's fastest lap of the race. That's Nick's dark horse, though how something bright yellow and white can be a dark anything, I'm not sure. 2:01.179, and they're 42 seconds away from Earl Bamber in 6th position for Grove Racing, who is about a lap away from Max Soule in 5th for Haas, who's half a second away. Actually, Earl Bamber's only a minute behind Soule. He's half a minute behind Herberth, Elliott Skier now. That's the number 92, the dark purple car with the all stars and stripe crew. Max Martin is a little bit further up the road for Team WRT, but only half a minute behind Alfred Renard in second, who's about a minute and 16, minute and 17 behind the leader. So top three on the same lap again now. Oh, in fact, actually, it's a minute and 9 between first and second. Another second taken away from Klingman's lead last time around. So it is tightening up again very nicely indeed. Another fastest lap of the race for a car. Sandlock Junior team. Irvan Bastard for the number 26 car. 2 minutes, 0.625. Are we having an early happy hour? GT4 leader Ollie Gorta with a 2:10.8. That's car fastest lap of the race. The 408 Dragons Racing Rofco AMG GT4. As into the pit lane, Nick Damon has a caller. It's the red, white and black Milwaukee KTM.
I've got two callers. I've got the KTM, which is about to stop my feet any second now. Daniel Drexler will get out. And then flowing past me, it's the 199, which is the all Hong Kong driver driven, yes, Hong Kong Audi TCR. That's coming in for a full service. Well, Drexler's got out. And in my excitement to look at the TCR, I missed who's got in. Hey ho. So the Razoo More Than Racing, the KTM, looking pretty pristine actually. People keep throwing things. They've got a water pouch thrown at me then, not deliberately. Car looking good. They did stop about 2 or 3 hours ago and had a bit of a confusion, well not confusion, a bit of a consternation about oil usage. That appears not to be a problem, or they have got on top of it. The tyres they're putting on are not new, so I assume they've had a bit of a run out in qualifying. Yes, they are. Here we go. Bonnet up, well, boot up, or trunk, anyway, engine cover up. Dip stickery again. Have a look at it. That's it. You got it once, and the second time, that'll tell you what it is. And seems to be enough. Yep, thumbs up on the dip stickery. It's not burning too much oil. Still taking a little bit of patching up actually, some red duct tape there patching up the front right wing, and away it goes. So they are, I think they're keeping an eye on the oil consumption, John, but they're not necessarily concerned. They must know it can be an issue, and they want to head it off at the pass before it becomes a major problem. No, I can't hear John at the moment. Can't hear.
Chasing pack in the second of the Team WRT number 46 BMWs, with the second Herbert Porsche doing a really quality job. Elliot Skier much further on into his current stint. I make it 24, nearly 25 laps now for Elliot in car number 92. Elsewhere in the classes, the 992 division is led by Willy Motorsport, by Ebby Motors, with their Porsche brand new 992 iteration of the Porsche GT3 Cup car, with Sabino Di Castro leading that class. 992 AM has at the helm the QMMF by HRT Turaya Qatar entry, and that is for Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, and the 929 car leads the GTE, I should say 992 AM class, no GTEs here of course. The GTX division is led by the Razoo More Than Racing KTM Crossbow. That car has just been brought into the pit lane, and following that the fueling area by Daniel Drexel, although they may well have changed the driver now from the Austrian as it ventured towards the fueling area. In TCE, it's the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS for Miklas Born in car 188. And other class leaders to tell you about: GT4 Yeah, the leader there is still the Rofco with Dragon Racing Mercedes AMG. Oliver Goethe driving car 408, and he leads from the BMW of Simpson Motorsport. TCX in the hands of the Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman crew. That car, as Bruce Jones and I knocked off about 3 hours ago, had brought out another Code 60, and actually, although the car was stranded at turn 16, it is moving again now, and 32 minutes into its current stint for Patrick Gruter. 15 hours to go, Bruce. Still a long way to go as well before we hit daylight, another key milestone, but I think certainly many of the teams will have made sure that their strategy is in place to midnight, and now they can focus on the run to 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Exactly so, Johnny, but you have to feel, if you looked at qualifying and saw the front row, you didn't look at the first part of the race, and now you come in, you might say, where are those HRT Mercedes? But they both hit problems out of the race. Luca Stoltz's car brought into the pit garage, that was the treble 7, but in far more trouble was Sebastian Boe with a big impact and fire at turn 14 of the 16-turn lap. So two favourites for this race out of the early running.
Still got Nick Damon in the pit lane, and we're raring to go to him just as soon as the next key pit stoppers head in. In fact, 979 is there right now, Nick.
Hello, Johnny. Hello, Bruce. Lovely to have you back. You got me for a few minutes before the annual appearance in the pit lane of Sir John Hindhaugh. So you'll have John there for a couple of hours. He'll be taking over before being replaced by Joe Early. Here's the 979. The fact that we're doing kind of a walk around of it can probably give the impression there's some problems. It appears to be electrical on the steering wheels. The car came in, everything was looking fine, but they're having some button pressing electrical issues on this car. This is the Speed Lover car. It's not had the cleanest of runs already. There have been problems asunder, but as you probably know, if you've been following this, there's been problems for an awful lot. I know a lot of the field is Porsches, but a lot of the Porsches have had problems, and Driveline, and this is another electrical issue. So the drilling computer on the roof, so this could be here for a while.
So the driver on board is still Simon Balcon in that Speed Lover 979, but just so frustrating, isn't it? If the car looks fine on the outside, a little bit of quite a lot of black tape in the front left corner. This car had problems early on, and it looked as though they'd sort of got back into the swing of things, but no. 15 hours to go, 15 hours to fix the problem.
Yeah, only 136 laps completed for that car, and well, that's the car ahead of it actually, which is the Luca Stoltz treble 7 Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes. That car now has been in the pit lane for over 3 hours, obviously being away for about that period of time. It may well have been that we've had full confirmation that the treble 7 car is out of the race, but that's a big chunk to have not been competing, considering the treble 7 was right up there. Well, it started from pole position, didn't it? So Luca Stoltz's opening stint amazing. When he got back at the wheel, it was rapid again, but hit difficulties. That peculiar lap when the middle sector took him 20 seconds longer than everybody else, he ran the pit lane, and that might be all that she wrote.
Well, I think so, because certainly looking, he was slumped of shoulder, the head was down. Eventually he dragged himself round to the far corner, looked sort of squatted down and looked into the wheel arch, but it really was a case of just looking for nothing in many ways. I mean, he must have felt it, the thousands of kilometres that Luca has done in AMG Mercedes. He could sense something was really seriously untoward, and very frustrating. The fact the sister car was out not long before with that enormous shunt into turn 14. The good news is Sebastian Boe was fine. He very cleverly scrambled across from one side of the car to the other because the side facing the barriers was on fire, so he got out of the passenger side, wandered around as fast as he could to take a look, but clearly that race was run, because that one is much shorter than it should be now.
I'm beginning to think that yellow flags in turn 14 have got something to do with me and you, Bruce, because we've only been back on air for 6 minutes, and yet again there is a caution at the anti-penultimate corner, that sharp left-hand hairpin after the quick left at 13, and trying to pick out through the darkness now which car is stranded. But the yellow flags are definitely out, and if they stay there for a while, that might well turn into another Code 60. It's the VW Golf, by the looks of things, from the TCE category, third in class. Yes, for the 700 miles car for Thierry Giucandali. car 106, which has clearly been making progress. It is rolling again, though, so race control absolutely doing the right thing to allow Thierry some time to do a quick reset, and he decides not to pit either just after turn 15. At least it's cleared, and we don't need to go into another code 60, which would have been the 10th of the race. Last code 60 happened between 11:34 and 11:39 last night. The 990 car stopped at turn 8, but again, that was fairly quickly dealt with within 5 minutes.
I must say, I've been very, very impressed with the speed with which the officials get on these cases, and there they allowed enough time for Thierry Chakandali to get that car fired up, but many more seconds at a standstill just off the racing line at turn 14, sort of dead ahead if anyone should have a problem. So they must have had the fingers on the button to get that code 60, but fortunately they stayed the right side of that equation and decided not on this occasion.
There's a car also in the pit lane for more scheduled work, and that is the 117 Audi from the TCE category, and the 117 car getting some work done. Nick Damon right on the button again.
Oh, on the scene as always. Yeah, this is the car that was delayed a couple of hours ago when they were changing what looked like the subframe, but like the steering rack as well. They lost a fair amount of time, and then having changed the steering rack, they decided they weren't quite happy with it. Again, came and did some more remedial look around us. Now, interesting though, they're obviously a bit of a battle, because when they came into the pits, they're in 4th in class. When they came out the pits, they're in 5th. So still quite tight in some of these events. Got another car about to come in the pits. It's another one of the Porsches. It's another one the GT. Sorry, the Cup cars. It's the 908. That's going to get a full service as well. The duo car. Doors open. People run round. It's a full service. It looks like they're not doing tyres. So this driver does not qualify for new tyres, Johnny. They just get the old ones to carry on with.
Okay. Well, that is perhaps an element of double stinting, purely because of the budget available. There's nothing in the regulations, I think even now, which prevents you from applying new tyres with every single stop, should you wish. That wasn't the situation in qualifying yesterday, where you had to use used tyres in qualifying 2 and 4. And also you couldn't use a pro driver in qualifying 1 with the brand new tyres. So it had to be a non-pro in Q1 with brand new tyres, then perhaps a pro in for the older Hankooks. Then in the evening session, that was reversed in a sense. So there's nothing in the regulations that said you couldn't put a pro in on brand new tyres in qualifying 3. More dramas, this time for one of the two Vortex. It's the 701 through the darkness, is trundling its way towards the end of the lap, approaching turn 13, but well off the apex for Philippe Drouot, and that car third in GTX, but at a much reduced pace, heading up to turn 14 again, over the curbing and one of the cut-through roads. The tail lights on that car are just about still illuminated, but it's easy to miss that car in the darkness if it's facing away from you. Not from the front, right at you. There's the glare of the standard headlights, but then that central bar, which is almost like the type that's added for nighttime rally stages. But that used all the way through the race for the Vortex. There was a time last season where we were saying that all of these reliability problems, if we can say that word, for the Vortex were in its history. But I'm afraid this event, we've seen that car with some troubled runs, including this one for Philippe Grau.
I fear our malevolent presence is a trouble magnet, isn't it? Back yet 10 minutes and not yet 10 minutes, and it's all happening. But I must say, you can't really just single out the Vortex in this, because we've been talking for the last number of hours when a lot of the 992 Porsches have had very un-Porsche type moments. But alas and alack, I mean, the Vortex looks fabulous. It looks really made for purpose. It sounds brilliant, but there are still some problems going on. So the crew coming out, it's gone midnight in the Dubai Autodrome, so the mechanics probably still feeling okay, but aware there's a lot more night they've got to work their way through before they get the kiss of dawn as the day breaks tomorrow. Let's hope it's fabulous weather. It's a nice warm evening here at the Dubai Autodrome, and that at least is a helping hand.
It's just north of a minute, the gap between Jens Klingmann and Alfred Renau now, 65 seconds. And the further 37.6 back to Maxime Martin, who's about to cross the line for Team WRT. So 1 minute and 5 and 38 seconds. Still, there are 3 cars on the lead lap, including the 2 WRT BMW M4s. And the Herbert Motorsport car has got its way wedged in between those 2 on the timing screen. Now, a slow-running VW Golf, which was halted for a long time at turn 14, has found its way back into the pit lane, and John Hindhaugh is watching this stop.
Morning, fellas. Hopefully you are going to not ruin this race for us again. It is the 106, the 700 miles, the French car. It looks like it may have had some contact with one of the poly marker boards. There was a little bit of polystyrene came out from under the left rear wheel arch. It's been pushed all the way to the back of the garage. The guys are going to work at the back end of it. In 1 second I'll run in now that they've got by me and have a look. You'll probably still just about hear me. They've got the car up on the dollies and slid it in, and I can see a pair of feet from the left-hand side. Driver is in the car and moving around. Something not right underneath the driver. I wonder if he's feeling a bit of heat under his backside there. We'll leave them to get on with that and venture back out to the pit lane. It's absolutely gorgeous in the pit lane. Nick was right when I asked him earlier on. Perfect to be in the pit lane. Just a t-shirt weather. I actually don't think I needed my jeans on, but I don't like to be in the pit lane with just shorts. Bit of a different look to the pit lane this year, guys. You might have noticed this, but there's about 4 garages right in the middle of the pit lane that aren't occupied. They were being used for Clios and the single-seater cars earlier on, so we've sort of got a split pit lane at the moment. Looks like one of the MP racing cars are coming in as well, just alongside me. Here it comes. So it pulls through. Now that's the 46 WRT coming in. That was 3rd position, and that's going right to the far end and straight into the fuel area. It looks like the 931 Porsche, which has been in for quite a long time, guys, it's not that far away from going out again. They're plugging the laptop in and working on the electronics. There's still a little bit of work going on underneath the rear. No, scratch that. The floor's just come off underneath the flat 6 engine at the back. The 932, by the way, at the back of the garage, not going anywhere. I'll work my way up the pit lane and see what else is happening. We've got the Poulsen BMW in and out. That looked pretty standard, and you'll hear that car go past me now. That's the number 14 car for Poulsen Motorsport, and that's heading into the fuel now. And there's going to be a little bit of fluid top-up as well on the car next to me to my right, which is one of the HRT Porsches. I'll give you the skinny on that after it's been and gone.
Thank you, John. Poulsen Motorsport's Casper H. Jensen, therefore, bringing that car in, and it sounded like it was very quick indeed with the team, so possibly not a driver change. Alfred Renau has just come in from 2nd place, so this is about the point, Bruce, where we're getting the key runners now in for their scheduled stops.
We are indeed, but talking about that Poulsen Motorsport BMW, as it drove past John down the pit lane, listening out to that engine note, I noticed the driver's door didn't appear to be properly closed. Quick pit stop, maybe that was something that's remiss. Maybe that'll be spotted by the driver in fueling and sorted. You certainly don't want to be going out into turn 1, a fast right-hander, with your left-hand door not quite closed, or more to the point, blowing open. So look out for that.
Excellent point, yeah. The Alfa Romeo car, which has just come in and gone for fuel. Maxime Martin's done the same as well. Now, on my info, that appeared to be a relatively short stop, only 18 laps, and the same for Maxime Martin, 17 laps. Average for Alfred was superb. It was, beg pardon, I'm looking at the wrong column. The best lap in the stint for Alfred was a 1:59.9, so clearly conditions at this time of night are very, very good for one half of the twin brothers to get beneath the 2-minute marker. That's been a rare thing so far in this race. Jens Klingmann's average was about a second slower than Alfred Renauer across those 19 laps, though. Maxime Martin just a 17-lap stint before he rejoins in a moment or two from the fueling area. That might be to do, of course, with the fact that there was a code 60. You could only put 50% of fuel into the tank at that point, so you've got to get the other 50% in at some stage, and therefore shorter stints. The last code 60, as mentioned, came to an end at 22 midnight on Saturday evening. Let's head back to John, who's found his way to the GP Elite garage.
They are due in any second now. A brand new set of Hankooks, literally with the stickers still on them. It was a very quick stop indeed for Alfred Renauer in the 91. They did, oh hello, hang on, there we are. They did do some work on the car. I think it got at least one side of tyres, if not perhaps even all four. Here comes the GP Elite machine and comes to a halt. Those guys carrying 2 wheels and tyres each. That's the equivalent of 2 checked bags, one in each hand. And they're in a race, and they know they are. That's a super stop. Car is down and away. No driver change there. It will peel off right-handed into the fuel stop. You get the feeling, gentlemen, that last code 60 that closed everything up at the front of the field has just reinvigorated people a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. This has given them a fresh impetus, perhaps, to push as hard as possible in cracking conditions. As mentioned, we've had at least one personal best for the car time in the last 10 minutes or so. So there is pace out there, should you choose to be brave enough, but also it's about where you are in the driver rotation, I suppose, as to who it's been decided to put in. Probably a long way out from the race. Yet we'll give you the midnight to 2 stint for Saturday into Sunday, when the track is potentially in that state of happy hour. Max Hesse re-emerging in the number 46 BMW, the second of the Team WRT cars. So Hesse on board for a couple of hours, having taken over from Maxime Martin. There was no driver change for Alfred Renauer, but John reckons at least one side of Hankook's, possibly all four. That car's just come out of the fueling area now after a stop which took 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, John's theory there about the drivers being reinvigorated by the code 60. Certainly Jens Klingmann was using all the track and that little bit that drivers claim beyond the white lines. As soon as John said that, it's like he was listening. But he's lapping quite a lot faster than those giving chase, so he's maximising every moment. And don't forget that Jens was really strong early in the race when he was keeping up with cars with a fresh set of rubber, and he certainly didn't have them on that number 7 BMW. But if it's got that BMW badge on the nose, he will race it. He'll race it hard. But right now he knows the track conditions are very good, despite all the sort of styrofoam that's scattered across the circuit into turn 16. That's been there all day. With every marker board that's hit, it gets worse and worse. But he's pressing on, as Jens knows how. His advantage 1 minute and 8 seconds at the moment, but of course that's been scrambled because Alfred Renauer's just on his outlap out of the pit, so give it a handful more laps, then we'll get the full picture again. But certainly not so long ago it was a lap, nearly 2 laps, and now it's down to 1 minute or thereabouts, 1 minute and 8.
So GT3 main class car battling with the Pro-Am leader, first and second places. GT3 Am is up as far as 7th place with CP Racing's Mercedes for Shane Lewis and the number 85 car. So all 3 classes of GT3 car now represented as high up as the top 7. And the 992 class leader is not far away from encroaching into the top 10. Although, what's that gap like? It's 6 minutes or so, actually, between the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche and the 10th place car, which is Roland Poulsen, now being installed in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4. They must have done that during the last stop. Vortex heading down pit road, which is 701, confirmed to me by John, who is that end of the pit lane.
And this is an interesting one because they're retorquing the 2 rear centre lock nuts, and that's all they did. Restarted the engine, just waiting for Heart of Racing's SPS run Mercedes AMG GT4 to go through, and yep, straight back out. I'm up at the Herbert Bricott's pit, and I wasn't quite close enough to see what had happened. I said it was a quick stop. It was. Just spoken very quickly to Ralph Bourne, who assures me that they had to come in at that point because they hadn't taken fuel at the last code 60. So it was a fuel derived stop. They did put 4 tyres on, and they have sent the young Renard out, and he will complete then his stint with that fuel on board.
Yeah, a total actually for Alfred is only 40 minutes, so in much earlier than we would have expected. But part of that is, as you say, if they didn't stop during that 5-minute code 60 just after 11:30, then they will have been very desperate for fuel. And prior to that, might they have actually stopped in the earlier code 60? No, that's a bit of a stretch because that was at 23 minutes past 10 to 10:30. So, you know, to have done then an hour and 40, rather an hour and 10, an hour and 15 minutes, a bit of a stretch, although there was an additional code 60 that would have helped them to get there. They know exactly how much fuel, should know exactly how much fuel is in the tank of that car, and why not, therefore, when you're desperate for fuel, do a little bit of work on the car at the same time. The problem now, though, is that, of course, the 2-hour driver stint does not fit neatly with the fuel timings. He's going to need fuel again when there is still going to be 20 minutes left on his total drive time.
Yeah, but you also hit on this earlier, Johnny, that his lap pace was very strong indeed, and you did raise the point. Anybody who didn't take on extra fuel at the last code 60 is going to be running with a light fuel load. And clearly the team worked out it was super light and he needed to come in, but that sort of squares the circle, if you like.
Yep.
But it's still Jens Klingmann leading the race, but of course with Alfred Renauer coming in, no longer are we talking about 1 minute and 8 seconds, we're talking 4 minutes 40 seconds, so it's effectively that lap has been taken back again and added to it.
4:38 car heading into pit road, which is Vasily Vladikin for Simpson Motorsport. John, this is now the 2nd place car in GT4.
And that was a very efficient stop. Remember, these GT4 cars do not have centre lock wheel nuts, so that was 5 times 4 wheels, 20 wheel nuts to be done. All 4 tyres and wheels changed, 4 new Hankooks, and that car is back in. An inordinate amount of clag taken out of the front of that car as well. We were talking about this earlier on. Just how much tyre debris and detritus there is offline as the NKPP Porsche Cup car goes by. That's the number 928. He's heading into the pit, into the fuel, excuse me. It does seem that going offline is somewhat of a lottery at the moment in terms of what you get on your tyres. More importantly for that BMW, what they had to clean out of that now quite oversized grill intake at the front of that M4.
It's like a whale shark, John. It sucks it all in as it goes off, and again as the car's headlights hit the crest of the hill coming down the dip into that final corner. The track is festooned with polystyrene from the marker boards that were first attacked this morning by I think it was the Formula 4 runners, then the Formula Regional, then the Renault Clios all had a bit of a go down there. But you know, you try and clean that stuff up with the broom. As you brush it one way, it blows over the top of the broom and comes behind. So I think they think it's not too bad, not stopping anything for it. But which we had a car in recently, it was the Golf, wasn't it? The lone Golf in the race, and a great chunk of polystyrene fell out from one of the wheel arches. You don't want it up there. We've seen again and again when you get lots of tyre debris as well, you sometimes get so much build up in the wheel arches, you get fires happening.
Yep.
So that's why you always see the mechanics down there at pit stops, particularly once you're past the first few hours in the race, just doubly making sure there isn't anything there that might just foul up and cause problems.
Got a glimpse a moment or two through the windscreen of one of the 2 FAC Autotech cars, either for Larry Ten Voorde, that's 962, or for Christopher Zirkling, 961. And the screen at certain angles, whether there's just a trick of the artificial light bouncing off the windscreen, but it just looks like it's covered in this really grimy film, which is not helping visibility. There will be tear-offs on most of these GT3 cars, and often if the tear-offs are stacked up several layers, that can create the idea that the screen is filthy, but it's just down to the bubbles, the little air gaps that have got through there. But that just looked to me, you know, that we know about 1 or 2 oil spills that have happened already, and the grime offline. Much of that is going to collect on the screen, but then you have to be careful and to not think, I need another tear-off removed, because you'll have none left come daylight tomorrow.
No, exactly. So just before, I was thinking exactly the same. It looked as though someone had it looked milky, almost opalescent, and it does remind me of a racing driver's father, who shall remain nameless, once was trying to describe a British Rail carriage, and he said it's like someone's honked on the seats and someone else has washed the windows with milk, which I thought was quite a cover-up. They've improved since then by leaps and bounds. They don't use milk anymore.
No, they've moved on to even substances that are even more difficult to see through, perhaps. Shane Lewis in the 85 car is now down pit road from 5th position. Max Hesse due across the line any moment now. But another pit stop for one of the GT4 cars, which is the Michael Johnston driven Century BMW M4 number 429, and also in, as mentioned, car 85. John's watching all manner of these stops.
Again, just very lucky. Again, Johnny, just very lucky to be in the right place at the right time. I think it's fair to say this is not going as planned. The seat insert is not doing its thing, and neither are the seat belts. Driver standing at the side of the car, driver helper in there, and one of the mechanics as well. So the car is ready to go. It's got its Hankooks, had its Hankooks changed, but for some reason the seat belts and the seat insert weren't working the way they're meant to be. I think it was, did you say it was Michael Johnson, the Scotsman, who brought that car in? Johnny. And Chris Salkeld.
Yeah, Michael Johnston bringing it in, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's still not right. They've managed to get the seat belts fastened. Oh, I see. It's part of the radio cord that is the problem. So there's a new radio cord going on and being clipped in. That was a good spot by the mechanic on the left-hand side there. And they've managed to put a little extension on there and make sure that it is working. They'll be talking from the back of the pit box to the driver. So that's cost a wee bit of time, but still far better to get that right rather than find out at the end of the pit lane that you've got no radio communications. That's always done before the car pulls away. I'll have a quick word actually with the outgoing driver. Come and stand over here, sir. Michael. Yep. I have got the right one, haven't I?
Yeah.
I'll just let the car get away and we'll have a quick chat with you. A little bit of a longer stop there. Looked like there was a problem with the seat insert and possibly the radio cord as well. First of all, who got in the car?
Carl Cavers. He's another bronze driver like myself.
Now, how have you found that out there tonight at just after midnight?
So this is my first ever 24-hour race. First ever time in a GT4 car. First ever time on slicks. So it's been
pretty brilliant then, really, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's been a lot to take in, but it's been brilliant fun. Really enjoyed it.
Tell the audience what your experience has been in racing up until now, and how does this compare to what you've just done in that last hour or so?
I've done one full season of a rookie championship last year in Ginettas, and now this is my first proper GT4 season. So I've done 12 race weekends in my life, and this has just been brilliant. It's been absolutely awesome.
So that was Ginetta G55s or
GT Academy?
Yeah. GT Academy.
Sixes, yeah.
Wow. So this is a huge step up.
Yeah.
But you've managed to get your license upgraded to come here. Did you need to get your international for this?
Yes, I did. Yes.
So you've done as many races as you could to get that done.
Basically, yeah.
Fantastic. Well done. Why was this race important to you? What made you want to come and do this race?
I've always wanted to do endurance racing, and to do it out in Dubai, and I've heard a lot about Creventic and what they do, and I've watched a lot of 24-hour races, and this seems like a brilliant event, so I've always wanted to do it.
I presume it's been a pretty steep learning curve, shall I say, diplomatically.
Yeah, my first night practice last night was absolutely mental, to be honest. But yeah, it's been awesome. I've really enjoyed it. Like, the team have been excellent. Century Motorsport are one of the best teams in UK, Europe, world. So I've got great coaches around me. I've got a great team around me, and everyone's been very helpful.
You work with Century and Ginetta, presumably, did you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So, what was the biggest thing? Don't say everything, but what was the biggest thing that you found you had to get your head around when you came here earlier this week?
Probably the traffic management and being compliant with the GT3 cars and understanding where they're going to go and dive bomb you. And, you know, like, I'm not the fastest GT4 driver on track because I'm learning. I don't think I'm too slow, but to understand where they want to overtake me and try and give them a helping hand without ruining both our races has been probably the biggest thing for me.
I always say that you can only learn multi-class racing by doing multi-class racing. So now that you've done a bit, have you got the bug?
100%. I'll be coming back to this again and again if I can.
This race specifically, Creventic, or all of the above?
I would like to do a season in Europe this year, perhaps, and then maybe 24-hour races going forward. We'll see.
Well, I'm so... Look, the smile says everything. It's quite a while now since I did a 24-hour race in the GT4 car, but I know exactly how you feel. Don't those GT3 cars come up quickly?
Oh, so quickly. Ridiculous.
Well, I'm pleased you enjoy it. When are you next back in the car, Michael?
Probably about 5 a.m, so I might get a little rest just now.
Right, you go and do that now, and then you get... That's a lovely shift, because you'll be just driving into the sunrise.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Race well.
Thank you.
Well, isn't that a fantastic story, gentlemen? 12 race weekends, and he's here at Dubai. That, I think, goes under the category heading of living the dream.
Very much so for Michael Johnston, and yeah, a little bit of a baptism of fire perhaps, but he's completely embraced it and or eager for more even before they know where they're going to finish in this race. But I mean, huge amount of ticks from this weekend in terms of experience. Never raced on slicks, never raced at night, never raced in a 24-hour race, and plunged into the darkness yesterday by the sounds of things in night practice.
Literally. But I just love the fact he wasn't in a regular Ginetta series, he was in the Academy series. Johnny, you flick to check his driver history, and it opens on his page, and it says his name. There is nothing else. So,
and the fact that he's from Scotland, and that everything else is just waiting. For the races that hopefully he's going to compete in maybe this year. If he's keen to do some European races, you never know what 2023 will bring.
No, entirely. But I just love to see young faces coming in. Or old faces, doesn't matter. Everybody welcome, but someone who's so enthusiastic to come here, having only raced on British circuits before, to come to a Grand Prix standard circuit where you can really stretch the legs of the car. Oh, by the way, it's dark when you're going. Oh, never mind. Off you go, Michael. Good job. So, and again, just seeing that little problem that John identified about the radio cord. These little things you won't see doing a Ginetta Academy race because you get in the car and you race it. But here, across 24 hours, across this long meeting, so many little things can go just marginally wrong. But he'll observed how Century Motorsport knew exactly where the replacement cord was in the garage, brought it forward, and that's where you see the merit, the worth of a top international team. It's about keeping calm, but also problem analysis. And again, he's learning. I don't think he's going to go and sleep. I think he's going to stand in the garage all night and lap it up.
The question is, how quickly can he turn his mind off, having been on high alert throughout the previous stint? All the experience really in that team comes from Lewis Plato, who in himself is only 29 years old, but has raced in the GT World Challenge previously, Porsche Carrera Cup 5 seasons, although didn't compete in the Carrera Cup GB last year. Otherwise, again, experience is relatively slim on the ground for Carl Cavers, whose major racing only began 3 years ago, 2020, and the same can be said for Chris Salkeld as well. First competed in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup in 2020. So they'll all be leaning a little bit on Lewis Plato, together with the experience that Century Motorsport bring. Nathan Freak's team, mightily experienced in all manner of motor racing, including Ginetta's, but obviously much more recently with the GT4 BMW M4s. Meanwhile, let's just remind you that the race is being led still by the WRT car of Jens Klingman. We're on lap 240 now, and he's a couple of laps ahead of Alfred Renard for Herbert Motorsport and their Porsche number 91. Let's get straight back to John Hindhaugh in the pit lane.
Guys, I think we've just seen the first brake change in the pit lane. We're down at EB Motors, Philly Motorsport. Somebody De Castro was that just a pads change, or was that pads and discs?
Yes, I don't listen your question, but now I have finished the stint, 2 hours, second stint for 2 hours. But we have now the problem because you must change the brake before the mid-light, and I hope to change later. Not before, but it's normally in the race when you want to push a lot. You finish the brake before. Now we lost 3 or 4 minutes in the box, but we hope to Sergio make a good start now. I hope to make a good stint, and it's difficult, but we must try to the podium of victory. Now is too early. It's a long race, a lot of hour.
Is the fact you've had to change the brakes because you're pushing so hard, is that indicative? Does that show how competitive this class is and how much the competition are pushing you?
Yes, now there is 2 FAC team 992. Now is 2 car with one, but now change the tire. Okay, allora is the same because the stint Willy Motorsport and the FAC is very, very fast and sure to change the brake.
With so much time left in the race, will you have to change the brakes again?
Now see the other team if push a lot. If push a lot, I hope to next time to change with code 600. It's not a lot of opportunity because now there isn't a code 60, and in 2-3 laps I have a lot of problem with the brake because the pedal go down and it's very dangerous, and I call the team to change.
Always better to be safe than sorry is what we say in English. Good luck, drive well. Ciao.
Ciao, grazie a tutti.
Sabino De Castro, a real character at Willy Motorsports, and straight back to the team he will go. So they've clearly had a strategy before they got going to say we'll probably need a brake change just around about midnight, ideally before midnight. In the end they've done it just after that, but 3 o'clock to midnight, yeah, that's 9 hours. So if you're thinking about changing them twice in the race, 1/3 and 2/3 in, that's about on the money, because there will be a bit of wriggle room of an hour or an hour either way probably. So let's see how they get on, but no doubt indicative of how tough the 992 class is this year, and every year frankly, whether it's been 992 or the 991 division previously. These cars really built for semi-endurance racing, 40-45 minute cup races, but then somebody discovered that the 992 car can comfortably do 6, 12, 24-hour races and just be as competitive as it might be on a shorter Super Cup race. The Poulsen Motorsport BMW is back in pit road. That's been a very short stint by Roland Poulsen, and if I find the right screen I can tell you exactly the distance that car has covered, but it's not very much at all. And John, you're watching the stop. Any indication as to what the issue may be there?
I'm heading down there because when I was down at Herbert asking about their tyres, it came past me then. So that's now the 3rd time it's been in the pit lane, I reckon, in the last 35 or 40 minutes. Work still going on the Golf, by the way. It's still at the back of the garage, the 106, which is the 700 miles French entertain. So I'll see if I can get a word with the Dane train and see what they've got to say about that. But that didn't look good, did it? When it's been in that many times in such a short time.
I'll tell you that Casper H. Jensen, no problems at all in his stint, 31 laps, which is most impressive. But Roland Poulsen took over. He's done 7 laps, then back into the pit lane to only do 2 further laps, and then you've just seen it again. So it's a 7-lapper and a 2-lapper, and back out again, possibly into the unknown, because if they've got a problem that just keeps reoccurring and they can't necessarily nail in one single pit stop, that will be concerning, because the 14 car started off like a train. You mentioned the Dane train. It was well up there in 4th and 5th positions, but now has tumbled down the order to 11th because of this succession of pit stops that are no doubt unplanned. And it's always tricky to try and find out exactly what the issue is. Roland will be doing his very best to report back to the crew as to what the niggle is, but only 21 minutes into his stint, he's already had to stop twice.
Now we're starting to get a few more penalties being served. 961 one of the 2 Fach Autotech Porsches in the GT3 Cup class, running second in class, just served a 10-second penalty for, yes, exceeding track limits. That was the 12th offence. Another car that's got exactly the same penalty, 10 seconds at a standstill. Car number 911. And John has been very quick on his feet down there, because he's got us an update. He promised an update on the Poulsen car, and by golly, he's gone and got one.
I'm not going to believe. Hi guys, you're not going to believe this. Talk about bad luck. So the car went out and had to come in for a single tyre puncture, left front. It went out, and after 1 lap, got a rear single tyre puncture. So they changed. That time they decided to bring it back in and change all 4 rather than just 1 tyre. And they've sent it out this time, and they are literally have their fingers crossed that it's going to go more than a lap without picking up a puncture. They don't think it's hitting the curbs. They think there is a bit of debris out there, but obviously the Hankook engineers will have to confirm that. They're having a look at the tyres now, but awfully bad luck to have those 2 punctures coming so quickly back to back. They think they were both on the same side, so left front and left rear. They think it might have been just some debris that they rang over. They caught it on the tyre pressure monitor on the first one on the front, but perhaps there was a bit of damage to the rear as well. So that's why they had to come in the second time.
Okay, so Roland Poulsen has rejoined the race just ahead of the 955 Villi Motorsport Porsche, which I noticed at night has actually benefited from a bit of the extra LED light strands that adorn the hotel, I think, because they've stuck some of that on the car. Looks glorious. At times, the rainbow branding over the roofline of both sides of the 955 car. So that's easy to pick out in this level of darkness. And Sergei Nikolai at the wheel of that. Remember, only the 3 drivers allocated to it. I don't remember seeing Fabrizio Broggi doing any driving. I'm sure he has. Otherwise, that would just be 2 drivers rotating back and forwards. But Broggi probably on the stints when I've not been in Studio 1. Joined by Bruce Jones here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And it's John Hindhaugh looking after matters in the pit lane. A stout effort, because he's just done 3 hours in the booth, now 3 hours in the pit lane, and I think back into the booth for a couple of hours before he can finally get his head down for two hours or so.
Well, to be honest, Johnny, over the years, if you have a down period between a couple of commentating stints, it's actually in the middle of the night quite hard to stay awake. You're actually better in some ways to be doing something.
That's true. That was the argument we put forward anyway when the schedule was drawn up.
He fell for it.
Very nearly some contact coming out of turn 16 there as a slower car was minding its own business, but and I didn't spot who was coming rapidly out of turn 16. Didn't quite expect, though, the car at such a reduced pace, speed on speed, and that's just purely the difference between a TCE car and a GT car. But steering needed to be adjusted to avoid some contact heading back onto the main start-finish straight. Earl Bamber's just about to do that in car number 10 for Grove Racing, running 5th.
Yeah, you were right to say it's a TCE car. I think it was 117. Peter Posavac at the moment, Wolf Power, because that was a largely white and blue tail end of that car that suddenly was filling the windscreen as we were riding past. It was something considerably faster. But right, up at the front of the field, what has happened? Jean-Baptiste Simonau has just taken over the number 7 Team WRT BMW. Of course, that was 4.5 minutes to the good. That was before the pit stop, and Jean-Baptiste just out onto the circuit, one of the many young drivers plying their craft in the GT3 around the world. So he's leading the way. The sister car is in third, but in between them is Alfred Renauer. After that time where he just about got back to the pits with enough fuel to come in to top up. So he's out of sequence with those WRT BMWs at the moment.
So it's WRT from Herbert from WRT, then the Haas RT Audi, best placed of the four-ringed cars for Maxime Soulet. Second of the Porsches is Grove Racing and Earl Bamber in fifth, as I mentioned, and then the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches. So Herbert running second and sixth. When you bear in mind they run with Pro-Am driver combinations, that is mightily impressive. In from 14th position, Phoenix Racing's Audi. This is Krista Jørns, John.
And Krista is out of the car. That's a pretty decent stop. It's fired up and gone. I've got to work out who got into that. I got here just as the driver was getting in, of course. And that is the law of the pit lane. Also coming in, the number 19. That's one of the orange and black cars, which that livery seems to be making a comeback. That's the Mercedes-AMG GT3 of MP Motorsports. The Phoenix Racing car, of course, slightly delayed earlier on. Krista's just heading to the back of the garage, so we'll give him a moment or two to see. He's slightly limping as well, so I wonder if he was a tad uncomfortable in the car. We'll see if we can get a chat with him in a moment or two. We're at that time where everything seems to be going quite swimmingly, and the pit stops are going well as well. And we're reeling off the laps at, 10 to 1 in the morning here at Dubai Autodrome. Still, gentlemen, I have to say, very pleasant indeed. In terms of the temperature, I would think it's probably still 20 to 22 in the air, a little bit warmer on the track. Just starting to pick up a little bit of a breeze coming down the pit lane from pit in to pit out. But still a beautiful evening.
Well, good to hear, John. It can be very comfortable. Then at about 3 in the morning, it starts to cool for a bit, and then, of course, the sun comes up and all fires up. But it's that breeze down the pit lane, and it can be most welcome indeed. But you have to say conditions fine. But as we had the Poulsen Motorsport BMW in twice with punctures in consecutive laps, the drivers must be told and must be aware by now there are all sorts of things that could be untoward. Lots of tyre degradation out on the circuit and marbles to be picked up, but clearly something a little bit sharper, unless the driver was just a bit unlucky. Did go over the curbs. He said he hadn't, and you're not likely to be going over the curbs on your outlap. You're going to be building up, particularly in the dark, up towards speed. I think it's just the rub of the green went the wrong way there for the number 14 BMW. That has fallen as a consequence of those pit stops outside the top 10. Down with Roland Poulsen circulating in 11th at the moment, which puts him 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am class, which is led by the car that's running 2nd overall. It's been there for a long time. Car 91, the Herbert Motorsport entry with Alfred Renauer at the wheel.
Looked to be a very quick turnaround for the Porsche 907 as well from Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing. That was Alexandre de Bernardinis. And I'm not sure whether de Bernardinis actually got out of that car. We briefly headed away from the 907 pit stop. Find out that from the latest drivers.
We had a driver change. I saw someone clambering out from that. Okay. I can't tell you who it was. It was one of the other four, clearly.
Still in fuel at the moment, so the answer will become obvious in a tick. Mathis Jobert in the sister car. Luxembourg run from Duvo Racing, but Seb Lajou is the French element of that, Seb Lajou Racing. And Seb has done a bit of cup racing. He's done some longer distance stuff, including the Barcelona 24 hours last year as well. So very experienced, and clearly wanting to do some driving and some team management as well. Managed to get 2 cars on the grid for this year's Dubai 24 hours. They're running in the AM category in the 992 class. and they currently occupy 3rd and 4th spots. Both cars looking really to reel in the QMF Racing crew by HRT, and Julian Hanses is driving that number 929 Porsche that leads the 992 AM class.
Now, a car that's been going increasingly well. It really had a troubled opening period in the race. The 76 McLaren, that was in very early on for a pit stop. James Cottingham did the opening stint, and it came in, remember, the right rear suspension. It seemed to have snapped at the top. They had to change all that. Worked its way up very close to top 10. Fran Rueda, Spanish racers, just brought the lone McLaren in from 12th. So they're definitely going the right way, and Fran was doing some really, really competitive lap times. So that was a very good stint for him. And when you've had an early setback, all you can do is fight back, and they've been doing that in studied order. So 76, they've got a full programme, I believe, the British GT Championship lined up for 2023, but it's a good way to run the team through its paces in a considerably different format of racing. So they'll be learning as they go, but good to have the McLaren here, even if half the crew think it looks like a KTM.
Yes, and in the darkness it's very easy to understand the similarities between those two sort of spacecraft-like cars. McLaren, a mightily impressive car. Leader in GT4 is in pit road. Oliver Goethe for Rofco with Dragon Racing has just brought the Mercedes in, car number 408, as we head back to the pit lane. And John?
Still down at Phoenix Racing, Christa Jones has just got out the car. Leah Erhard got into the machine. That was all right, wasn't it? You happy with that stint?
Yeah, it was really good fun. Really good conditions on the track. Our car works very nice, and yeah, of course now track is a bit colder. Outside temperature helps to get more power and a bit more downforce, so our car is really good in balance, and also works very nice on the track with the traffic, and yeah, I'm happy.
Some problems earlier on which set you back. What's the plan now, and what is the goal for the rest of the race?
Of course, we keep going on. Our team Phoenix Racing made the car back on track really quick again, and feels like brand new, so we're just going and try to improve lap by lap. I mean, it's a long race. We are not at halftime yet, so let's see what's possible. And of course, we just keep our head and of course our foot down.
And when are you back in the car, Christa? Do you get a bit of rest now?
Yes, I have a short rest now, and then I think after Elia and yeah, I will go back into the car, and then we will see how the rhythm with the drivers go on.
Right, well, I won't take up any more of your time. Go and get a rest. Thank you very much for talking to us, Christa.
Thank you.
Christa Jons from Phoenix Racing. Right behind us is the 48 Porsche. This is one of the GT3 cars, being the by the Peter Cox Racing machine. This is the car that had the problem with the gearbox earlier on, threw a tooth in the gearbox after just 4 laps of racing. How unlucky was that? That was a standard stop. I think that was Stephanie getting out of the car. But again, I seem to be in the right place at the right time. I just turn round quick enough, guys, to see if he jumps into the car. I'm going to head up to Dragon and to Rofco for 2 reasons. One, because their car's just been in and out, and I want to check. Did they change drivers on that car, gents?
Has that car emerged from pit road yet? Not sure. Ollie Goethe brought it in. It's still in the fueling area, so we've got to wait for it to pop back out onto track to know for sure.
Well, I'll go and find out. I am told as well that they have an all-night shawarma station up there, so that's
nice.
Nothing at all to do with why I'm heading up the pit lane.
With a cup of tea.
We believe you. We believe you.
Yes.
Christa Jons has driven all manner of GT3 cars through the years. I mean, particularly standing out for me is when he was with Bentley Team Abt at places like the Spa 24 Hours, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, when the Bentleys were sponsored by Deutsche Post, no bright yellow colours. But since then, KCMG, Nissans, he's been with Muka Motorsport with their Audi programme. and now back in an Audi for 2023. Krista Jørns, very experienced, the silver-rated driver. We're just hearing about damage for... Now, Bruce, John was
car 26
mentioning a voice, a car in my ears. It's the Santilot car.
Santilot car, front end damage of the car. The bonnet has been peeled back, but not in the way it should be, because it's still attached on one side, but it's up high above the windscreen on the other. So Owen Bastard, who was the star of European GT4 in 2022, something untoward has either occurred in front of him or to him. You can't tell at the moment. Owen's on board, coming in from 14th place, and John is down there.
There is already, or there was already, some gaffer tape, racer tape on the left front of that car. So whether that has given up the ghost or the front clamshell fastenings has given up the ghost. Let me stand out of the way so I don't get in the way of the guys. But it's just peeled right up, as you said, Bruce. Now they've managed to get it off. I expect they're going to have to put a whole new one on. There's damage to the grille on the radiator. I think Seb can probably see that down here at the front, Seb, where the radiator grille's been pushed in as well. And all that air take. The left front headlight is broken off its mountings. So is this... The question is this a throwback to something that happened earlier on? Or is this additional problems? The Hankook tyre on the outside of the outside shoulder of the left-hand front tyre, that has been rubbing against the errant bodywork, and there is a little bit of scrape down the side here as well that I can see. So is that new? One asks oneself. I'm not entirely certain. Let's have a quick chat. The driver who's just gone out is Owen Bastard. I'll just wait for him to compose himself. Erwin, what happened there? Is that earlier damage, or is that something else that's happened? Looks like there's scraping down the left-hand side of the car.
Yeah, because of a Porsche that was a bit slower than me. I tried to overtake, but it closed the door, so I jumped on the curb to try to avoid the contact. And then, yeah, the curb pushed me into the wall, so we'll see if we can repair it and finish the race at least.
I have to say, it looks superficial. I know you'll be disappointed. It'll take some time for sure. Put that to one side. How was the stint going before that? You seemed. I'll just move you forward a little bit. You seem to have a decent rhythm going out there.
Yeah, the pace was pretty good. We tried something on the setup at the last pit stop, and it works pretty well. So, yeah, a bit sad that it did like that, but I hope we will be able to come back on the track and continue like that.
A new headlight, a new bonnet, you'll be on your way. Good race so far. Just put that out of your mind. Go get yourself some water. Thanks for talking to us straight out the car. That's really appreciated. Owen Bastard there, guys. Clearly disappointed after an altercation with a Porsche, and he's saved much more damage. Let me get out of these guys' way. He's saved much more damage by not getting into a bigger accident, but the front end of that car is deranged. The bonnet area is coming off. They're working on the hinges already. The front splitter and the front clip is obviously not exactly where it needed to be. I saw a foot being applied to that to try and get it back in the right place. So there's going to be a little bit of work on this for the guys down here at the Santilot Junior team in the number 26 Audi.
1 o'clock in the morning at the 18th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones in the Studio One booth with John Hindhaugh looking after matters in what has turned out to be a very busy pit lane right now, even though we are in the very early hours of Sunday morning. A rare thing for the 24 Hours of Dubai to run into Sunday, but that's the new way of doing this event, it appears. Jean-Baptiste Simenauer leading the motor race after 8 laps of his current stint. He took over 8 laps ago from Jens Klingmann in the Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 car number 7, and in second position further into his stint. It's Alfred Renauer, 20 laps done currently for the German, sharing as pretty much usual with twin brother Robert, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone. Third place is the second of the Team WRT BMW M4s, this time for Max Hesse, the car that he's sharing with, amongst others, Valentino Rossi. Car 46 running in third, ahead of the Australian prepared Grove Racing Porsche for Earl Bamber. Other drivers in that team, Anton Di Pasquale, Brenton and Stephen Grove. The Haas RT Audi R8 LMS, which is the 21 car, is running in 5th place for Olivier Bertels. And then it's the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches in 6th position for currently Adam Adelson for the All-American squad. Jesse van Kalk in the 32 Team GP Elite Porsche is in 7th place for the Dutch squad. And in 8th spot, it's the Heart of Racing by SBS Mercedes GT3 car number 27 for Gray Newell. Onward into 9th place, a fellow American team is CP Racing, more experienced within Creventic circles. Shane Lewis still at the wheel of that car. They are joined by British driver Phil Quaife again to make it a 5-some in the CP Racing Mercedes. They're 9th. Then in 10th place, MP Racing's Merck, again an AMG GT3 for the Dutch squad, and Jaap van Lagen, car number 19. Poulsen Motorsport, unbelievably, had two presumably unrelated punctures, although they were both on the left side, with a matter of laps. 2 laps separated those two single tyre punctures, and in the end our team just chose to apply 4 brand new Hankooks to that car to get it back on its merry way. BMW M4 running in 11th. Vac Autotech's car now leading the 992 class. That's the 962 for Larry Ten Voorde in their Porsche Cup car. 12th in the GT3 category is the 76 and 76 that is the name of the team, McLaren 720S for Mattis Weibo. And then in 14th position, Santilok Junior teams. Audi had been there, but Erwin Bastard, we were just hearing about some contact with a Porsche Cup car, which forced him off the road and actually into the barrier. So that Audi has come in with a lot of front left damage that the team are currently working through. Still displayed in 14th position though on our standings. 15th is the Phoenix Racing Audi number 1, 14th in class, and then the second place car in the Porsche Cup division, the 992 class for QMMF by HRT, and car 929 is 16th overall. In 17th spot, it's the Dual Racing by Toro Verde Porsche Cup car. They're 3rd in their category for Ramsey Moutran, number 995. Second of the Vac Autotech cars, number 961, is running in 18th position. Then it's Sergei Nicolai, the Romanian driver for Vili Motorsport by Ebi Motors, 955. They are now 5th, having previously led the 992 division. 6th place in that category is Uber Motorsports Porsche number 925 for Stefan Aust. 21st overall, the Vision Ferrari GT3, the 488. Christophe Tonso currently at the wheel of that Italian car. And Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing occupies 7th in the 992 class. That's car 908. Next up, 989 is the MRS GT Racing Run Cup car. Seb Lejeune Racing represented again with 907 in the 24th spot for Guilain Ginocon. Next up, it's Pure Racing's Alexander Malikin in their Porsche GT3 car. Now, Pure Racing had at periods of time been in the top 5, but they're a long way further down now in 25th position, ahead of the NKPP by HRT Performance Porsche Cup car. Class leader in the GTX category is the KTM Crossbow of Razzoon Northern Racing, number 714, and that's Leo Pichler currently at the wheel of that. The sister QMMF racing car is, and by HRT, is the 930, that's 28th, ahead of the GT4 leader, which remains the Rofco with Dragon Racing Mercedes, car number 408, now being driven by Stuart Hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers apparently allocated to that, but I notice Oliver Goethe is actually listed twice on our entry list. Simpson Motorsports BMW, also a GT4 runner, is in second in that category, number 438 for Vasily Vladikin. And then in second position in the GTX band, it is the Vortex V8 number 702. Completing this slate, HRT Performances Porsche Cup car number 931 is in 32nd. Onward we go. The Salasin by Cox Racing Porsche still represented on our timing sheet, and is still circulating with the, let's just have a look, Salasin car is being driven by Peter Cox, 37th when you combine all of the cars together, but 33rd in the GT series. Then the second of the Vortex, 34th, number 701. Century Motorsports BMW M4 is 35th. The Ramdan Motorsport Porsche Cup car, 36th, ahead of the P1 Grouper by MRS Gen 2 991 Cup car. That's actually running in the GT3 category, so 37th for that, ahead of the MRS GT Racing number 990. Speed Lovers Porsche Cup car 979, 39th. And Almanar Racing by HRT no longer in the fight after Lucas Stoltz hit difficulties not long after sunset yesterday evening. Red Camel Jordans.nl had a massive oil pressure issue which prevented the car from going much further. 909 is still in the pit lane and likely, I think, to stay there. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT definitely out after huge rear end damage. The car approaching turn 14 at unabated speed. It slammed into the barrier and that resulted in a serious fire for Sebastian Bowe at the time. The 450 RHC Jorgensen Strong by Century BMW has been in the walls. That's 43rd, ahead of Tresor Attempto Racing's Audi, the ALM Motorsport by MRS Porsche, HRT Performances Porsche number 932, and finally Dragon Racing still shown on our standings list, but that car actually did not start the event. In the TCE category, we've got the AC Motorsport Audi that leads, 188 for Yannick Mettler, from Ivars Valles in the Wolf Power Racing Audi of Switzerland. Second of the AC Motorsport cars, so both represented on the podium right now for the Belgian squad. That's Sean Tong doing the driving in 199 ahead of Peter Pozovac in 117. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Audis at the sharp end of the TCE race, followed by the only Volkswagen Golf for Thierry Chukandali, the 700 miles car number 106, struggled to get back into the pit lane not too long ago. And finally 227, the Team Zorg Rennsport, only entry in TCX, and that car is running in 6th position and is still punching out the laps. Every credit to it. So we are 9 minutes past 1 at the Dubai Autodrome as the 18th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai continues on. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer not currently putting a wheel wrong out front. He's nearly a minute to the good over the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Alfred Renauer. And after the latest update then, with the further hour completed, let's head back to John Hindhoff, who's got various components on the floor of which particular garage, John?
We're down at the 962 pit, Porsche pits. Larry Tenvoorde, I'm going to have a word with in a moment. What Seb was looking at on the floor here are what's left of the brake pads. I'm not touching them because they're going to be super hot, but if you notice, there's pretty much nothing but metal there. There should be some retardation, some friction material on there. The left rear in particular took a long time to come off. There's nothing left on those, Larry. You've had your money's worth out of those.
I need to say the car hated me when I drive because I felt the brakes getting worse and worse. I think I did everything till the last millimeter. A great job to the team Autotech to change the brakes. They really need it, and now Huber's in the car, and let's go again.
It took them a little time to get the left rear off because they couldn't spread the calipers there because they were so far down. How's the car been, and how has this circuit changed from 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I think at night the track is a little bit better because in the midday it was really oversteery, there was a lot of temperature, and now the quick time's getting in. But the car is still so far really good. We had just one little collision. Luckily the whole car is still driving straight. Only a little bit of a color on the side, but that's okay. Yeah, it's still a long way to go.
You love this, don't you? You love this event and you love these endurance races.
I love this. Every time when I'm in a car, doesn't matter which car it is. Of course, the Porsche is really nice, but I love, the speed, the tires. Give me just the steering and the tires and the engine, and I'm excited.
It's great to be able to come racing here at this time of the year. It's cold, it's wet, it's damp in the UK and in Northern Europe at the moment, and we get to be here doing racing. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's really nice. I need to say, I put my swimming underwear with me, but of course we have a lot of work to do, so no time for that. But the weather here is amazing. Also in the Netherlands it's really cold. I think a bit similar than England. So I think together we're good here, right?
Good to see you here. Race well, be safe, have a good rest of the race. Larry Tenvoorde.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. He's certainly got his money worth. He always certainly got his money worth out of those brake pads, didn't he?
Just a bit, yeah. Always a riot to talk to as well. A really enthusiast both in and out of the car, and a super talent as well. I mean, he's a double Porsche Super Cup champion, the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, no less. But not his first Dubai 24 hours either. Took part in 2022, 2021 and 22. So fourth time in a row, in fact, for the Dutchman.
But what I love there, and John picked up on it, you can't not notice his enthusiasm. Right time of year to be here. He'll drive anything anywhere. But just had a message from Jamie O'Leary. Boy, actually it was ages ago, I didn't spot it, saying other teams are looking to play here. Two of the drivers we've commented on sharing the 76 McLaren, Fran Rueda and Andrew Gilbert. They'll be racing with Greystone GT in the International GT Open this season. And Mark McLaughlin, the team principal, is also looking at this race for them in 2024. So it's not just drivers stepping up into this great race at the start of the year. It is also, of course, teams as well. And they've got a driver with great pedigree who's going to be their sporting manager, Tim Mullen. He knows what it takes to win in the 24H series.
More and more components being taken off the Santilok Audi, John. This does not look so good.
Yes. Do you know what I said to Erwin Bastard? Don't worry, Owen, it's only superficial. Well, what do I know? The car at the front end here has been stripped back down completely to its chassis rails. And what I didn't see, because it wasn't happening at the time that this car came in, is it looks like the radiator has been hauled. A load of fluid was out on the floor. And in fact, the radiator is just where this mechanic is working here. It lies down at an angle and takes the air in underneath it. Now, Seb, being a tall lad, can stick the camera over the top so that he can see it. And that now has got to come out as well. So they are stripping back the front of this Santilok Audi. This is the number 26 car that had the coming together with the Porsche about, 15 minutes ago. But as you can see, even though this is a GT3 car, it is meant to be taken apart and put back together. Try thinking about doing this on a road car and you'd be looking at several days in a garage getting charged for the labour. Components are easy to get at and it's designed to be worked on, Bruce.
Yeah, John, just to point out, I'd forgotten to mention this earlier, that came in for steering arm damage and repair at about the 6-hour mark in the race. So that's why there was already, remember there was a lot of duct tape on the front end, the black duct tape holding it together. You wondered whether that had come off, and that was why the bonnets had flipped up on one side. But obviously, Erwin told you the story, avoiding a slower Porsche off the side of the circuit, but it's had previous time delay. When the car's on the track, particularly in the hands of Erwin Bastard, another driver very quick in that car is Simon Gachet. It's really been flying, but a setback is a setback. All you could do is fight back.
Yeah, I suppose it's how you react to each of these difficulties, and Erwin certainly with a face like, I was going to say thunder, he wasn't angry, just more about just how well he'd been going, and then all of a sudden, you're in the groove, you're in a real good pattern overnight, and it's broken when you least expect it. And it was more about the shock, I think, of all of a sudden, I'm in the pit lane when I was halfway through a stint a moment or two ago, and all was going swimmingly. So he was still trying to process that, I think, during the interview with John Hindhaugh not too long ago. And just disappointment. Not angry, just disappointed about the whole situation. Relatively new to racing. These things are presented to try us. Meanwhile, side-by-side action down into turn number 1 for one of the GT4 BMW M4s. That's the 438, and right behind it is the number 1 car flashing its lights erratically to try and get through. Elliot Earhart wanting to waste no time at all in the number 1 Phoenix Racing Audi, 13th position. Got about 3 minutes to try and find on Matus Vipo in the 76 McLaren 720S car. So running in 12th position is Matus. Julian Hanses in the QMMF racing car, which is now the 992 class leader. Oh, and a spinner at turn 14 again. No, this is turn 8, actually.
21, is it the 21 Audi, which is the Haas RT car? I think it probably is, but again,
good spot.
Hard to pick out. That's running in 5th place. Olivier Bertels, Belgian racer, aboard that one. The car for the team with the incredibly exotic nationality of the entrance license, Antigua and Barbuda. I felt I should say that again. I jolly well have.
Worthy of a second mention. I don't know whether we've ever had a team, certainly not in the Dubai 24 hours, from Antigua and Barbuda. And that car is moving again, but at a reduced pace. It was turn 8 that the 21 car either spun or Olivier drove it off the circuit.
I think it's got a puncture.
Yeah, rear right puncture. I wondered that. And he sensibly takes to the cut through. Yeah, so this lap will be deleted from, by the timekeepers, but it saves him an awful lot of time to get back to the pit lane. He will rejoin at turn 14, where I thought he was initially, and skates around the outside of that bend to the natural inside of turn 15, where new for 2023, the garden to observe right on the apex of turn 15, the final section of the lap. I would imagine fewer people occupying that right now, although the temperature, as John reports, is still very decent indeed at 18 minutes past 1 here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Yeah, there were certainly people sitting there once it had gone from dusk to night. I guess they might have been A, watching the racing, B, waiting for the fireworks that kicked off at 8 o'clock, and very spectacular they were too. So the number 21 Haas RT Audi, clever tactic, cutting half the lap off. You'll gain more time than the time you would have lost by doing. You do an extra lap and you'll pick that up sooner. But again, it's about knowing the rules, and certainly Olivier Bertels, if he didn't know, he was told on the radio and cut off half the lap.
But that car will be heading to you now, John, and you'll notice a very second-hand rear right Hankook on Olivier Bertels' Haas RT Audi. Hopefully that can be turned around pretty quickly, assuming it's not done any damage to the wheel arch of the Audi. But the Belgian was pretty cautious coming in. It will have helped, of course, by slicing the lap in half. But as I said, that will be adjusted on timing and scoring. Anton Di Pasquale taking charge of the Grove Racing Porsche to head out into the race, car number 10. And that is 4th of the more regular, the Pro GT3 driver lineups. 2 Pro-Am cars still ahead though, and they are both in the shape of Herbert Motorsport Porsches, Alfred Renauer and Adam Adelson running 2nd and 4th, as we head for Dragon Racing this time. And back to John.
Yes, Johnny, I said I'd work up to the top end of the pit lane. This is about as far as we can go at the Dragon Racing pit. The moon, by the way, is just coming up over the top of the main grandstand and looks fantastic. It's a 3/4 moon at the moment, and around about 50%, just a little bit more. It's all very quiet here, and there's an air of relative calm. Now, I can't take you through the back into the working area, but I can tell you they have 2 chefs in there who are turning out shawarma. Look, all wrapped up perfectly well, ready to go. This is how you do a 24-hour race. A team, like an army, marches on its stomach, and if they can get this done with a variety of salads and spices, etc. in it, in the middle of the night in the pit lane here, just imagine how well they're keeping that number 408 car going out on the circuit at the moment, and still leading in GT4. I'm off.
John wasn't interested in the car, was he? Quite rightly so. But always the Dragon crew have the final pit garage, the one closest to the refueling bay, the closest to pit exit. But they very much have a policy of literally having just one door in the middle at the back. Most garages are open to the back. So often you go down and you think, the car's still in the race. Is there anybody still involved? But they're behind the screen. When they need to, they come forward. But, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's still dark. You wander down the pit lane, it's all quiet on the track. You think, hold on, shouldn't they have 2 cars in the race? They are jolly well in the race. But again, pristine garage. But I've never been bold enough to go back around the back of the garage and find out what they're cooking. More fool me over the past decade.
Indeed.
Then. Hey?
Yeah, absolutely. Those boards are there to be investigated.
Keep the riffraff out, I'd say. And
maybe.
It worked in my case.
Yeah, absolutely right with you on patrol. But I think there was one reason and one reason alone that Hindhoff went to that end of the pit lane, and he's got his reward. Fair play.
Yeah, absolutely fair play. I don't want to see any more food for a while. It's made me feel very peckish indeed. But he's enjoying it. He's on his second one, I think.
Yes, funnily enough, we won't be hearing from John for a couple of minutes now.
Well, let's throw to him now.
No chance. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer leading the way after 260 laps. And what have we had in terms of time? We are into now the 11th hour, aren't we? With hour 12 between 2 and 3, and that will mean half distance in another hour and 38 minutes. Responsible adult very happy indeed that John Hindhoff is being fed. He's had a long time on air, in fairness, in this current stint. Not only did he have a 3-hour run in the booth, then really you should step away for half of that time as a rest period, but not a bit of it. He's gone straight down into the pit lane for a further 3 hours of pit lane reporting, and he'll be topping it off after a few more wraps, perhaps, with a further 2 hours in the commentary box before then getting 10 minutes shut-eye and then being game for more.
So basically, if the crew closest to pit in could have a big, strong coffee ready for him at the end of his stint, that he can carry it up to drink en route, of course. Nothing to be eaten in the commentary box, but it's a monster stint. He'll feel that tomorrow, but he's fully going for it now, isn't he?
Yeah. And as we say, fair play indeed. Now, Max Hesse and Adam Adelson for Team WRT and Herbert Motorsport pitting on this same lap from 3rd and 4th positions.
Doing a great job, the American crew. Every time I look at the time, the leaders board, they're getting closer to the top. They got into the top 10, then 7th, 8th, 7th, 6th, now in from 4th place. But of course, helped by the 21 Audi that was running in 4th place, having the problem. That was Olivier Bertels, the problem. But our race leader, sorry, the car in 3rd place, Max Hesse, is in, one of those BMW juniors. When I say in, into the pits, but out of the car. So Team WRT still getting used after years of running Audis, more than a decade with Audi. I think it was 11 years in all. And they have turned over to BMW this year. And Max Hesse walking into the pit garage. He's been one of their junior team for the past, I think this is his, possibly coming into his 4th year, definitely his 3rd at least. And he's learnt very, very well indeed. The crew's certainly happy with that. Snapping hands as he walked through towards the back of the garage.
What would be interesting to me to find out from WRT, although they probably wouldn't tell me, is how the tyre wear differs from an Audi to a BMW. We were talking about Bentleys not too long ago being, you know, the big car compared to Porsches and Audis also in GT3s. But the one thing that Bentley were always good at in those days when they came back to international racing was the tyre performance across the stint. Very light on its feet, and I think that's because it's a big car, long car. The M4 is a longish car, not as long as the M6 was, but therefore, you know, it's lighter on its rotation because it's a longer wheelbase and generally chews through its tyres less readily than one of the stouter and more svelte GT cars. Spoke about tear-offs, windscreen tear-offs not too long ago, and one of the Herbert Motorsport cars is having one of those removed now.
And someone else limping
slow on the track,
very slowly indeed down the back straight. All we can see are the brake lights, but the easy thing to see is the speed differential. Right, in from 2nd place, Alfred Renauer out of the number 91 Herbert Motorsport car. It was just a whisk. It was about 1 minute and 5 seconds down on race leader Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, but he will be in within, I think, about 4 or 5 laps in that number 7 WRT BMW. His teammate obviously just came in. That was Max Hesse. That car, the 46, is down to fueling. We'll tell you who is taking that one over. Didn't see anybody getting on board. Valentino Rossi might owe us some laps though, so we will wait and see. And that will certainly get people going. because he's just such an enthusiastic person. I remember him coming a handful of years ago, maybe half a dozen years ago, to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he was due to come up, I think, in 2 cars, and over the course of the day he came up about 6. He literally went down and go, "Oh, I've always liked your car, can I drive it?" And you can't say no to Valentino. He'd come up popping, banging, fizzing, just dying to be interviewed, just having the greatest time. His ambition, what is it? It's the Le Mans 24 Hours. Yeah. Everything is building towards that.
Yes, and not this year necessarily, but 24, maybe 25. Wouldn't it be great to get Valentino Rossi at Le Mans? And that will certainly generate some headlines, some column inches. The idea, though, here, Valley, is to stay in your own car. Don't start to skipping down the pit lane to say, can I have a go in this, can I have a go in that? Because they're all your rivals here, as you well know. And the 46 car right in the hunt, courtesy most recently of Max Hesse in car 46. That car's now lurched its way towards the fueling area, and they're gearing up for another hour-long stint. Sean Gallale taking over in car 46 as it bursts back onto the racetrack and down towards turn 1.
Right, so with the majority of the front-running cars having a pit stop, taking on a full load of fuel, don't expect quick lap times. The track conditions aren't bad, but if you're Paulson Motorsport, 2 punctures in consecutive laps, that set them back, and they're just at the tail end of the top 10 at the moment, just in 11th actually. And likewise, Haas RT, they have cause to have regret for debris out on the circuit. Now let's go back to John. He's just taking a break between his starter and his main course. What have you got, John?
I'm moving on very much to. If that was the starter, this is definitely the main course, because this is Vincent Vos from Team WRT, W Racing Team, running the BMWs here at Dubai. Vincent, welcome back to Dubai with the second evolution of the M4. Dare I say it's going kind of okay at the moment?
Yeah, of course. We could not really ask for a better situation so far, so everything is running smoothly, but of course we know that the race is still very, very long, still about 13 hours to go, so yeah, but everything so far has been quite good.
Also, what a difference 12 months can make. I sat and talked to you at Sebring at the prologue for the WEC in March last year. The programme that you were looking forward to, it became obvious that wasn't going to happen. How quickly did the BMW programme that you're now involved with, how quickly did that come about?
Well, we start in Sebring, obviously, discussing with other manufacturers, and the BMW choice became quite obvious midsummer, I would say, and yeah, we quickly find a way to work together.
And it's already bearing fruit quite clearly. What's it like? What is that like as a team who's had such a big relationship with one manufacturer to then have to change and start a new relationship with another one? Is it like the end of a love affair and starting again?
Yeah, well, we had 13 great years with our friend from Audi. We had a lot of success together. We enjoy working together, and I still see them, of course, obviously as friends. And now we have a new family. We are starting a new relation, and it's I'm sure it's going to be great.
Here in Dubai, and then in just 3 weeks' time at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours, a race that I love. I love this race. We've got I've got the Rolex in between as well, so it's a pretty busy 4 weeks for us. You must be really looking forward to going to the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst, it's the first official outing of WRT with BMW, because we will represent the brand officially there. It's a race that we love, obviously. It's a race that we did once, and we had the chance to win it in 2018. And yeah, to go back there was always one of my goals. And to go back there with such a new challenge, it's even better.
You never got to race at Bathurst on the mountain, did you? I bet you wish you had.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think like most of the drivers, I would have loved to race there, but no, I never had the chance there.
So we've talked about the start of this relationship with BMW and with BMW M Motorsport. We see the GT cars. Of course, we know what's coming down the road. The LMDH car will race in the US with Rahal, starting at the Rolex. We'll see them next weekend at the Raw. How are preparations going for the European and the World Championship version of that car, and when will you do some serious testing with that vehicle?
Well, we are going to, I mean, we are already giving some support to the US with few mechanics which are already there. We will start building our first car somewhere around March, and yeah, and then during the summer we have an intensive months.
John Hindhaugh chatting to Vincent Vos there of WRT, and we heard the beginning of the plans for this year and what might be happening in the World Endurance Championship for WRT, but as Vincent mentioned, some support staff being sent to the States as well for the attack of BMW in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship 2. Exciting times, particularly for Vincent Vos, for so long associated with one particular manufacturer, but now there's a big switch, and you're almost having to relearn what he had to do in the early days of Audi, I guess, very much pressing the reset button, but carrying all of that experience into a new project. So you're much better set up, I suppose, after those 13 years, but much of those lessons have to be relearned again.
And of course, in all of that, we sort of almost gloss over the fact they're running a car in the LMP2 class, the World Endurance Championship.
True enough, yeah.
But we always used to describe in the GT World Challenge, where we saw a lot of Team WRT gathering many successes, the brains trust they have. When you've got ex-racers with supreme management skills, as alongside Vincent, you've got Pierre Dudonné, masterminding Mazda at Le Mans back when it really recounted. You've got Thierry Tassin, former Formula 2 racers, and many others aside with gold-plated experience, and just coming out on top time and time again. It doesn't happen by chance.
No.
And it is those small elements. But moving to a new manufacturer, or a manufacturer new to you, some of the questions you no longer had to ask the previous one, Audi, you might forget to ask the new one. This is where they've got to really sort of redouble their efforts, because after a while you have an assumption something is there, that it's already been sorted, but not with a different set of people. So Vincent will be fully aware of that, and you can imagine the dotting of the T's and I'd dot the I's actually. The dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's has to be done and checked and done again. But look at their record; they are winners. And at the moment, they're first and third. Lap times at the moment, as I said, most people running with relatively full tanks, and you can see who was in sort of longest time ago of the top three. That was the 46 BMW. That's why that is the fastest of the trio. Second fastest is the one that was in second most recently. That's Ralph Bone and Jean-Baptiste Simonauer getting up to speed. He was the last of the leading trio to come in and make a pit stop, so he's running with the heaviest fuel load of that trio at the moment. Properly dark in the Dubai Autodrome. Bright lights down the start-finish straight, but I think pretty much everybody who's out on the track at the moment is now accustomed to the dark. As I say, that sudden flash, one driver goes straight across the nose of another, and it was one of the Porsche Cup cars. Was the green colours up its flank, and that was a tight moment.
Well, a big swerve necessary from the FAC Autotech car, and is this the 962 or the 961? Anyway, for Alexander Fach, or indeed for his teammate Huub van Eindhoven. Some escapist driving there to avoid contact, because that would have been a high-speed clash heading into turns 8 and 9.
I was on the verge of just saying this race has now settled down a bit, and then you just shouldn't even think those thoughts as a commentator. Suddenly you have nearly two cars playing billiards with each other, getting super close. And not so long ago, about 45 minutes ago, we had Erwan Bastard in the pits going, but the front end of his Audi, the Santalok number 26 Audi, the bonnet ripped up on one side because he had to avoid someone he thought was a bit quicker. Suddenly realised he was about to hit the back of one of the Porsche Cup racers, took to the curbs, over the curbs, and coming down to terra firma was what did the damage. And the car, let's just double check, Santalok Racing, it will be tumbling down the order, trying to see how low they have fallen, or have they got it back out onto the track. Car number 26. Yes, was used to seeing it nearer the top of the charts, and it's working its way down the order, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, heading down the hill into turn number 1 is the 32 Dan van Kalk driven Team GP Elite Porsche. Number 32 is in 8th position in GT3, so I'd make that 5th in the All-Pro lineups. So behind one AM, which is the CP Racing Mercedes, and a couple of Pro-Ams being still the two Herbert Motorsport cars. There was a time when Herbert were running 2nd and 3rd overall. Make that now 2nd and 7th for Ralph Bone and Elliot Skier, respectively.
Right, I've scrolled far enough down to find number 26, 32nd position, 40+ minutes in the pit lane. That is why that is all a tumble. Erwan Bastard got out the car. So the damage could be repaired, but John gave us a top-up report on that, and the work is still going on now. So for them, it's about redemption. It's not going to come in the form of getting on a podium, but it's going to be about getting some early season race mileage. That's all the Santalok crew, the French team, can look ahead to, and we've still got half the race remaining.
Not far away from halfway through a driving stint for race leader Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, whereas those chasing him can stay at the wheel of their cars for quite a bit longer, half an hour or so for Ralph Bone and Sean Galale. They were plugged in much more recently.
You know who we haven't talked about too much, because they've just been doing things quietly, getting on with their race? We should talk about them. They're 6th overall. They're leading the GT3 AM class. It's CP Racing, and that is the value of experience. They've been doing this series for a very, very long time. They've got a very, very settled driver lineup since taking on board the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Charles Espinal, Joe Foster, Shane Lewis, Charles Putman and Phil Quaife have been getting some really good mileage in. Phil was setting some very quick lap times, but you know what? It's the experience you gain from years of doing things, and they've really understood the 24 R8 series. Great supporters, really enjoy their racing, and they'll be enjoying this one. Leading their class, 6th overall. Yes, we'll take that, but don't forget, it's more than that. They're the top Mercedes crew in the race, and bear in mind we had an all-Mercedes front row, but for Team HRT, for Hout Racing Team, it was a disaster. From 2 cars on the front row to 2 cars out of the race. Now John is down in the world of the Porsche Cup. In which garage are you, John?
Really? Yes, you can.
We can, John, yes.
I'm with one of the QMMF machines. This is the 929. And the car's being pushed on the dolly jacks into the pit lane. They're having a look at the front brakes. This looks like it might be a brake change. I've noticed in quite a few of the garages the brake discs and the changing kits coming out. Oh, actually, hang on a second. They've got damage to the front steering arm there. That is at a rather jaunty angle, because the other wheel Yeah, if I go to the other side, the right-hand side, the wheel is dead straight. The left-hand wheel is at 45 degrees. That's a steering arm that's gone on the front end, and the QMMF team running around the car and getting straight to business with that. I thought that looked like it was going to be a brake change. Well, whoever was in that car, gents, has done a cracking job to get it back, because they've had literally no steering whatsoever, and that's been rubbing. It's super hot, even for the mechanics with the asbestos gloves on, or the heat resistance gloves. There's the old steering arm come out, broken completely in half, and that's going to take a wee while. Now, I wonder if they'll do a brake change at the same time here. They're having a good look round it before they send that car on its way. We're going to leave them to do that. I want to just pop back up a couple of pits further up, because I left Roman De Angelis waiting for me, because I was about to talk to Heart of Racing and their Mercedes team. So let's see if I can quickly get back to him, because he was waiting very patiently for us. Roman, where are you? Here we are. SPS, and there he is, just at the back of the pits, and superbly he hung around like he said he was. Sorry, that was a bit more exciting than I thought. They had a broken steering arm down there. Roman De Angelis, Heart of Racing, AMG GT. That's so hard for me to keep saying that. I have called it an Aston once. Sum up the first 10 hours or so of this race for you and the team.
Yeah, I've had it pretty easy. I've only driven probably an hour and a half. So, yeah, it's been going good so far. We started 7th. I think we're running around 10th now overall, and I think 3rd or 4th in class. So just trying to stay clean and stay out of the trouble that's happening early on. As usual, it's a chaotic race, and make it to the end where we can fight. So.
Now, far be it from me to criticise Ian and Alex and the rest of the team, but you've got a pretty important month coming up in the States with the Raw and the Rolex 24. What the heck are you doing out here?
Getting some laps in, I guess. No, it's actually a really enjoyable event, and I think it's a really good way to start the year as a driver as well. I mean, you have quite a bit of time off, and we love doing this race as we've done it last year, and it's super enjoyable and super fun. So good way to get your feet back into it and get your mind back into it for Daytona as well, and also a competitive race here now in the GT3 class against a bunch of pro drivers and pro cars. So it's a really good event.
I suppose if you're a soccer player or a tennis player, you know, you can go and kick a ball against a wall or do a little bit of practice with one of your friends. As a motor racing driver, unless you're on a sim all the time, which is pretty realistic, then the only way to actually get back into race shape and be race ready is to be in a race driving a car.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of kicking a ball, we're in Dubai racing, so not a bad thing at all. So really enjoyable weekend. I mean, with SPS and the Mercedes, it's been a really good bond between the teams, kind of merging together for this event. So really looking forward to the rest of the race and getting back in the car.
Similarities, differences between the two manufacturers. The gearbox and the engine, whilst not identical, particularly in the state of tune and the torque of the engine, but the guts of the machine, the heart of it, if you will, for Heart of Racing, is actually the same motive power unit. Do you feel a similar delivery of power, or is it completely different?
It's quite a bit different. Obviously, the Aston being a turbo car, it's definitely a bit of a different feeling driving a naturally aspirated GT3 car. So, yeah, two very different cars, very different driving styles. The ergonomics of the cars are very different, but really enjoying driving the Mercedes. It's been a great car, especially on the Hankook tires. So, looking forward to getting back into it.
Right, so you haven't done much now. Does that mean you're going to be back-end loaded and you're going to be doing stints once we get back to daylight?
Yeah, I should be in next. I've only probably done an hour and a half to 2 hours now, so I'll probably do another few hours now, if possible, with the Code 60s and stuff, and then see where that takes us. So,
enjoy the rest of this race. Be safe, race well, and I'll see you in Daytona next week.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Roman De Angelis for Heart of Racing in the Mercedes this weekend. As the moon is well up now. It's a 3/4 moon tonight, which means it's just over 50%. Not sure if we can get a camera on that, but it's right over the pit straight at the moment, and it's still, gentlemen, very, very pleasant indeed in pit lane. Just enough wind which is just picking up a little bit, actually, looking at the flags down the pit straight. Just enough wind to keep things interesting and keep the air moving, but by no means cold enough to need to be wearing long sleeves down here.
Well, Roman's teammate Gray Newell is currently at the wheel of that Heart of Racing Mercedes, and it's a very interesting tie-in that with SPS. It used to be known as SPS Automotive Performance, based in Heilbronn to the north of Stuttgart. And yeah, I'm not sure whether SPS, if that continues into the WeatherTech Championship, that partnership, whether SPS have ever been to Daytona before. They might have been, actually, as a sort of privately entered crew, as a one-off. But that's going to be fascinating, as the two, you know, the very experienced Heart of Racing side of the crew, almost educating the preparation team in SPS.
Yeah, but SPS have been spreading their wings ever wider in the last couple of years, so it's all about forming new partnerships, and their strength with Mercedes is clearly their calling card at the moment. But a very enthusiastic team, do their racing very well indeed. Really good press side to them.
Further down
press
from
releases coming out
come.
all the time. Well, we've just seen the beautiful moon that John was talking about, three-quarter moon over the pits. But, you know, at this time, in the early hours of the morning, you think things go quiet in the pit. But John's been very occupied indeed, not just up at Dragon Racing, where they have fed him, but plenty to be looking at, John. Up and down the pit lane he goes. But looking at the front of the field, it's still Team WT. Now we've got John. John, hi.
The leader in and out very quickly at that last but one pit booth. The number 7 car just trundled down the pit lane, pulled in at the last moment, took the service that it needed, and it's already around the corner in the fueling station. Our chat with Vincent Vos slightly truncated. I did get an hour and 34 out of my stint, which is almost exactly halfway through, so I think we timed the battery change rather well. Quick word with Vincent afterwards. They've got 2 cars in the FIA WEC in terms of their LMP2 championship aspirations, and then it's all hands on deck as well through the year to support RLL and develop the car in Europe, because BMW, like the other GTP and LMDH manufacturers, Johnny and Bruce, know that the circuits in the States and the circuits that they'll race on in the FIA World Endurance Championship from 2024 onwards for that BMW LMDH are very different beasts indeed.
2 drivers already confirmed for WRT's attack once again then at LMP2 level in the World Endurance Championship. Sean Galale in the 31 car, and Angolan driver Rui Andrade, who is very experienced these days in Prototype 2 machines. He'll be in the 41, so 31 and 41, both Orica 07s, but the other 4 drivers to be confirmed. They can't necessarily hang around with that announcement. First race is the 17th of March, which is the 1,000 miles of Sebring in support of the Great 12 Hours the following day.
Yeah, the championship driver list was issued only in the last week, so there's always not full amount of ink on the page. Sean Galale, you mentioned his name, he's running here for, yes, you guessed it, Team WRT, running 3rd overall, setting faster lap times than the 2 cars in front of him, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer and Ralph Bone. Now, we talk about international teams coming here to play, but one of the sort of success stories is the teams from the Gulf itself, and QMMF have not 1 but 2 cars in the race running in the Porsche Cup class, and John is down with them right now.
Remember, this car came in with steering damage on the left front. I'll see if I can get a word with Julian Hansis, who was in the car. He's just wandering off to the back of the pit lane, but that car is not far away from being ready to go. They've refitted the all-important piece of rubber on the bottom of the front splitter of that car. If you ever watched Porsche Cup, and Johnny and Bruce and I have watched plenty of Porsche Cup down through the years, it's a little bit of rubber, it's an interference fit, and it literally goes on a lip on the bottom of the front bumper, the front splitter. If that's not there, your handling is absolutely compromised. They've decided they're going to take it off and fit a new one. Must have been damaged when they had the issue, so they're going to have to take all of that off and start again, putting that piece of rubber on. It looks like absolutely nothing there, but it is a huge, and I mean a huge, has a huge, oh, they're going to send the car out without it to start with. Well, I'm not sure how smart that is. That's going to be understeer city for whoever went out. A round of applause for that car and the team who have just put that back together. The orange piece of rubber is disappearing off stage left, but it's not on the front of the car. I want to see if I can have a word. Guys, bear with me for a second, because the driver, I think, who was in the car, where's he disappeared to? No, he's got out the back. Apologies for that. It was Julian who got out of the car. Just wanted to see what had happened with that. There will be a driver change. They did the driver change whilst it was on the jacks inside. I'm not sure, far be it for me to second guess any of the teams down here, but I'm not sure of the probity of the front end of that car and how that's going to handle without that all-important little bit of rubber on the front end. And Johnny, you've seen enough Porsche Carrera Cup and Super Cup races to know that when that goes, normally so does the handling around the front end.
Oh, it's all integral to how the car splits the air effectively. It's like a mini splitter, isn't it? I know what you mean, that band of rubber which has been plucked off the car because presumably it's too tricky to reapply and make sure that it won't start flapping. So to avoid that, maybe they're going to select a new piece of bodywork and time it so that they can fit that during the next pit stop. But it could be a pretty hairy stint now for the driver that replaces Julian Hanses. Has that QMMF racing car rejoined?
No, it's still in fueling.
If you're interested in what that stands for, by the way, it's the Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation, founded in 1987. Main purpose to promote motorsport in Qatar and the Middle East, always with safety, health and fairness, focus entirely on helping young drivers and riders to develop their skills and passion in motorsport. So the Federation for both motor and motorcycle competition, effectively, and we have 2 QMMF racing cars in the event this year.
Obviously, they've had a round of the Formula One World Championship at what started life as the Losail circuit, then became Lusail, and I understand a new circuit is in the plans for a couple of seasons away from now, perhaps a street circuit as well. But certainly one of the problems in the Gulf states over the years was they didn't have the circuits. Of course, we're looking at one of the very best built here. Yas Marina followed suit. We have Sakir in Bahrain. So suddenly they've got enough circuits, not just for their own drivers, but also, of course, for drivers from right across the Gulf, and it's growing and growing. But let's hear from Julian Hanses. John has grabbed him. He was driving 929.
Yes, he was. That car's disappeared now, as we said, without the front splitter. Well, everything was going well, Julian, until the car came in. How did you get that car back? Because the steering arm was snapped in half.
Yeah, I took the short track. On the straight you can cut a little bit, then you can drive the slow track, and yeah, this is how I bring the car back. Something in the front axle broke. I don't know what happened, but we have to analyze. The guys did a good job. The car's running again, so looking forward.
Was the contact with another vehicle, or that just happened without any warning?
There was something. One of my teammates had a contact before. Probably that's why. Maybe some curbs, and then it was completely destroyed. I don't know yet.
Fantastic job by the team to get that change so quickly. Big round of applause there. But I noticed they've sent the car out without the rubber strip on the front of the car. Is that going to make a difference?
Yeah, it was already before, so shouldn't be worse than before.
Okay, so they were trying to fit a new one, but it wouldn't go on.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, listen, well done. Sorry that you had to take the shortcut and get back, but well done for getting that car back. That left front was not connected to the steering rack at all.
Yeah, I'm looking forward now. Thank you very much. We will see what happens now. Motorsport is always, you have luck, then you have bad luck. This is the interesting stuff on the sport.
Go and get some rest, and we'll see you later on. Race well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will need some hours now.
Yeah, some hours shut eye. I don't think Julian's ever done a 24-hour race before. He has been involved in the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, but only in the 4-hour events. He did NLS won in a BMW 330i, so that was at the start of 2022, back in March, April?
Yeah,
April
March.
probably.
Yeah, obviously that championship likes to have all the weather formations it can possibly have.
True.
So you've got a good chance of snow first race of the season. In fact, it didn't come in round one, it came in round two. And didn't get to be held, and luckily it was a reserve round later in the year.
Yes.
The car is 929 Porsche, now driven by Abdullah Ali Al Khelaifi. So obviously Julian is the odd one out in that car. The other drivers all running from Qatar. It's running it's down in 8th place now in class. But just John was talking about what a good time they did in turning that car around with that changing the steering on the front left corner. 17.5-minute pit stop, in fact a fraction under that, so we could hear that sort of ringing of applause as the mechanics got the car back out, but as John pointed out, without that front splitter. But yes, I mean, to drive a car back to the pits when one wheel is facing forward and the other half a mind to face sideways, about 45 degrees John reckoned, out of true, so that would have been very, very uncomfortable.
What Julian does bring to the party is plenty of Porsche Super Cup experience, though. He's done a couple of seasons in the Middle Eastern Championship. Not racing here, though. Middle East Porsche Super Cup, I think, entirely based at Bahrain. I know it actually in 2020
it moved around.
It did come to Dubai. That might have been a COVID thing then in later championships, where it was racing purely in the Bahrain circuit. And also has competed in a couple of seasons in Carrera Cup Deutschland as well. A more regular pit stop for Paulson Motorsport as we head back to John Hindhaugh for this.
Dual racing in and out the pit lane. It was Phil Keane that got in the car with Julian Westwood, who's looking after the team. This is your Carrera Cup car that we're racing here this weekend.
Yeah, this is one of our cars that we ran last year and hopefully going to run this year as well. Ramsey's just finished a stint, amazing stint he's just done. They've got us up to P2. Phil's just taken over, and we're going to run them back to back for a bit. Hopefully try and get up to P1 overnight.
How much work do you have to do to change your car from a 45-50-minute sprint car to a 24-hour endurance car in these 992 Cup cars?
For these, we have to put on the ABS, activate the ABS. For this endurance race, we don't have to worry about the fuel tank, but for the other ones, like the Golf 12 Hours, you have to put a double head filler on it. Other than that, I think it's the setup very, very similar.
I've seen a few of the Porsches, Jules, having a few problems with driveline, gearboxes, clutches, and I think a drive shaft as well. That's quite unusual from my memory.
Yeah, it depends on how people have liked everything. If you follow the book, I think they're pretty strong. It also depends on if they disappeared across the curbs or something like that here. You know, the cars are pretty sturdy, but if you abuse them, like anything, they'll break.
You're loving all this still, aren't you? They kind of drag you away from being at racetracks.
Oh yeah, just can't beat it, can you?
You really can't. I'll let you get back to the team, and we'll get back to Johnny and Bruce as we're coming up to the end of another racing hour here at the first major event of the season. It is the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai.
1 minute to 2 in the morning at the Dubai Autodrome. John Hindhaugh in the pit lane for this current segment of this year's race. It's the 18th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, powered by Hankook. And with 13 hours still to go, the number 7 car cutting its way through the darkness is still the race leader. Now in the hands of Belgian racer Dries Vanthoor, younger brother to Laurens, and Ralph Bohn running in second position, 55 seconds adrift. So really that gap has hovered around the marker just beneath the minutes that separates the two. It might extend a touch now, because Dries Vanthoor has just found the best sector 1 time for that car of the whole of the race so far. So are we about to see a best lap for car number 7, the Team WRT BMW? It is WRT and the M4 ahead of Herbert Motorsports Porsche number 91 and the 46 BMW M4 GT4 of Sean Gelael running in 3rd position as we head into the 12th hour of the 24 Hours of Dubai. The TCE series currently led by Yannick Mettler and the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS number 188, in turn ahead of the Wolf Power example of the RS3, and that has Andreas Hoffler currently at the wheel, the Austrian driver, number 121. Third in TCE is the AC Motorsport Andy Yan driven car, number 199, although that car is currently in the pit lane. How long has it been there? Nearly 10 minutes now for the third place car in TCE, so that's verging on a concerning stop in terms of its length. The 199 of the all Hong Kong lineup, Andy Yan, one of 4 drivers from that part of the world. Now, at reduced speed, 40 kilometres per hour to be exact, Olivier Bertels appears on pit road for the team from Antigua and Barbuda. And the Haas RT Audi R8 of Bertels running in 4th position, heading down to pit road. Let's just see whether that stop is on schedule and how many laps he's managed to complete in the 4th place car. Just need to scroll across to the right a little bit and we'll get there. 20 laps. So whereas before that car's done as many as 30, that is a slightly shorter stint, although interestingly he did a 10-lapper, did Bertels, and now kind of the rest of the 20. So whether there was a slight hiccup with a slow puncture that they needed to change, didn't then fret about any more fuel, just sent it back out again, and he's effectively completed his fuel mileage in car number 24 about 40 minutes later. Also up on the internal jacks is the 955 car, thankfully not in the garage but out on the pit apron. 955 has been the 992 class leader this race so far, but has slipped back to 3rd position. That class now being bossed a little bit by FAC Autotech with their 2 cars, 961 ahead of 962.
And you do wonder with the 955 Willie Motorsport by AB Motors, again, just worth pointing out, we haven't seen much of Fabrizio Broggi as yet in the car, but certainly only 3 drivers in that lineup. Sabino De Castro's done a lot of mileage. Sergio Nicolai likewise has been chasing and racing really hard in that. Sergio just brought the car into the pits. We'll see if Fabrizio Broggi takes it over, but it is going to feel tiring for them. You know, they'll be doing 2-3 stints more than all of their rivals, but just the years of experience, the decades of experience of FAC Autotech, it's not surprising they're leading the Porsche Cup class in 13th and 15th places overall. Just want to make a comment about Dries van Tor. Heavier fuel load than the other cars in the top 3. He's got into the car that's leading, but immediately he gets out on the track and does a 2-minute one. Following that, a 2-minute 0 seconds. 2 minutes 0.5 seconds. You saw him set the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire race, and that was his first flying lap out of the pit. So the Belgian star, I think he only really knows one speed, and that is flat out. And of course he's now fully conversant with prototypes the last 2 seasons with Team WRT in that, but all the years of Audi experience having to be recalibrated, repackaged, and clearly he's adapting to a circuit he knows very well in a car that he doesn't know so well, and doing it in the sort of exemplary style that you can imagine. Very intense individual, but it's been about 1.5 years as Raffaele Marcello was getting the better of him in the Mercedes for him to smile again, but the smile I really sense is back. And in fact, have you listened to any of his podcasts he does with brother Laurence? They're getting really, really good reviews. Do go and find them. They're out there. I think their latest interview subject was a driver certainly Dries has raced with Robin Freight, and apparently it's an absolute cracker. But, you know, to hear drivers sort of crossing the fence to become interviewers, that's always an interesting one, because, you know, you might think, what are you asking? But they do sometimes ask a question you think, why have I never thought to ask that? But they've got the experience to draw upon, to share, and also to probably, knowing Laurence and Dries, to catch Robin out.
So maybe a future pit lane reporter in Dries van Tor, but that's a few years from this point. He's got an awful lot of racing still to do. The NKPP by HRT Performance, Porsche finding a nice bit of speed at this time of the morning, 2:05. And Bob Herber, the 928 car, regularly a pretty fast driver in that combination of the, well, it's a Dutch and German combination, really. The NKPP element coming from the Netherlands, HRT Performance are from Germany, and Bob Herber very much Dutch, racing that Porsche car, and 206.634 is its best lap of the race so far, running 7th in the 992 AM class. The division is led by Uber Motorsports Porsche for Nico Menzel, number 925. Meantime, a KTM is back on pit road. This is the 714, and John Hindhaugh watching its stop.
Just a slight drama. They dipped the oil on the motor and topped something up under there, but with something very small. Also gave the right rear wheel a bit of a wiggle, but other than that, everybody looks quite happy. They've let the car go and sent it. Just had a quick word with Geordie Firth as well from the McLaren. That car will be coming in a few moments' time and serving a penalty, track limits for that car. So he's going down to do the timing for that. Now, you did ask about one of the Audis, didn't you? It was obviously completely at the opposite end of the pit lane to where I was in true broadcast fashion. I'm nearly at their pit now. You said you were getting a little bit worried about how long it had been.
Yeah.
In the pit lane.
Car 21, I think it was a peculiar pit stop cycle in that it did 10 laps and then 20 laps, and I just wondered why it had come in after only 10. Might have been, you know, tyre related because of a slow puncture that they wanted to sort out. But Olivier Bertels stayed at the wheel, so he's done 10 laps, 20 laps, and now stays plugged into the car for, let's hope, a more expected race distance or stint distance.
Yeah, that was empty. AC Motorsport, the 188, is due in imminently because the team are all standing by. If you give me 1 second, I'll find out. I can even find out who's getting in the car. It is. Let's have a look. They're walking past us.
So are you at AC now, John, did you say?
Yes,
AC
I am.
Motorsport?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that was a concern for me. I'd forgotten I'd mentioned that. So the 188's absolutely fine. That's leading the class. The 199 has been in the garage for 15 minutes now and was running third in TCE. So we desperately need to know what's happened to Andy Jan and the sister AC Motorsport Audi.
Right, stand by, because here comes the sister car for a driver change. I'll leave Seb out here so you can watch the driver change, and I'll nip back into the garage and see what I can discern. It's never a good sign, gentlemen, when the car has been pushed all the way to the back of the garage. And that's exactly what happened. Here comes the 188. You watch that. You'll lose me for a second. You lose me for a second while I go into the back of the garage and have a snoop.
Excellent. Well, you can spot the car actually way back, as you mentioned, almost in the paddock, so deep into the garage it is at AC Motorsport. They've just got the one garage space here this weekend, which is more than enough for a couple of Audi RS3 LMSs. But the 188, this is the one that they desperately want to keep chugging round because it is leading the category, and Yannick Mettler is one of the quickest pedallers in that driver lineup. Yes, the all Hong Kong driver team for Andy Yan, who was most recently at the wheel of the 199, has now been in the pit lane for 18 minutes and not looking like it will rejoin in a hurry. 3 abreast down the back straight in the darkness between turns 9 and 10. And on the inside line there is one of the 2 Century Motorsport BMWs, also now serving some time in the penalty box. Matus Vibo in the 7T6 entered McLaren 720S, number 76. 188, yes, it's come in for a standard stop, but they're doing more than a driver change and tyres on that car, John Hindhaugh.
They are indeed. This has been upgraded to a 50,000 mile service. All 4 brakes being changed. It's very hot discs coming off the front. I think it's only pads going on the back. Yes, it is. The difference between the size of the brake discs at the front, which look like dinner plates, and the ones at the back, which look like side plates, literally. The circlips are just providing a little bit of resistance to the 2 guys working on the back wheels. The discs themselves do not want to come off, and you can probably see, it's a shame you can't smell actually how hot those brakes are, with the mechanic now finally getting the whole disc assembly off. It is a dry brake system, so they won't have to bleed the brakes off. You can see the disc and the caliper comes together and goes straight on. The back rims are done. Let me get out the way as they decide which tyres to put on, and they're still working on the front brakes and cleaning out the front as well. The update on the 199, guys, I'm afraid I don't think it's very good news. It is being, I was going to say they are stringing it and setting the casters and cambers. They don't do it like that anymore, but you know what I mean. They are getting the setup straightened out, so I presume there's been some damage to the suspension on that car. There is one mechanic working on it, and he is just gradually going through a few jobs and getting it done. There's zero urgency on that 199 car, which is sitting all the way at the back. I'm not sure this is going to plan, gents, as they've got the bonnet open as well on the 188 AC machine, and Seb's going to move in for a closer look. They're now looking at the motor itself. Now, if I can stay away from the man who's changing the tyres, I think it's turbo. I think they've got a problem with the turbo pipe. They haven't tightened the left rear as the way they want it, or is that coming back off again now? Oh, I think that's coming back off again. It's not exactly panic at the moment down here, but it's not far away from it. This is certainly not the stop that they were expecting, and they're going over to the left rear wheel, and that's coming off again. So they've changed. I reckon they've changed the tyre and put the wrong tyre on that, and that's why they've taken it off. And somebody spotted that on the left rear. So that's actually a good spot. I'll take that back. Still not sure why they've got the bonnet up on here, though, guys. We'll let you get back to the action out on the circuit while I keep an eye on this. Looks like the bonnet's going down. I don't think we're a million miles away from getting this away, actually. But that's pads at the back, discs and pads at the front for the 188, and a bit of confusion over which tyres were supposed to be where.
Well, compared to the second place car in TCE, bear in mind the car you're talking about was leading as it came in, and it had a 6-minute advantage over the second place Audi from Wolf Power Racing, currently being driven by Andreas Hoffler, number 121. So 6 minutes to play with. That's probably been sliced in half now, if not fully obliterated, because 188's been on pit road now for 5.5 minutes. Look, trying to find on the tracker the Wolf Power Racing car. It is somewhere in the middle sector, and by the time it completes the next lap, we may very easily have a lead change in TCE because of this significantly extended AC Motorsport pit stop. Admittedly, nowhere near the extension on the sister car, 199, which has now been in the pits for 22 minutes. Yes, being restrung, but by John's description, it's almost as if it's being sorted for the next race meeting rather than to continue in this year's Dubai 24 Hours, which is a real sorry state of affairs, Bruce.
Answer to your question, car number 121 is halfway between turn 15 and turn 16, so it's about to sweep onto the start-finish straight. Will that lead to a change of lead in the class? One feels it will. So for AC Motorsport,
990 is about to receive some work as well, but let's just untangle what's going on in TCE, because this is a significant portion of the race. The second race in one, if you like. Remember, TCEs and GTs both competing on the same bit of asphalt, as is traditional in the Dubai 24 Hours, and they're both on the same number of laps now. 257 laps completed for 188 in the fueling area, but by my reckoning 121 has just overtaken it by staying out on track, not needing a pit stop. We will get that confirmed at the end of the next lap, but 6 minutes has just gone by the fact that the number 188 was sitting in the pit road for 7 minutes and still counting. What's the latest then, John, on the Porsche that had just come in, 990?
Well, it smells very, very hot indeed, and not in a good way. Alessandra Herbst is sitting in the car. The car's been pushed back into the pit garage, and horror of horror, the data cable is plugged in, and the data engineer is opening what's called the toolbox function. So there's something not right with this MRS with this MRS machine. Hang on, let me just come a bit closer to the camera. This MRS machine, and they're gonna. Sorry, Seb, I just walked in front of the camera there. My apologies. Wanted to steer away from what they were doing with the airline. My worry is this smells like it's been overheating. There was an awful lot of steam or something coming out the front of the car, so at least not the engine end. But Bruce, you've been in enough pit lanes to know when you have that sort of warm, sickly smell where you think, hello, that's not right. Well, that's exactly what this car's got.
It's either me or the car, I always feel, halfway through a race. But the 990, yeah, once it's plugged in, you think, oh well. But Alexander Herbst staying on board. He's the driver who brought it in. All he can do is hope and pray, but it's not going to be a very... but it's definitely going to be a very malodorous place to be. A hot cockpit out on the track is one thing. When you're sitting and still in the pits and your car is stinking too, so let's hope they can put that aside and sort out why presumably the temperature has risen so high. But not yet at the halfway point in the race, and we've had quite a few mechanical problems this time around.
Going back to the TCE series, that lead change is confirmed. Wolf Power Racing's Audi RS3, Andreas Hoffler over the line to complete lap 258, and now is in front of a rejoining Miklas Born for AC Motorsport. So crucially, Miklas staying on the lead lap, but having to give up the race lead. Miklas is the new driver into car 188 after a rather troublesome pit stop for the AC Motorsport crew. They are still crucially in the fight though for the TCE series honours at this year's Dubai 24 Hours, but it is Wolf Power that will be trying to chase down in the remaining 12 3/4 hours. We are only 42 minutes away from half distance and 3 o'clock in the morning at the Dubai Autodrome as Porsche Cup cars go side by side. In fact, one of the GT3 variety, I reckon, on the high side with the much longer rear the much longer tail light on the Porsche Cup car, which extends from left rear to right rear on these 992 iteration Porsche Cup machines that run in the 992 class.
Not so long ago we heard from Julian Westwood talking to John Hindhoff down in the pits, and of course running dual racing by Toro Verde, which is Julian's part of the equation. I think we're about to have a change for second place in the Porsche Cup class, because that is flying in the hands of Phil Keane, as you'd expect, the 995 Porsche. And certainly it was at the start of the last lap, it was only 11 seconds down, and I think gaining hand over fist. So let's see if, okay, maybe out of pit stop sequence, but all you can do is advance when you can advance. And certainly dual racing by Toro Verde going very well at this point in the race.
Not even a hint of a smile from Peter Fry down in the pit lane. I noted a moment or two ago the operational manager at Creventic. He's taken a portion of time away from the office to walk up and down pit road with this very pleasant ambient temperature in the middle of the night.
He's heard they're serving shawarma down at Dragon Racing, but it is the far end of the pit lane, so doing my job, inspecting the teams. But good to see Peter out and about. He puts in so much work on these Creventic events, and you know, the global appeal is a pure tick in the box for the group at Creventic. They've made something very special, and the international appeal is clear and obvious.
And I know that the 2023 campaign has been, well, several months in the work process to try and get the calendar sorted for this year. This is part 2 of the Middle East Trophy, kick-started by the 12 Hours of Kuwait, in fact, at the end of November, start of December last year. So this being round 2, and round 3 takes place next weekend at the Yas Marina circuit for the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. But we've then got a full European season to look forward to, which takes in 12-hour races at Mugello in Italy, Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, back to Italy to Monza, and then the 12-hour race at Estoril, which includes a 6-hour qualifying race, even just to determine your grid position. The traditional Trofeo Fermi Velez at the middle of September this year for the 24 Hours of Barcelona, and then to Kuwait the 6th, the 7th and the 8th of December. Already talking about December when we've only just crept into January 2023. Must cut that out straight away and head back to John, wishing my life away.
That's all right, Johnny.
you've got quite a lot more of it than the rest of us, I think, so that's entirely appropriate. The 990, just a quick update here. That car had a left rear drive shaft problem early on, and I think the heat I could smell was grease from the drive shaft. That was what I could smell when it came in. Now, that on its own isn't too bad. You don't want all the grease to disappear. However, I saw them taking out a little electrical connection in there, and I'm pretty certain that was a wheel speed sensor that they were taking out from the left rear of that car, the left rear upright of their car. They've wiped it off with some ubiquitous blue roll and put it back in again. What that would do to the car would be giving bad readings for things like ABS and traction control on that car. So that is why they would want that to get that sorted out. It may have been causing some problems with the brakes, and again causing extra heat, which is what I smelled when it came in. But wheel speed sensor is what was being cleaned off on the back of that car, possibly to do with that drive shaft issue earlier on for the 990.
What appears, John, to be a stricken 955 is about to head your way, looking pretty slow on the run into pit road for Sabino Di Castro. 4th place in the 992 category. They run in the pro lineup, but we'll say again, just the trio of drivers down to pilot car 955. And how long has that stint been for
it's going in the garage, Johnny.
Question? It's only 7 laps, John, for Sabino Di Castro, and yes, already being pivoted on the dolly jacks.
Yeah, we're nearly there at the moment, but that was a very, very quick decision by the Vili Motorsport EV Motors team. So that obviously information coming in from Sabino Di Castro, and that decision made pretty, well, instantaneously actually. Just walking past Roman De Angelis, who is going to get another go, and sit in the Heart of Racing SPS AMG. So there's the car in the pit lane, and again, this is Porsche problems at the back end of the car. The wheels are all off, full left-hand lock on here, and a light underneath the left front wheel arch. They're doing the pads on the back. Now this is a far more meaty rear end in terms of the brake discs, much quicker car, and with a lot more weight at the back than the front wheel drive cars. The pad spreaders are out, but there's something else going on at the front. Oh, this is another steering arm breakage, exactly as we saw earlier on the other Porsche with Erwin Bastard. And that car, it snapped about 2/3 of the way down on the left front. That's exactly what we saw on the other Porsche earlier on in the pit lane. So which curb is that people are taking liberties with, or has there been side-to-side contact? Rhetorical question. Answer is the same, needs a new steering arm.
Yeah, there's a little chunk of bodywork out of the top of the wheel arch there, but not enough to indicate that it has had side-to-side contact with another car. Of course, if it's interlocking wheels, then there may not be any damage on the bodywork itself. I think it's still more likely to be curved. They're absolutely hammering the early section of the lap still, which is through 2, 3, 4. You really do have to be leaping over those curbs to get good lap times. However, I'm sure as we've gone further into this race and the cars are getting more and more abused, and then slowly to the surface rises actual damage to machinery, I think they're going to have to just readdress that and say, well, I'm going to have to lose a little bit of time for the long-term gain of making the finish.
No, exactly so. Do you remember a handful of years ago, without even really touching the curbs, we had the Lamborghinis all having problems? But Inspector Clouseau, no, let's not go to Clouseau. Let's go to John Hindhoff. He has the answer down in the pit garage.
I could only dream of being an inspector. Thank you very much indeed. The only thing that anybody would let me inspect is tickets somewhere. It was side-to-side contact. Fabrizio Barocci has just told me about that in the on the 955.
The EB Motors car, not happy, this team. They haven't been able to discern, or at least get the information from the driver as to which car the contact occurred with. But it was a shake of the head from Fabrizio. And I said, curb damage? No. Contact. So there's your answer.
Fair enough. So it was side-to-side contact, but yeah, and actually that being now graphically described in the cockpit to the rest of the Willy Motorsport crew. The typical hands side-to-side, buffeting from left to right, showing I was you know, trying to wriggle free of said car, but also stand my ground. He just kept coming, was my deciphering of that fairly vociferous message to the crew. Anyway, broken steering arm is the result, and 955 coming in very slowly indeed. I thought that it was moving around on the asphalt a little more readily than we would have expected, so if he's fighting the steering coming in, Sabino De Castro, that certainly goes a long way to explain it. And the team reacted very quickly indeed, but it's not going to prevent that car from tumbling even further away from still the class leader, who is Huub van Eindhoven in the FAC Autotech number 962 Porsche.
Worth pointing out, Phil Keen has moved up to from third to second in the Porsche Cup class. He's overtaken Jan Klingenberg to split the FAC Autotech cars. And also, I just want to sort of point out, fantastic performance from Ralph Bohn. He knows the Porsche 911 GT3 R very well indeed, but he's all but matching the pace of race leader Dries van Tor. The gap between them, 1 minute and 11 seconds, but for a short while, when Dries was so quick when he took over the number 7 BMW, I thought that margin was going to grow and grow, but he's sort of keeping it in check. So Ralph using all his years' experience with Herbert Motorsport, with the Porsche, but really driving at the top of his craft. So good job from him there.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot of impressive driving, which is easily missed if it's further down in the pack. But if you, regardless of which class you're in, you're entirely focused on the division that you've been entered into. So where your car sits within that, the 992s are numerous. In fact, we began the race with as many as 18 992 class cars, split into pretty much 50-50. Well, there are 12 992 AM cars, and therefore fewer of the all-pro lineups. We've got, what, 6 of those? I thought it was more than that, but 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 6 in total of the 992 pro machines. Unfortunately, the 909 Ivo Breukers and the rest of the family Breukers, Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche, appears to be a retirement, long time out of this race after an oil pressure issue, and that wasn't just a faulty sensor. Unfortunately, done a lot of damage to the innards of that car, even though Ivo shuts it off as soon as he got the radio message. And that leaves us with only a handful of 992 all-pro lineups, of which 4 of them still feature in the top 5 within that category. The Ferrari still running. 1 or 2 have been asking about that on social media, but the Vision 488 GT3 with Romain Iniesta still powering round in 17th position, due across the line in the next 40 seconds or so for the French squad. And now into pit road has arrived the 907 Guylain Genacan driven Seb Lejoux Racing Porsche. So this is the one with the Duvo preparation, and running in 8th place in the 992, 4th in AM.
Yeah, one of 2 cars entered by Seb Lejoux Racing by Duvo Racing. The sister car is just 2 places ahead of them in the AM class, but they seem to be doing much shorter driver stints. They're not double stinted, but they've got 5 drivers in their lineup, so they've got to keep rotating them through, but keeping it clean. I did see that flash right in front of another car about an hour ago. I feared for the pair of them, but all okay out on the track. But yes, we're getting to the point in the race where punctures are cropping up a little bit more. Inevitably happens here as more and more debris gets put down on the circuit. But John is just down in the pit lane. John, sorry, I just didn't quite catch what you were saying there. What's the latest news?
Just trying to pass a bit of information, actually, Bruce, but I'll give it to you now. The 46
WRT car, which has been sitting for quite a long time in around about 3rd position. That's just rumbled down the pit lane, flashing its left-hand side fog lights. That's how you know it's that one coming towards you. It paused for a nanosecond in front of its pits and then went straight round into the fuel area. I can't believe that it had a tyre change, but if it didn't, I don't know why it didn't stop. And then just this very moment, exactly the same from the Rothko Mercedes, the AMG machine, the Dragon car, exactly the same, pulled up for maybe 30 seconds if that, and that car's gone round as well. So I can't imagine there was driver changes, not sure what was going on. I'll have a quick wander up there. It is opposite where I am, but we'll see if they've just done a quick tyre change.
Well, the Rothko car back into the race now, it looks like. Rothko with the 408 Dragon Racing entry, the Mercedes AMG for Benji Goethe. But yes, Elliott Skier in and straight to fuel by the sounds of things for Herbert Motorsport. Sean Gelael already in the fueling area as well, the 46 car that John was talking about then, for Team WRT.
We've got the Bathurst 12 hours coming up very soon indeed, and the team getting some good mileage in. Before that is Grove Racing, run by EBM, Earl Bamber Motorsport, and that has been just gradually working its way towards the front of the race. Anton De Pasquale at the wheel at the moment, but importantly, he's lapping very, very competitive pace. In fact, last time around, 2 minutes 1 second, and that was faster than the race leader Dries van Tor by small margins, but important ones all the same. Their next target is Olivier Bertels in the Haas RT Audi that had that problem, shortcutted the circuit and took the blow there, but limping around with a puncture. He's closing in. What's the gap between them? It is, well, it's still actually 2.5 minutes, but definitely for Grove Racing, they're going in the right direction if you're an Australian fan or a Porsche fan, or better still, both.
An interesting approach to the pit lane for Romain Ignetta just a moment or two ago, because he was about to tuck his Ferrari in behind the Vortex and then all of a sudden swerve to the left, back into the fast lane briefly, because the team was saying, no, in front. And I thought he was actually lining the car up to be pushed back into the garage, but he just mistimed his turning point to the apron and was able to loop around the bright orange Vortex 1.0 and finally find the team. But I wonder whether the officials will have looked at that. As long as he's not breaching the 40 km/h speed limit, I suppose that will be fine. And he's certainly not the first driver to misassociate and be disorientated about where exactly he needs to stop.
Well, with 52 starters in this race, there's a little more space in the pit lane than when we had pretty much double that a handful of years ago. And seriously, you almost willed some of the garages, the cars in that garage, to actually retire so you could have a garage to stand in front of where you weren't in the way, because otherwise you had to jump from pillar to pillar between the garages during the flurries of pit stops. And in fact, as a pit lane reporter, you're best off up on the pit wall. You've got a better angle to view back into the garages. But over the course of the race, it's a lot of climbing up at certain points, about 8 steps up the wall onto the pit lane, because of course the start-finish straight undulates to the pit lane even more. At a certain point, you're full head height below the top of the pit wall. But yeah, a bit more space down there. But these things happen. You come in, your eyes are tired, and then you haven't associated the fact the car in the next garage, oh, it really is in the next garage, and thus the rearrangement. Just waiting for the 701 Vortex to get going. Sound a little bit rattly there as the clutch was trying to find something with which to engage, but off it goes.
John.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny. That car again had the 2 rear wheel nuts, the centre lock wheel nuts, torqued back up again and went straight back out on the track. Did not take fuel, and that's got to be a bit of a worry, hasn't it? The driver's feeling a bit loose again, lads. I pop in and you can talk it back up again. The Grove car run by Kiwi Earl Bamber, I'll just remind everybody, who that was in and out very, very quickly. And I think I'm seeing cars that are coming in and not going for fuel. I think the Herbert car went straight through the pits and didn't go in for fuel. If he did, he might have been masked by cars parked at the far end, but you'll be able to tell a lot better from the pit stop time. The number 91, that is, I'm talking about there.
It went to fuel because Ralph Bone is still in the refueling bay, but again, it's very hard to pick out a black Porsche down the length of a very dark pit lane, so no complaints there. By the way, just as a point of housekeeping, we did have Sean Gillale climbing out of the 46 BMW, and Maxime Martin was the driver who took over. Ooh, what a handy driver to drop in at this point in the race.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. So Maxime has been turned around quite quickly at that team. On the rotation, prior to Max, we had Sean Gillale for 30 laps, Max Hesse before him, and Maxime Martin was then the previous stint. So they're just operating on 3 different drivers right now. We're not seeing Valentino Rossi doing any of the nighttime running, so far at least. Is that because they're just choosing to allow Valley to enjoy the daylight hours, and to perhaps, you know, a greater worldwide audience will want to see the 46 in full daylight? Might even take the car to the flag if Team WRT are in a position to do so. They have run 1-2 in this race, but it's currently a first and a third place position because that pesky Herbert Motorsport Porsche has wedged its way in between.
Sorry, Johnny, pure racing and that sort of camouflage car which has had its wars, that's just gone out of the pit lane to rejoin as well. I've come down to the Grove pit to see if there's anyone here that we can have a quick chat with, but they all seem very relaxed. Still the 199, by the way, at the back of the pit. Now, remember the last time I was here, it was a single mechanic working round what looked like a job list. We've now got 5 mechanics working on the 199. This is the AC Motorsports Audi, and there seems to be a little more urgency to what's going on, but it does look rather more like maintenance and prep rather than let's get this car back into the race in the next 20 minutes.
It's been more than an hour. Yeah, absolutely. Just going back to the number 46 BMW, we were mentioning Maxime Martin taking over. Great little fact sent in by Jamie O'Leary. Earlier we heard from Tim Whale, who was back racing last year in the European GT4 series in a Greystone GT McLaren 570S. His previous season was 2001 Formula Palmer Audi Championship. So, you know, go on, take a year off. No, not 20 years, but he's been racing with Adam Carroll, who knows this circuit. I'm pretty sure maybe Adam wasn't driving here when we came here with A1GP in the first season. Might have been Michael Devaney back then. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. But anyhow, he's up and down the pit lane taking a look. So clearly Greystone GT are very serious about coming to play in this event in 2024. Look, listen and learn. And for Tim Whale, get out on the track and have some fun.
Yeah, but again, Tim not involved in any of the nighttime running, at least so far. Bear in mind that Max Martin, Max Hesse and Sean Gillale will only be able to do a limited amount of running, so Tim Whale will leap in. Well, normally the minimum of a 24-hour race for the AM is 2 hours, I think. So Tim may be waiting to finish that drive time off.
But think of the nighttime driving experience of Sean Gillale from Le Mans, from Max Hesse of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and Maxime Martin from everywhere on the planet.
But particularly the Spa 24 Hours, I just think about him, that event for a Belgian racer. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't really wish for a more experienced lineup there, and young guys still as well, because, you know, the older you get, the more difficult it is to see through the absolute darkness.
Exactly so, and of course for Maxime, he would have been brought up at the Spa circuit because his father and his uncle were winners of the Spa 24 Hours way back, so his childhood would have been spent larking around in the pits but absorbing the atmosphere, and of course he was very emotional when he won the Spa 24 Hours a handful of years ago, and quite rightly so. You know, to be able to emulate your father and uncle, who were hugely recognised in the sport, and, you know, quite honestly, Maxime has exceeded all they've done many times over ever since. But you know, he's a fantastic charger.
24 laps into the current stint for Dries Vanthoor. The previous stint for car 7, the WRT BMW, was for Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, who made 30 laps with an average lap speed of 202.6, 202.0 for Dries van Tor so far. That's on average, bear in mind, as well. So he's finding 0.6 of a second more every lap compared to previous driver Simonauer. That may well mean that Dries has to pit a little earlier than the 30-lap marker, but we shall wait and see. It might also be dependent on how much time Dries has had behind the wheel, but he's only been there for 50 minutes.
Yeah, but I think what we see with Dries is what we saw from Jens Klingman in that same car. He'll do another stint without any fresh rubber on board because Jens managed it, and you know, Dries will go, I'm the sort of guy. Dries is a sort of treble stint sort of fellow in a car, so he'll do whatever is required of him. Just doing my homework. I didn't want to stick my neck out and say it was 2016 that Maxime Martin won Spa 24 Hours. It was 2016 for Rover Racing. You know, when it's in your mind, you think, shall I commit to this? I've had a habit of getting it wrong recently, so my night driving eyes are getting weaker.
Encouraging your convictions, that's what you needed there. So 2016, that's now 7 years ago, isn't it? We're not quite yet at the point of this year where Spa is going to happen again, although there's been a date change for the Spa 24 Hours.
Yeah,
is it now August or
no, it's
middle of July?
30th of June into the well, the race is effectively the 1st of July into the 2nd of July.
Okay.
Be there or be square.
So it'll be shunted forward a month from its more traditional date at the end of July. Meanwhile, Robert Renauer for Herbert Motorsport, leading in the Pro AM category in GT3, and AM is still being led by CP Racing. Now, there were only 2 entries in the AM category in GT3. They're both still running, and the American squad CP Racing, that's Charlie Putman's outfit with his teammate Joe Foster piloting the 85 car. Joe's due across the line in the next 5 seconds, and he will whip down the main start finish straight to tick off lap number 291 right now. The second place car in AM is the McLaren 720S with James Cottingham now at the wheel. Back up to 12th place though for that car, and there's a gap of, what is it, about 8 minutes or so between the first and the second place AM cars. That sounds like a lot, but it doesn't take much to bring them back together if CP Racing have a slight hiccup. We're nearing the end of John Hindhaug's stint in the pit lane. Got about another 2 hours to look forward to back in Studio 2 booth, though, John. But we're nearing, as I say, the end of your outdoor stint, and it's been eventful.
It certainly has, Johnny. What has really struck me, we've talked about the quality of the drivers here, but we've really got to mention the quality of the teams as well, haven't we? The way that they have met triumph and disaster when the cars have come in, we've seen very little panic, we've seen very little consternation, we've seen working together as a team. I've just walked all the way down to the end of the pits and all the way back again to pit in, and I'm pretty certain it's only the 199 that's still being worked on. There are a couple of cars that are at the back of garages, notably some of the 992 Cup class cars that are looking a little forlorn, sitting up on their either on their travel wheels or on the jacks themselves. But other than that, the teams are working through and ticking off the laps.
One question for you, John, though. Yeah. The Santalot Junior Team Audi, the number 26 that Erwan Bastard brought in, are they still working on that?
Oh, do you know what? I've just walked past them and I didn't see the car. So
well, it's still listed as being in the pits, so might be worth checking that one.
I shall have a quick look up there before I sign off. Give me a couple of seconds, I'll get back here.
Excellent, thank you. But it's a real sorry state of affairs for Santalot Racing, having come in inside the top 15 and had been flirting with a top 6 in the opening hours. 3-4 hours in, Santalot Racing were right up there with their Evo 2 R8 LMS GT3, but then the serious problems for Erwan Bastard after some contact with a Porsche, as he described. That did a great deal of damage to the front left corner of the Audi. An hour and 48 minutes. It is still in the pit lane and lurching towards yet another retirement, unfortunately, from the Dubai 24 Hours. Dries van Tor about to tick off 299 laps completed, so another circuit of 5.3 kilometres and we'll be up to the 300 marker. We're still well off, unfortunately, the ideal number to be getting to 6:28, because we're only 15 minutes away now from the half distance marker, and we needed to be, well, a further 14 laps into this race really to give us any sort of hope of getting close to that record distance that was set back in 2012, when the late great Sean Edwards was one of the winners in that. Khalid Al-Kubaisi, I should say, also one of his wins, his first win indeed in 2012. He's had 3 in total, but he won't be winning this year after a serious incident for the Bilstein Mercedes. Let's get straight back to John for that Santalok update.
Guys, I said I'd walk down the pit lane and I hadn't seen the Santalok Junior car. This is the number 26 car that had that contact. I foolishly said it looked superficial. It was little more than that, and they had the front end of the car stripped right down. Why did I not see it as I was walking down the pit lane? This is why. Look, the garage door has come down. Now, that doesn't have the same significance as it would do at Le Mans, but that isn't a good sign, is it? Now, what I might be able to do is stick my head in to either HRT or next door EB and see what's going on, because unfortunately that glass there on the door I can't see through. It is frosted. Now Seb will stay outside and I'll stick my head over the top. Well, the Santalok car is there. There are bits of it lying around, but I'm afraid team members, there are none. There's bits of headlight, bits of additional driving light here, but as far as the rest of Santalok is concerned, I'm afraid, gentlemen, I think that one, at least for this evening, they've decided to give it a rest. Now, whether it comes back later and becomes one of the walking wounded, I'm not sure, but right now, no work is going on that car, and that's why I didn't see it as I was coming up the pit lane.
No, well, good reporting there, John. Well, sorry to turn you back, but we've got the answer, or you got the answer. Now you've got to go back up to your commentary booth, high in the grandstand on the other side of the track.
Santalok abandon. Effectively, that was always the sign that we got at Le Mans when the garage door was lowered, and yeah, big thanks to John for getting to the bottom of that story. As we say, we don't want to put a full marker pen of doom line through the Santalok Junior team, because they're a fan's favourite and don't regularly feature at the 24 Hours of Dubai, so we're wishing them a great deal of luck, but they haven't had it on their side. So there we are. John then going to make his way back to Studio 2 now for a little bit more time in the commentary box. In the meantime, you've got me and Bruce for the next 11 minutes and change to take you to the top of another hour, to take you to half distance, in fact, of the 18th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, powered by Hankook. And it is Dries Vanthoor who leads the way after 300 laps. So another big milestone ticked off, leading by actually 5 minutes and 12 seconds now because of Robert Renauer's pit stop, or at least his teammate came in, Ralph Bone, to hand over to Robert Renauer 6 laps ago. And I would be expecting Dries Vanthoor in either at the end of this lap or the next one, and that will even things up again at the sharp end of the field, because there's nothing to stop us still having at least 2 cars on the lead lap, possibly 3, with Maxime Martin pedalling very swiftly indeed.
Yeah, Martin had been closing in on Ralph Bone, and in fact also later in that stint closing in on teammate Dries Vanthoor as well. Dries will make the pit stop. The gap between first and second, if it stays fairly true, should be down at about 1 minute 20 seconds. I think he probably gained 5, possibly 10 seconds on Ralph Bone. Dries Vanthoor, that is, in the race leading number 7 Team WRT BMW. But certainly Maxime Martin is bringing the 46 car, one that's had a couple of penalties, back into the mix. As you'd expect, that's why he's on board this car. And certainly for his teammates, that's Sean Galale, Max Hess, been doing lots of driving, Tim Well, who had a stint early on, and Valentino Rossi. Well, he wants to be there at the end for the glory. He also just wants to be Valentino Rossi, be out there driving the car. But they're working their tactics. They're night driving specialists are the ones that are being used through this very long period of darkness, 13¼ hours. It's more light than dark.
I've just caught sight of what's going on at the sharp end of the 992 Porsche Cup class, because Larry Ten Voorde and Phil Keane are going hard at it. The last time through the split, Phil Keane was ahead by 0.2 of a second. They've just completed lap 287 and Larry Ten Voorde back in front. So if we can pick out the 962 and the 995 cars through the gloom, that would be a stellar scrap to try and home in upon. They are somewhere in the first sector right now, first and second in 992.
Yeah, but what's Larry Ten Voorde finding? Why is he so happy out there? He's got something on the brake pads. When he brought it in last time, all he had was the metal back plates of the pads. So this will be a transformation for him. But
True.
Phil Keane will be pressing very, very hard for dual racing by Toro Verde. But yeah, super close between the pair.
2.2 through the last time check. 41.2, placed 42 seconds through that first sector, and we'll see whether Phil Keane can close the gap up a little bit, but he is fighting a double Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion from 2020 and 2021. Larry Ten Voorde with 2 back-to-back championships, on both occasions finishing on 155 points, which takes some doing. And a real hoot to chat to in pit road, as John proved, an hour and a half or so ago, catching up with Larry. The number 7 car with the MS7 branding as it ran last year, but this, of course, a BMW these days rather than an Audi. Dries Vanthoor is in, as I suspected, so that will have been another 30-lap stint. Yes, it is, to match precisely what was done by Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the previous hour of running. So they are bang on schedule. Dries can stay on board for another hour, because he will have only ticked off, well, an hour and 5 probably, and you can run to a 2-hour drive limit. So an extra stint, I would say, for Dries Vanthoor, just as soon as he's been given a bit more fuel, Bruce.
Yeah, we don't think he'll get fresh rubber. We don't think he'll come for fresh rubber. He's certainly going to do what his teammate Jens Klingman did. So yeah, in the fueling bay now. MS7 on the side of the car. You know what that stands for? It's car number 7, and first name on the starter list is Mohammed Saud, MS, get it?
Of course.
Yeah. Al Saud, really nice guy and loves his racing, and it's very nice to have Dries Vanthoor alongside him in that equation. We've had a host of other drivers. Michael Vergers, I think, drove in that combination a handful of years ago, but looking at the job Dries is doing, that is precisely why he's in the car. Forget it being an Audi, because it's not an Audi, though it's run by Team WRT. Get with the act. BMWs from now on.
Yeah, well, MS7 by WRT, victorious last time out with Mohammed bin Saud, Al Saud, Axel Jeffries, Chris Meese, Thomas Neubauer and Dries Vanthoor, as you've mentioned. So the duo, or 2 of the 5 victorious last year, carried on through. Now, Axel Jeffries is here this year. I've forgotten which car he's in. That's not the 7, is it?
No, he
okay.
is, just fallen off the top of my head, that little fact.
Not to worry, I'll leave you to research that. I was just wondering whether it was actually 3 of the 5 winners that we had back into car number 7, but it is just the 2. Dries Vanthoor adapting to a front-engined and very more recently designed M4 GT3. Dries staying at the wheel by our reckoning and now in the fueling area. So whereabouts is Robert Renauer, and what sort of lap speed is he punching out? It's a 2 minutes 0.404 compared to the in-lap for Dries Vanthoor, which was a 2:07, so there's a little bit of time lost there as well. And about to cross the line in the next 10 seconds will be Robert Renauer to tick off lap 3:01. So he's a lap behind the pit-stopping Dries Vanthoor.
I was starting to panic. I thought, have I gone mad? Axel Jeffries is definitely in the race, but he's in 777. Of course, we haven't talked about that for a long time. The car that started at the sharpest point on the grid, started by Lucas Stoltz. Axel Jeffries, saw him being interviewed. Fabian Schiller, late call up into that car. And Martin Conrad. But alas, it matters not who's in the car, because nobody's in the car, because it retired from the race. Lucas Stoltz led away at the start in that 777 Mercedes from pole position, looked comfortable in the lead, but he was prepared to push really hard on cold tyres at the start. But alas, the next time he came in, after a cycle of drivers, the shoulders were down, the car was parked, and in time it was retired. So for Hubert Hout's racing team, HRT, 2 cars on the front row, 2 cars out long before half distance, so big disappointment for them. So which is the top Mercedes in the race in their stead? Well, it's Joe Foster, the CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, which is also the leader in GT3 AM. So they're doing a great job. In fact, the Mercedes then come thick and fast. They're in 8th, in 9th, which is Roman De Angelis, the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes, and in 10th, MP Motorsport, car number 19. In fact, De Angelis has just moved ahead of Daniel de Jong, so rotation of the drivers, 10th to 9th and 9th to 10th.
And remember, we talk about HRT, there are 2 separate HRT teams in this year's event. We've had that previously as well. Amazingly though, the Haupt Racing Team runners in GT3, they're 2 Mercedes, both out of the race and before half distance. The other HRT, being HRT Performance, have as many as 5 cars in the race, although one of them is definitely out, 932, after significant frontal damage to that car, but the other 4 are still running. The best of them is one half of the QMMF crew, so by HRT Turaya Qatar for Abdullah Ali Al Khalaifi. Then we have Bob Herbert in the NKPP by HRT Performance Porsche running in the 928 car. So the QMMF machine is 929, which is 3rd in 992 AM. NKPP machine 5th in AM, and then the sister QMMF racing machine for Daniel Ross, the Swedish driver, is currently in 6th place in the AM category for 992. And a little further down, Greg Gorski can be found in car number 931, which is also an AM runner in 992, and that car is 8th within class. But the GT3 class leaders are still the 7, with Diego Manchaca now taking over the BMW M4 for car number 7. He definitely wasn't in the winning lineup last year in the number 7 Audi, so Mexican driver Manchaca out onto the racetrack, leading by, now what is the margin, because 303 laps completed by car number 7. Robert Renauer has just crossed the line to commence lap 303. So I reckon they do both stay on the lead lap, just about.
Yeah, I think I reckoned a while ago it would come to about 1 minute 20 seconds should be the gap between first and second. I could be wrong, but because of course Menchaca's car, the number 7 car, did not take on fresh rubber, and I can't remember if Robert Renauer's car did. So the time saved in the pit stop before it piled into refueling after Dries van Toor did his stint, we will see.
And I mean, the benefit of that is you can change tyres whilst you're changing the driver, but a driver change happens more quickly than changing all 4 sides, all 4 corners of the wheels of a car to get to plug on brand new Hankook tyres.
However,
yes,
there is a however within this, and that is the fact, of course, we reckon that Dries van Toor was staying on for another stint. You don't normally let someone take over the car and have used rubber on board, whereas...
Good point.
You know, so it may well have stopped for long enough, and therefore it should stay at about 1.5 minutes, 1 minute 20 seconds between first, which is the number 7 Team WRT BMW, and second, the 91 Herbert Motorsport, a Porsche. Let's find out. 1 minute 13. So the simple answer to that is no change.
Yeah.
It was 1 minute 10 before the pit stops of the previous cycle. And it shows that the race leader, Dries van Toor, gained about 3 to 5 seconds on the chasing Ralph Bohn. Ralph Bohn handed to Robert Renauer, and Dries handed to Diego Menchaca.
The 28-year-old silver-rated Mexican who was racing in GT World Challenge last year at silver level, competed in the Spa 24 Hours. He did a full season of the European Le Mans Series in 2021 as well. But yeah, that's an interesting decision actually, to take Dries van Toor out of car number 7 and plug Manchaca in instead. Now that might have been because Dries van Toor had gone over the half distance marker to 2 hours. So if he'd done an hour and 5, an hour and 10 on those 30 laps, he then would have had to curtail the next stint because of the potential breach in drive limit. So to instead plug Diego Manchaca in, and we have a new driver at the sharp end, about to tick over in 8 seconds time to the half distance marker of this year's 24 Hours of Dubai. So this is Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer signing off for the night, but we'll speak to you again tomorrow morning. And instead, switching back to a very, very busy John Hindhaugh, who has made his way back to Studio 2 for the next couple of hours from the Dubai Autodrome.
Half done, half to go. Here's the results in TC. Thanks to Bruce and to Johnny for the last 3 hours. AC Motorsports 188 running nicely, thank you very much, with the sharp end of a lap over the pole sitting Wolf Power Racing TCR. Those two swapping and changing at each of the pit stops. Now, after the slight excitement earlier on with that slightly longer pit stop, Wolf Power's second car, the 117, in third position, 6 laps further back. The 199 AC car, I'm really not sure that that car's getting any work done on it meaningfully for later on in this race. Then Zorg Rennsport and the 700-mile TCR, that's number 106, the French Golf. That car pushed all the way back to the shared garage as well. That's the TCE half dozen. Still an interesting battle at the front of the field though, isn't it? And in GT, Team WRT by a couple of laps now with, let's see, there goes Diego Manchaca at the head of the field, completing 3:05. Well, that actually is going to come down when Robert Renard comes past the line this time, so not quite as far as it looks because of that recent pit stop for Team WRT. It's going to be something around a minute, I think, and then 14 more seconds back to Team WRT. Haas RT are in fuel at the moment with Ollie Bertels, then Anton De Pasquale, the superstar supercar driver for Grove Racing. They look very confident when I was down there a moment or two ago. Adam Adelson, the big Jimmy Johnson fan, is behind the wheel of the very impressive and quietly confident Herbert Motorsport 92 team, down at 6th position. Then it's Team GP Elites, CP Racing in the best of the ARMS in 8th position. 9th, Robert DeAngelis has been in the Hartner Racing car for about half an hour. MP Motorsport in 10th, these are all Pro-Am cars. Then in 11th, it's Pulson Motorsport after those two punctures, 1 lap apart, took them out of contention for a wee while. The yellow flag on the black back straight, we'll get to that for you in a moment after this update. The McLaren is second in ARMS, sitting in 12th position. Christa Jons back behind the wheel of the Phoenix Racing car in 13th. FAC Auto Tech, best of the Cup cars, the 992, that is the 962. Larry Ten Voorde back behind the wheel of that car, try and keep him out. Phil Keane trying to chase him down, 5 seconds only between those two in 14th and 15th at the front of the 992 field. And the second FAC Auto Tech car is only about 3/4 of a lap further back. In 17th position, it's the Vision Ferrari, quietly going about its business. 18th is Huber Motorsports Porsche. QMMF by HRT, the 929 car, has got Abdullah Ali Al-Khalafi behind the wheel of that car. Sabina de Castro for the recovering Willie Motorsports by EB Motors after the contact brought the left front steering arm into 20th position, 6th in 992. Just having overtaken last time around, actually, the Seb Ledoux racing car of Jean-Christophe David. 22nd, Pure Racing, 23rd, the second of the Seb Ledoux racing machines, and in 24th, NKPP by HRT Performance, Bob Herber behind the wheel of that car. Then it's the 930 QMMF by HRT. Is that car still actually running? Yes, it is. Got Daniel Roos behind the wheel at the moment. Then the best of the only GTX car is the Razum Northern Racing KTM MRS in 27th. Rofco leads GT4 by a decent margin now, ahead of Century Motorsports. Ahead of Simpson, excuse me, in second place in their class. Then the Vortex is second in their category, the 702. The Salashin by Cox Racing. Oh, what could have happened with them if they hadn't had that incident earlier on? We've gone to code 60. We'll give you all the details on that in a moment. 32nd, Century Motorsport. Christopher Solkeld behind the wheel of that car. 33rd in GT. That'll be the HRT performance machine from the Vortex. The second of the Vortex is the Rabdan Motorsport car in 35th. Santa Lock Junior team, not sure that car is going very much further. All of these cars have had some significant problems and are many, many laps down. Speed Lover, MRS, P1 Group by MRS, and the 777 car, that is definitely withdrawn. We've had the tweet from the team a few hours ago now to tell us the situation there. Outside the top 40, again, it's tales of war, I'm afraid, with well more than 160 laps down on the lead for the cars beyond. Red Camel Jordan, that had an engine oil pressure problem. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT went out early on as well. The 450 Jorgensen Strom by Century car does have the fastest lap in the GT4 class, but that's venerable old car. It will be retired from meaningful competition at the end of this race. The 99, well, that car went well earlier on for Attempt or Tresor Racing, but didn't much get past the first couple of hours. Same for the bright yellow 988 LMM Motorsport. HRT was the first car to go by the wayside, and in fact the Dragon Racing 488 didn't even start the race. 306 laps down after 12 hours and 7 minutes, so that was about 3 or 4, let's call it, and we should have been on 3:17, so we have caught up just a little bit. The yellow flag on the black back straight then, if I can get the binoculars out and see, we have a car under tow coming through turn 14 now and heading for the pits, and it is right behind the wall, so I can't see it. It will be into the pit lane very shortly. Oh dear. Now, I think that's an Audi, and I think that might be the leading AC Audi. We'll see that when it comes into the pit lane. For the moment, let's get to Joe Bradley, who has the GT3 AM leader in the pit lane.
Significantly, it's about to get a pad change at the front. This damn pad change at the front, choosing the very right on the nosy at the halfway stage for this brake service. The discs and pads have been waiting patiently, and of course, it's a full set of. The caliper is already on the disc as it goes onto the hub of the car. Phil Quaife about to take the wheel of the car, and we're just getting the disc off. I'm completely wrong about the caliper. The caliper comes off, the caliper stays on, I should say, and the disc comes off by itself. And now the big spreaders, the caliper spreaders will go in there, spread the caliper. Phil being instructed just before he got in the car to not touch the brake as this service was going on. So CP Racing on schedule. We've seen how choreographed this team are, and the car has remained on the apron while this brake service takes place. So Phil Quaife about to be given the go-ahead any moment now, I would say.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley in the pit lane. It is not Radio Gaga, but Radio Mackham for the next couple of hours, with us Weirsiders taking over the world. Panic not, those of you who follow AC. That was the 199 car. So after I said I wasn't sure they'd seen it, that we'd see it again, all hands on deck, and in the last 15 minutes since I left the pit lane, I managed to get that car moving. However, it's now come back on a tow rope, so not everything was quite sorted out with that car, and the Hong Kong crude machine is back, not under its own steam. Came in behind one of the Nissan tow vehicles, and in fact is sitting outside its garage at the moment with the bonnet of that car up. Still a very pleasant evening or morning now here. The time at just coming out at 3:10, just after 10 past midnight in the UK. Hello if you are just joining us. What a race we've had so far, and it's still boiling up at the front of the field, with Robert Renard having taken the opportunity to stop. That's so very Herberth, isn't it? That slightly opened up the gap at the front of the field, up to just about 2 minutes bit over that now, so just over a lap after the guys were on the same lap. They're both in Sector 1 at the moment. Diego Manchacha and Robert Renard. And we'll see how quickly they can both get back up to speed at the on the Twitter, it's at RSL_studio. Joe Bradley, I hear air hammers in the background. Smashing. We haven't spoken to CP for a little while.
A brake service going on the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. Joe, it's not your first Dubai 24 hours, mate. So I wanted to ask you, even though with only, I think, 53 cars started this race, we still have a lot of incident, and the track seems very crowded out there.
You know, it's an interesting dynamic, absolutely. The car count may not be what we've seen in the past. A couple things are different, though. The quality of the cars we have is very high. And also, to be straight, there's a plethora of 992s. And incredibly wonderful cars, very fast in a straight line, very capable cars. And so the GT3 cars, we really have to learn to work together with the 992s to not mess up each other's lap, because we're both faster working together than working against each other, and some folks have that mindset and some folks don't, and so you have to try to figure out who's who. And there's definitely, it's a challenging track, you know, without traffic dynamic.
So am I thinking, Joe, the GT3 spec cars have got a lot more aeros, so they are grippier through the turns, and the 992 class cars slippy through on the straights, so you're kind of tripping over each other.
Right, the GT3 car is better turn-in and braking, more downforce, but we're actually slower on the straight than the 992. And they still brake pretty good, and so we really have to work together, or an incredibly well-driven 992, and there's several of them out there. You've got to make quite a big lunge in a GT3 car to get by, and we're trying not to take risks. Obviously, it's a long race, just halfway at the moment, so we'd rather not lunge. We try to work together.
And add in the complexity and the added lack of illumination out there, because it looks pretty dark from our cameras. Just how bad is it?
Well, one thing that's nice is they've added illumination right here, so it's like daylight where we are right now. But there are parts of the circuit, especially in the first sector, 3, 4, 5, 6, where it's quite dark. And so there are parts of the circuit that are quite dark, and you need very effective lights to make it work.
And you were telling me something about your lights are not as effective as they might be because of some damage, did you say?
As you saw when the car came in, we've had a bit of debris damage to some of the cornering lights on the car. And nobody's fault, just debris. And so that is affecting the lights that we have at the moment. But obviously we're still making good time, doing our best to minimize all the issues. And Phil's in the car now, and I'm sure he'll do a great job.
And what's the physicality of the event like, Joe? It's quite cool now. I'm sure it's not in the car, though.
No, it's still toasty in the car, which is fine. I could use the exercise.
We all could. Thanks, Joe. I'll leave you to get some rest, mate.
Just following up on Bruce Jones's question about Santalock, and I said there was no one working on the Santalock Junior car. I've just gone to the Santalock Racing account. A damaged chassis has taken that car out when they were trying to avoid the slower car on track. So that car is out of the race, confirmed. They had stripped down the front of that. Erwin Bastard will be beside himself with that. He really was rather crestfallen when I spoke to him in the pit lane. Perhaps I raised his spirits a little too much then. It really did look superficial. I thought that car would get back on there, but when they stripped the front end out to change the radiator, they found some chassis damage to the 26 car, and I'm afraid that one has gone. At RSL_studio. Ian McCarthy, WRT, looking comfortable, but can't help noticing we have two Herbeth Porsches in the top 6 going into the second half of a race. not making mid-race predictions or anything he says. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for the kind words. What I wouldn't give for your beverage of choice at the moment. 11 hours and 44 minutes to go. As into the pit lane comes the number 429, Christopher Sulkeld in the Century Motorsport BMW, third in GT4. Meanwhile, out on the track, Maxime Martin with a decent gap back to Brendan Grove, but he's fighting off a McLaren at the moment, not for position. That is the 7 T6 car, Fran Rueda, just out of the pits. Joe Bradley is on patrol in the pit lane, working the beats. Where are you, Joe?
Well, it's a while since I've had a chat to one of the Mutrans. Nabil has been in the car. Phil Keeney, you tell me, Nabil, that Phil has brought the car in, brake service, and he stayed in the car.
Yeah, with the Code 60, we're in an amazing battle right now with the FAC Autotech cars. So everyone's throwing everything at it. It's literally qualifying laps, lap after lap. Yeah, it's really a really exciting battle. So using the best drivers for the right times, and it's what we have to do to stay in the fight. Otherwise, the pro drivers are just going to run away with it. So Ramsey and Keeney have been doing a bit of back-to-back, and I'm about to get in the next run, or Ramsey will. We haven't decided yet. That's when we're both suited up, ready to go. But it's been a cracking race.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke on Thursday, and just looking at the entry in the 992 class, we knew it was going to be a fist fight. And we were saying how you're going to have to be flat out. Don't crash, stay out of trouble. I mean, it's easy said than done, isn't it, out there?
Yeah, it's because there's less cars than previous years, and most of them are GT cars. It is fast. It's a lot faster. So you're going around at a much faster pace with less slow traffic. You are being passed by GT3 cars, but at the end of the day, they're gone in a second, and then you're back on the pace. So I'm sitting at the same qualifying times I was doing in the race, and the same thing with Ramsey. He's gone faster in the race than he did in qualifying, and Keeney's done the fastest lap of the weekend so far at night, and it's not just us. The FAC Autotech guys have done it. The Willy guys have done it. Everyone's going quick. And I was talking with our friend Chris Zockling just now, about an hour and a half ago, and he's like, we shouldn't be doing 202s in a race. And that's what they're doing. And it's brilliant. It's so exciting.
I know you guys love it. I mean, you dual racing, former team's champion in this series. I've got to say, mate, this series misses the Mutrans. I mean, I know you've all got busy lives, you've got businesses to run, but how much on the horizon is you guys making a full season comeback?
Well, look, we love it. We really miss it. My brothers and I, my sister, we're looking at what else we can do this year. The intention, the ambition is definitely there. But it is a case of making it work and come together properly with other priorities and other responsibilities we have. But yeah, we love it. It's the one weekend in the year that we all look forward to, just like Christmas. It's fantastic.
I mean, it's always a big ask, budget-wise for a 992 Cup car in an international series. What sort of budgets are we looking at to compete in a series like this? Give our viewers an idea of what's commitment.
Well, look, I mean, I won't throw the number out, but it is a good chunk of money. So we have to, as a family, which Dad started many years ago, probably about more than 10 years ago now, 12 years ago. And we at the beginning of the year we put a budget together and we see, what responsibilities do we have as a family, and what are we putting aside for racing? And the Dubai 24 Hours is always there. If we can do a couple more this year, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I would love to see you back. That, but I know it's a chunk of money.
Always good to see you.
A last question, and I'm not sure whether John has asked Jules Westwood already, but what is this green bull?
So Toro Verde is Jules Westwood's team that he's established with a few partners. As you know, we look at this like a family-run team. We brought the whole crew back together. So we've got Chris Tweed, we've got Roy, we've got Stu, we've got Clive. we got the same gang that we are used to working with, and working with Jules, and it's great because we know each other. There's no new elements to the team, so we come straight back into it.
And I would think if you didn't put all of those elements together, you'd feel like you weren't doing it right.
Oh, certainly. It's they are family, and like we said earlier, it's not the drivers that win the race. It's the whole team, and everyone knows what the ambition is. Everyone knows the culture that we try to race with, and that's what they enjoy as well. So yeah, it's great.
I love having you guys around again, mate. I'll let you go off and prepare. I don't know what you do. Stretches, lunges.
Oh, I'm already ready to go. So yeah.
Forget to take the hoodie off. Thanks, Neville. Isn't it great to have the Mootrons back? I know they came back for Dubai last year, John. They're back again for their home race. They're a UAE family. But it would just be fabulous to have them for a full series. And have Jules Westwood on the wall as well. He's always great to have around.
Jules is he's legendary. He really is. I keep bumping into him at odd times. He's quite a still, mate. I bumped into a Porsche day at Silverstone back end of last year, having not seen him for ages. Had a really good chat with him. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hadn't really made the connection that he was here, which I should have. And then bumped into him, and just great. Into the pit lane for Abdullah Al-Khalifi for the QMMF by HRT Thuraya Kata machine. That is 5th in 992, 2nd in the Amcast to the Huber Motorsport machine for the dark maroon and white, the Qatari colours.
Showing a few battle scars the front of this car, John. Front splitter missing. We know how unstable that can make the front end on these Cup cars.
Joe, this car's been struggling without the front splitter for quite some time. I was in the pit lane when it came in with a broken another broken left steering arm, and I was talking to the outgoing driver then. And what was that, the 929, wasn't it, that's come into the pit lane? And I said to Julian Hanses, they've took the front splitter off. They were peeling it off as it was about to go out. And he said, no, it was already off. They've been trying to fit another one and they can't get it to fit. And I said, did that make it interesting? He said, yes. Yes, it did.
Yeah, it's not just there for aesthetics on these cars. That actually creates downforce at the front and keeps the front end a bit stable. So I would imagine in the fast bits, it's going to feel a little bit wishy-washy, understeery, and then you're not going to get the full weight of the car when you first apply the brakes on the back straight. So it's going to give the car a completely different feel and balance without that.
Can you head up to pit out, please? That is where we'll find Dragon and Rothko. They've got a bit of a drama here because their transponder has stopped working and they've been asked to rectify that at the next stop. It's Benjamin Gotha behind the wheel of that car. He's been in about an hour and 7 minutes. Now, Joe, you'll know this better than me, having been a team manager. I don't think there's anything you can much do with a transponder other than swap it over, is there?
Not really. It's a little box that sort of clips on and clips off. You've got to be you've got to have a magnifying glass and be an expert on electronic circuitry to fix it, I would imagine. So yeah, it's a straightforward clip on, clip off. That's all you can do. So if it doesn't work, it might be a connector or something.
Yeah.
So you might give it a bit of a wiggle or squirt a bit.
A bit of drama for the leading 992 Cup car. They've got the engine cover off, and that looks like
servicing, John.
Was that just synthetic oil going in?
That was indeed.
That'll be Mobil 1.
I think you're right. It will be synthetic oil, of course. Yeah, the 961's already moving off the apron. As we were making our way up to Dragon, John, Ron and I had to jump into the pit doorways to allow that FAC Autotech Porsche in. That was a pure scheduled stop, no issue. And obviously we're getting to that part of the race now. We've just cleared half distance. We are going to be using oil. We are going to be needing to replenish things, and it's now that you're going to have to keep an eye on that, and that rate of oil usage as well.
Yes.
All important. So you'll be monitoring that. How much went in there? A litre. Right, in a couple of hours, how much went in there? Litre and a half. Oh, hello.
I think that was a half litre that went in there.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty standard stuff, isn't it?
It was Mobil 1, the racing Mobil 1, which is I think it's 0W20, if I remember rightly. I've run the 993 on that in the past. Jan Klingenberg behind the wheel of that Fat Auto Tech, the white 961 cars in for fuel at the moment. Larry Ten Voorde is his teammate, 27 seconds behind when last week went across the line. The dual racing car now with Phil Keane behind the wheel has dropped into third in the fourth rather in the 992 class. Again on the pit stop rotation. Stefan Gurig doing very nicely. He's the leading AM 992 car in the 925 machine. 12 seconds ahead of Keeney at the moment. So that's hotting up into, well, a bit of a Porsche Cup race from the Porsche Cup class. Possibly not as surprising as it sounds there. Coming down to another half an hour of racing having been completed. Joe Bradley has made his way up to Dragon for the 408 car and is talking to the team to find out what they can do with that transponder issue. This is the GT4 leader that we're talking about. And so, brothers.
Much concern, Joe.
Say again, Joe, sorry.
So the transponder stopped working, obviously, as we discussed. That's what happens, it just stops working. All they need to do is rectify that on the next stop. It's not that they have to bring it in right now. They can do that when it comes in next. It's kind of good news, that.
It's very good news, I should imagine, for them. The last thing they need to do is an additional stop.
Transponders tend to do that. They're working for hours and hours and hours, and then all of a sudden,
not working.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So for no reason as well.
So I'll presume that all that is a little black box held in somewhere by a circlip, and they'll just swap it over to another one.
Yeah, a little spring clip.
Yeah.
And that's what they'll do. I wouldn't take a chance on it. I would, if it's intermittent fault, you don't want that. So you'll just replace it. But of course, the transponder is all it's connected to the timing system. So that transponder number, they will have to notify race control that they've changed the transponder. So that number that's firing in on the timing system is now corresponding to the Dragon team and the number 88, the 408 car. So it's all a process. So you'll fill out an official form, transponder change because of a fault. And now transponder number 4095324444 stroke 2 is now 408.
Yes. Yeah.
I made that sound far more complicated than it actually
No,
is.
but even at this time of the morning, it made sense to me. Joe Bradley down in the pits. I've got to say, I really do enjoy being in the pits at this event.
Yeah, you were far too good at that, Hindhoff. Stick in the booth, mate. That's it. I mean...
Hey, I started in the pits though, Joe.
Well, you did, didn't you? Well, yeah, but about 1 million years ago. No, I've made a niche of being able to spot a wheel speed sensor, Hindhoff. And there were you, spotting wheel speed sensors.
It was a Porsche, Joe. What cars do I know?
I didn't realise that.
What cars do I know most about?
Yeah, I didn't realise that.
It looks remarkably similar to the road car wheel speed sensor.
It probably is. The Cup car will be exactly the same component, I bet.
I bet it's a lot more expensive if you have to buy it from Motorsport.
Well, it's Porsche added tax, isn't it?
Yeah.
Porsche Racing added tax on top of the Porsche added tax.
Indeed so. 11 and a half hours to go now, and Diego Manchacha leads for Team WRT in the BMW. It's a Porsche in second, Herbert Motorsport, Robert Renauer those two. I mean, the pace at the front is relentless. Renau's just done a 2 minutes 0.6 and now a 2 minutes 0.8. It's 96 seconds between first and second after half of the race. Best lap of the race is still, I think, the Fred Verveege lap from lap 5. Yes, it is 1:59.5. And I think there's only 2 other cars that have gone under 2 minutes, one being the 91 car with a 59.9, and the other one being the Phoenix Racing Audi number 1. Christian Jons are back in that car as it works its way back through the field. It's 13th at the moment, but some 12 laps, call it, half an hour, 26, 27 minutes behind the leader at the moment. Diego working his way through traffic in that dark grey and red number 7, Team WRT. Diego Manchacha has really impressed me, particularly through traffic. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Sorry, mate, I was just talking to Ron, my cameraman. One of the Dragon team has just walked out with a little black box and a handful of cable ties, and I'm saying to Ron, see that what he's got in his hand? Get that on camera. So, in fact, follow me, Ron. This is what we're talking about. So, John and I have been talking about a transponder.
Hang a second, Joe, while we punch your camera up.
Yes.
There we are.
There's the transponder. There's the little clip we were talking about. So basically, the one on the car will come out. That will go on. My laps, very common.
And there's a number on that, Joe.
A plethora. Yeah, what number is it? See, 11613691 will now correspond to the forward weight.
Right.
See the number there? I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, no, sorry, clearly. Absolutely clearly.
Yeah, and the team manager's job will be to notify in an official kind of process. Where would a race team be without these things, eh? Zip ties, cable ties from wherever you are in the world. It's got a different name. But that's the thing. And of course the regulations insist, of course, that transponder has to work, or else we don't know what the car's doing, where it is, what its lap times are. So it's very important.
Before we had those, Joe, it was all hand timing, wasn't it?
Of course, yeah. When I started racing in the mid-80s, it was all hand timed, and when I started karting, there was your wives or girlfriends volunteered to be in timing and scoring. Can you remember?
Yes.
People like Anne Laws was one of the, and they would be timing a field of 54 cars like we have here, all hand timed. Incredible.
Yeah, when you started racing, of course, it was all timed by...
Well, we used sundials, didn't we, before you see it? And my lap time's probably more suited to sundial, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say sand timers, but okay, sundials, I like that even better. We're live from trackside. It's John Hindhaugh in the booth in Studio 2. Phil Hanson will be back with us in about 90 minutes. And we'll hear from Johnny and Bruce from Studio 1 a bit later on in the race, as we're well inside the second half now. Maxime Martin, third place in the number 46 with the Valentino Rossi colours. And Max doing what Maxime Martin does. 202s, 202 flats, 203 flat for Brenton Grove in the Grove Racing Porsche. So now 3 laps between the top 4 laps between the top 5, top 6 actually, top 7 actually. Don't let that worry you. You know, 5 laps, it's just on 10 minutes. So no real worry here. That's barely a lap at Le Mans. Actually, if it's 4 laps, it is just a lap at Le Mans, isn't it? For the sort of pace, a bit more than that maybe, but really into the middle of the darkness now. 13 hours and 16 minutes of darkness in this race. And we'll be waiting for the sun to come up at 6 minutes past 7 in the morning. WRT doing what WRT do. Slightly cut off while I was talking to Von Somvos, just as we were going to talk about the LMDHs and the LMP2s that he's running this year as well. Part of the team being seconded to the States to learn about the new BMW prototypes that have been run by RLL, but a change in management for RLL as well. Notice they've hired a former Honda employee to run the team after the departure of Piers Phillips, who was president of racing operations for RLL. That BMW making its competition debut next weekend, the prototype that is, along with the Porsche 963, the Cadillac and the Acura, as they're on track qualifying at the Raw before the Rolex 24 on Sunday afternoon next, so a week today. We'll have that for you in sound and vision live from Daytona as part of IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. And then getting the team together for the following weekend for the whole of the Daytona schedule, including the 4-hour Pilot Challenge race on the Friday and the 24 hours on Saturday and Sunday. Relatively early start for that, I noticed. I think it's 1:40 Eastern, which means that we'll have a little bit of an earlier finish. Vortex in the pit lane, and that is the 7:02, I think. Oh, Joe, I cannot believe you've done that.
I've got every faith.
Is that the 7:01 actually that's in the pit lane there, Joe?
I can't quite see because I'm at the front like you are. With Ron. We are repeat is the livery.
I don't understand that, by the way. I didn't quite have the cheek to ask, if I'm honest.
I think it gets ruined in translation. I think it means we just go round and round. It's 7:01, by the way.
It is 7:01, thank you.
Lionel Amarouche is in the car. I'm not sure if we had a driver change yet, but hey, look at that. That's a straightforward pit stop for the 7:01 Vortex.
Joe, did you notice if they had the torque wrenches on the back wheels?
Yes, they did.
After they put the new tyres on.
Rod, have a look at this. This is what John's just meaning there.
Let's have a look. We'll punch the camera up. 1 second. I'll tell you when you're live. I feel like the third umpire. There we are.
No. Torque wrench.
Oh, right.
So see that there on at my foot. See where my foot is? That's how you set the setting on the torque wrench to whatever torque you want to, how tight you want that wheel.
Foot-pounds.
It probably is foot-pounds. And basically you use the lever. My God, that's heavy. You use the lever to tighten the wheel, and then when it gets to the right pressure and the tightness, it clicks. It won't go any further. That's how you use a torque wrench. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks.
Merci. Oh, thanks.
He's from Middlesbrough.
My French.
Yeah, he's from
We've got
Middlesbrough.
the dragon speed in. So
right. So
that's a lesson on torque wrenches for tonight.
And that's because we've got yellow flags on the back straight, and we have our another code 60, which is our 11th code 60.
I've been waiting to see where they...
And it's the 121 that's come to a halt on the back straight. There's already a vehicle, a snatch vehicle there.
There's the transponder being refitted. See that?
That's the Wolf power car, Joe. This is second in TCR that's off on the back straight. So here's the transponder being fitted, as Joe mentioned.
Yeah, and now it's getting... So he's just pulled it out on the cable. There's the old transponder. Useless piece of Look at that. Just been kicked to one side. So that's the one that's failed. The new one's on the car now. And that's hidden right in behind the wheel arch. And that'll be what triggers the timing beam every time the car passes. So hopefully that'll now be rectified.
And this is where the mechanic says to the team manager, you did get that number before I stashed it in there, didn't you?
That has never happened before.
Oh, I'm sure, yes, absolutely.
Well, actually, it's easy to do that because what will happen on the timing screens in race control, there'll be a number just appears with no name. And then you go, right, that's the one. And then you watch out the window, literally. There's the 408. There's that number appears. Yep, confirmed. So even if that happens, that's easily rectified.
I mean, they're losing time here, but they're under code 60, so they're losing less time. This is the lead car in GT4. Second place in GT4 was 5 laps behind. So at this pace, that's 20 minutes, isn't it? So that's all right. This is perfect time. Good strategy.
Yeah, they are taking their time checking on pad wear and stuff.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you?
Rescue dive 2 inside, Ron, and try and... Who got out the car, John?
Of the 408, it was Benji, I think.
Right, let's have a...
Oh, you've disappeared, Joe. So the 121 is under tow by Rescue 2 on the back straight. That's one of our Toyota pickup trucks. As I said, this is our 11th code 60. Joe and Ron need a quick pit stop. I think it's Ron that needs the new battery on the camera. Are you still there, Joe? Oh, you're back.
Have we got enough power to get an interview with Benji?
Well, I can hear you. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to see you.
Okay,
oh, no, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, tyre guys getting in the way, Benji getting out to us.
Here he comes.
We're aware that you lost your transponder. That probably, didn't really... That's irrelevant to you as a driver, I would imagine, Benji. How was the car going otherwise?
Yeah, otherwise the car is... it feels amazing out there. The track is a bit more clear now with a bit less cars on track, and the car is really doing what the driver wants, so it's perfect. The setup of the car the team has done is great for me.
So are you guys now into a program of just driving to maybe a lap time? Have you got a target time?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a decent gap to second GT4 car. So, obviously we're not taking too many risks. We're playing it a bit safe and, just trying to make it to the end without making any mistakes.
Yeah, it's you feeling good? You feeling good physically?
Yeah, a little bit tired. I might take a little nap now, but otherwise, no, I feel very good.
Well, it's the middle of the night, Benji. There's only crazy people up at this time of day. Did Oliver get in the car there?
Yeah, Ollie's in the car now, so he's going to do a stint, and then I think Stu will get back in the car for the next stint.
So no inter-team rivalry during the race. We left all of that at qualifying, yeah?
Yeah, that was just a bit of qualifying banter. So no, here it's just obviously still competitive, but we all want each other to do well, and we all want each other to be quick. So yeah,
great stuff. Thanks, Benji. I'll leave you to get some rest. Thanks, mate.
Joe, we were looking at the slogan on the front of the
Vortex.
On the front of the Vortex, we are repeat.
Yes.
Well, there's a really simple answer to this, and Ian McCarthy has tweeted at RSL_studio to tell us. Repeat is a French media company, so we are repeat is their rather straightforward slogan, as he says. Back to green flag.
So is it a bit
time.
like the BBC?
Yes.
Just full of repeats?
It would be like saying we are Channel 4.
Yeah.
Or, we are...
Dave.
We are Dave Media. The 121 is back. Now, that was second place, didn't I say, in TCR. And it's still second place. Kalle Bergman for Wolf Power Racing has got about 6 laps, maybe, on the next car in TCR. What this is allowing is the
AC Motorsport, Sam de Jong machine to pull away as that goes back into the pits for Wolf Power Racing and the 1-2. And that was a pole-sitting car, and they fought themselves back up to the lead earlier on. Still only had 10 changes of lead. Lap 118 was the last change of lead when Herbert Motorsport gave it over to Team WRT. We're now on lap 324, and therefore they have done over 200 laps in the lead. One might say that they are controlling the race. The closest that the lead came down to was something like a minute, maybe a little bit less than that, but not very. We had the top 4 cars within 90 seconds at one stage. Onto the start-finish line.
Little update for you, John.
Go ahead, Joe.
The number 2, the Vision Ferrari, is all good. I'm not sure of the name of the driver that just jumped out of that car, but his English is as good as my French, so we established through some sign language that the car was good. Right?
That was Jean-Bernard Bouvet.
Not good.
Tout est bien.
Eve, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Eve was up there.
Yeah, she saw I was in Dubai and I know her from Le Mans. I live in Le Mans, so I didn't.
All right, what's your name?
Inga.
I've got Inga here, John.
Yes.
There's only John and I on tonight. Yes. So we're just having a sort of a boyish chat, really. And there's a motor race going on, apparently. Yes. Have you been to see Eve?
No, not yet, because
Okay.
she arrived when I was here, but she said we would meet, so no problem.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll tell her I spoke to you. Well, she's probably listening. Yeah. Inga says hi.
11:12 to go. Oh dear, now Joe, I have bad news.
For me or one of the teams.
The Dragon car still has a transponder not working.
Right, that's not the unit then, is it?
Now it says rectify. Now does that mean they've got to bring it in straight away? Benjamin Gotha behind the wheel. He's now 3 laps ahead of Simpson Motorsport and Cameron McLeod. So is that a power issue going to it? Could be. The unit itself, Joe, is totally self-contained. I presume it's not like there's a sensor right at the front of the car, is there?
The actual...
The unit is the sensor.
The unit is the thing that transmits, yeah. It is connected to a power.
I presume.
Source on these cars, I would imagine. But, talk amongst yourself, Eindhoff, and I'll go and find out.
Well, I presume one of the things, Joe, that you have to compromise over is you want that transponder as far forward as possible, because that is the link to the timing, not the actual front of the car, but where the transponder is. But by the same token, there's no point hanging it on the front of the car because it'll just get knocked off if you have an accident.
Well, I did notice it was behind the right-hand front strut mount. Where the strut mounts inside the bonnet, of course, well protected. So it wasn't exactly at the front of the car, so it effectively behind the front axle line. But to be honest, at 160 miles an hour, or 150 miles an hour across the line, it's not going to make that much difference unless you're in a dead heat.
Well, and in that case, there is a photo finish facility on the start line, on the finish line rather, as well. Now what we have to find out though is what the 408 can do about that, if anything. There's no moving parts within the transponder box that Joe was showing us earlier on. It's all solid state, so there's very little you can do other than change it for another unit. What they're going to have to do is put some kind of tester on the wiring to see if it's the link for the power for that unit. So this is a bit of drama unfolding, unusual drama unfolding at that, with the transponder, the timing transponder for the leading GT4 car, the Rofco with Dragon Racing Mercedes-AMG GT4, having been swapped out and still not working. Now there is a backup system and a manual system where you watch the camera as the cars go across the line, and you can literally see the cars going across the line. However, that is very labour intensive for the timers, for the timing staff.
There's a big huddle.
I bet there is.
At the back of the garage, around the sort of the car's control centre, if you like. And the mechanics who usually sit out in the garage and lounge about between stops, they're all huddled behind the engineers, who are all sat in front of screens and lots of data readings and stuff. I do notice, John, that the car is showing on the timing screen, and the driver ID is still showing Benjamin at the wheel.
Ah, interesting.
Is that what you've got on your timing?
I've got Benji, and he's out the car, isn't he?
Remember, it's Oliver. Yeah.
The timing will be being done manually at the moment. There is always a backup system whereby the cars are monitored across the start-finish line. We're not getting... Oh, hang on. We're in the first sector at the moment. I'll tell you in a second whether we're getting split times for that car or just lap times. The worry for the team is if they stop getting scored, because there will be a limit to how long the scorers will do it manually, I'm sure. Yeah, the stint time is ticking over. Of course, I'm not even getting any GPS data or predictive data for the times. Now, looking at the regulations, Matt G has found the transponder must be fixed with rivets or screws in front of the front axle of the vehicle at a maximum height of 80 centimetres from the track surface, and without any metallic material or carbon fibre between the transponder and the track. Now that's a good point there, and thank you, Matt, for that, because the timing loops are exactly that. Loops of wire in the track, and basically the transponder goes across it and triggers it.
There must be a gap inside that inner wing behind the front strut that allows the beam to be picked up as it crosses the line. I definitely saw the transponder going behind the strut.
Sim Racing Bar Stewart says anyone who uses a caravan know how to use the torque wrench. Can we see the fueling area? Well, Bradley and Ron can't go there, but we will endeavour to show you an onboard in there. And by the way, Sim Racing Bar Stewart and everybody else, if you go on to YouTube and search for 0221, there's a selection of onboard cameras that you can isolate and watch the race from the point of view of the onboard. And then you'll get to see them when they go in through, turn right at the end of the pit lane and go into the fueling station. Ross Gunn behind the wheel of the 27 Harter Racing car. That's the SPS Mercedes AMG. Heard Johnny and Bruce talking about that and wondering if there's going to be further collaboration. Outside the States, I believe, yes. That was what was being intimated when I was talking to Ian James earlier on in the week. They'd like to do some more racing over here. It makes sense to have a partnership with a team who's already represented here rather than to try and build something from scratch. But as far as I'm aware, and certainly nothing mentioned by Ian regarding SBS being involved in any of the IMSA operation for that team. Don't forget, at IMSA Radio for next week, special programmes from Wednesday for the Raw. We'll have a special midweek motorsport. Shea Adam, Gearbox Girl, joining me at Daytona as we catch up on all the IMSA news, and my goodness, there's been plenty of that since we finished last year's show. Just looking down into the car park area. I thought I could see something coming in on the tour, but in fact it's just a flatbed repositioning. Huge amount of motor racing in the endurance racing world in the next 3 weekends after this one. Now, the second place TCR car, or at least it was, the 121 Caleb Bergman car, coming back out again. It's held on to its second place, I believe. Although dropped now some 8 laps away from the leader in class, which is the 188 of Sam De Jong. Car heading back up the pit lane at the moment. If you're on Twitter, follow at RSL_studio. Just retweeted the All 221 YouTube page. Thanks to Matt for digging that out again for me. So before we get to the end of another racing hour, here are the class leaders. In TCR, Sam De Jong for AC Motorsport, GT4 number 408, Ollie Gotha. And that car's got a question mark next to it now because of this transponder problem. And it's
still just a look of interest,
right,
in the team. They're not really sort of going to do anything at the moment, I would think. They're going to just perhaps wait and try and rectify it at the next stop. Now, what I did find out, because that car pitted under code 60, it only took on 50%.
Yes.
So it'll be back in 45 minutes. So they'll have another look at it then. I mean, I didn't want to ask too many stupid questions. They know what the problem is. There's a problem that I think they've established that the actual unit isn't the thing that's at fault. So they're going to have to look further. Now, where that is, I'm not really sure, because usually it's just powered and it will do its job. It's not kind of connected to the ECU as far as I'm aware.
I don't think there's anything you were measuring from the ECU. On this sub-series, you have to transmit various other sensor data. Things like cockpit temperatures in the WEC, for example. And those are sometimes linked to transponders. Effectively just a little radio transmitter. Or an RFID, if you think of it like that, I suppose. And when you drive across the very thin wires in the track, it makes the connection, sends a bit of data. And that data can be a 8-digit number, as we saw earlier on, or a 10-digit number, or it could be something else. something more complex. I was quickly running through the class leaders. GTX, Daniel Drexel, Razin Morthen Racing, KTM Crossbow ahead of the two Vorteces. In 992 it's Huber Motorsport, the 925. 992 FAC Autotech, Larry Tenvorda is ahead of Christopher Zirkling. Now the two cars, 962 and 961. In it's the 85 of Phil Quaife in 10th position, the Mercedes CP Racing that leads that. In Pro-Am, in second place, Ralph Byrne for Herbert Motorsport, second place overall. And of course, leading the motor race, again, just by about a lap, Diego Manchacha, and Team WRT's number 7 car, having completed 331 laps. That's how it stands, with just under 11 hours to go. Radio Show Limited, audio, video, 24hseries.com, and via YouTube as well. Just under 11 hours to go from Dubai Autodrome. John Hindhaugh and Joe Bradley for the next hour or so. Well, it's nip and tuck at the front of the field, with mere tenths of seconds being traded by Team WRT's 7 and 46, and the meat in the sandwich, if you will, is Herbert Motorsport. Team WRT, the bread either side of Herbert. Earl Bamber for Grove Racing in 4th position, just 90 seconds away from an overall podium. Yeah.
When you look at those gaps, you know, there's a lap here, a couple of laps there. This is not the Nordschleife.
No.
This is a couple of minutes around, and all it'll take will be for, you know, a puncture, a wheel speed sensor, a transponder.
Yes.
You know, you've still got to go for it here, even if you've got a lap's lead. The leading number 7 WRT BMW, they're not holding back. They're not resting on the laurel of a one-lap lead with still 11 hours to go. It's still a race, this.
I've now got Ollie Gotha in fuel for Rothgo. So has that car come in again? I think it must have.
Stuck past me with Ron sneaked into or pit stopped for his battery change. So we're down the opposite end now, and I didn't see that car come in at all. So that's a puzzler. They did tell me it was coming in within 45 minutes to top that fuel off. I suppose the deciding factor will be when the car leaves refueling.
Yeah.
You'll find out whether they've rectified their transponder issue.
Well, I would say they have, if it's showing as in fuel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the pit counter is showing at just over 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. So that would suggest to me that something is happening there. He has been pricey, back out on the circuit in the 1-2-1 after some running repairs on that car. We didn't get the bottom of that, Joe. Might be worthwhile finding out what happened to the Wolf Power Racing car when it got stuck out on the circuit. It looked to be dead stick to me.
Yeah, we'll check that out.
Phil Quaife is just overtaking MP Motorsport's Henk de Jong. That puts the CP Racing AMG GT3 up into 9th position, still leading the AM category of GT3. And 9th overall in GT3. Just in behind the first 3 from the Pro-Am. So, just after midnight in the UK. Perhaps people joining us after Saturday night out. Match of the day will be finished now, so not quite ready to go to bed. Stay with us in the wee small hours. Some interesting lines being traced around turns 8 and 9 with 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, 3 of which I think are Porsches there. The Veely Motorsports by EB Motors, easy to spot with that LED lightning strip. They had one in at Q8. As out goes, that's the leader, Diego Manchacha, into fuel. He's been in the pits exactly a minute. I would suggest that he's been to pits. Well, maybe he hasn't. Maybe he's just run straight through the pit lane. This is his second stint that he's going on to. GTX leader also in fuel at the moment, the KTM Crossbow ahead of the 2 Vortexes. I think, Joe, much to the pleasure of Rofco with Dragon Racing, they've sorted the problem with the transponder, because Ollie Guth is shown on his outlap at the moment. Sam de Jong for AC Motorsports just gone past them.
That's good news, isn't it? It's a niggly little fault that can ruin your race, that. And both racing is the inquiry you wanted, isn't it, John?
Yes, it's back out again, but that was the car that ground to a halt and caused our last full course purple. Yasmin's back behind the wheel. What a race this has been. And still just ebbing and flowing at the top of the timing scoring monitor, depending on traffic. We've...
I always think, I think I've used this analogy before at this stage of a 24-hour race. It's kind of like a high-speed game of chess.
Yes.
Where the players are just sort of taking their time to make their move, just, you know, keeping to a program. You heard Benji Gola to tell us, you know, they've got a target lap time that they're aiming for, and they've just got to keep doing that, going round and round and seeing, kind of see where they end up.
I think that's right, Joe, because you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself. As in the pit lane comes the third place 992. This is the dual racing by Toro Verde, Green Bull. Phil Keane brings the red, grey, white and black machine to a stop. There will be a change of driver.
I think that's Sammy getting in.
I think it is Sammy getting in.
Phil Keane, though, I mean, you know what? When you put Phil Keane into a race car, you know that you are optimised. You know that that car can't go any quicker than Phil Keane's driving it.
Well, you know what you get, don't you?
Great feeling, it must be. You know, Jules Westwood on the wall, you know, looking after the strategy and looking after the programme, he knows. And you know what? The Moutran brothers are no slouches either, are they?
No, no.
Good set of hands. Lots of experience. And, you know, we spoke to Nabil earlier and he was telling us about the... what's the matter, mate? Have you caught your toe or something?
No, we've had a change in the leader.
Oh, really? Because of that fueling stop for the 7?
Correct. And because there's been slightly different strategy and Ralph Bourne's been out there for 25 minutes, we've had the first change in over 200 laps. Team WRT led from lap 118 to 333. And now Ralph Bourne leads for the number 91. So that's the 11th change of lead, but still only from 5 cars. The cars that have led in reverse order, I suppose. Leading now is Herbert 91, The MS7 WRT car led before that for a very long time. Then it was the, going back in time, Fred Vervich's Haas RT number 21 Audi. And before that was the 99 Tresor Attemptor Racing Audi. And right at the start of the race, we had the 777, of course, starting on the front row. How it stands then. 2:01.3 last time around by Ralph Bourne. It's strange in the pit lane, Joe, isn't it? The longer you get away from a full course purple, a code 60, the more the pit stops seem to spread out and become a little more, fill the time a little more. But if you have full course cautions, if you have code 60s, then everybody tends to come in at roughly the same time, so you don't see them for an hour or so, and then everybody's back in again.
And you can kind of guess people's strategies because it's quite straightforward. You know, they're going to utilise the effect of the code 60. It's when we have these long periods of green that we get the strategies kind of ebbing away from one another. As we've got the Vortex back in, this time it's the 702, and a bit of a problem on the right rear. It's not coming off that wheel.
Well, I'm not surprised to keep talking it up.
Yeah, talking it up the right amount of torque, and now it's off. Now it's off. It's just a little bit dusty under there. But yes, it's we've got the odd visitor, like i.e. the 702 Vortex is in now. What looks like a pretty regular pit stop. No urgency going on here. These cars in the GTX class, and there's probably a bit of inter-team rivalry. I remember at Mugello last year, the Vortex team brought 3 cars, and it was always a hive of activity, the Vortex pit. I'm not sure they're happy with this right rear. It seems to be coming down. They are now, because it's coming off the jacks. That's what you can hear behind me. Gets the signal to fire it up. There it is. Tube frame prototype sports car, that, with a massive engine in the back. It's like having a firework strapped to your backside. That must feel like driving a firework, that thing.
Fred Vervich into the pits from 5th in the number 21 Audi, the Haas RT car.
This is the car, John, remember, that missed out on qualifying and had to start way down. And Christian, the young lad who's engineering on that car, has done a cracking job to bring that car right into contention from where it started.
Started 43rd, Joe, and so much of the hard work was done in the first half an hour or so by Fred Vervich, who overtook 30 cars in 30 minutes. Then they backed that up with some very solid strategy, and so by the time we hit our first code 60, just on the hour mark, they were in the lead of the race.
Yeah, I know.
Believe it or
saw
not.
that. I mean, I know we always find qualifying the process exciting, and I think I really enjoyed the 4-driver aggregate that we brought in for this one. Is that going to be the format for the whole season?
I'm not sure is the answer to that question. I think possibly only for the longer races.
Yeah.
So maybe when we get to Barcelona, only 2 24-hour races this year, and that's deliberate. The Creventic organisation consulting with the paddock, they feel they want to make a little bit more of the races at the beginning and the end of the season, and therefore bracketing or bookending the season with a 24 hours at the beginning and the end.
Interesting concept of a 6-hour qualifier. That's effectively an 18-hour race, though.
Correct.
That's Estoril, isn't it?
It is Estoril. Great place to race.
New circuit for the series. Very, very rich in history.
Very lovely part of the world to go, with the resorts of Estoril and Cascais just down the coast, little fishing village.
Grilled sardines, mate.
Beautiful fish restaurants down there.
The track where Ayrton Senna won his very first Grand Prix back in 1985, soaking wet Portuguese Grand Prix.
Also,
it is a fabulous area.
Also, the track that played host to the last European Le Mans Series race that featured open top P2s.
Was that right?
Yeah, I was there.
Wow. Yeah.
Johnny and I did the comms for that, for TV. I really enjoyed that trip. I mean, Portimao, we've been to a couple of times with the Creventic series, and I love that circuit. I think it's a phenomenal track, and that's a great area as well. I thoroughly enjoyed the race we did there last year, and that's another sort of holiday area. It's a very different atmosphere at Estoril. Estoril used to be out almost in the middle of nowhere, and the development has sort of come out to meet it from the coastline. So there's supermarkets and plenty of amenities very close to the track. Excellent parking at the track as well. Really challenging circuit, and a great place to go for a few days at that time of the year.
I suppose you're going to have to treat it as a 6 hours. How can I say a 6 hour sprint? I mean, that's with a massive service. I take it there's no parc fermé between the qualifying race and the race.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, so it's a full service after the 6 hours. Interesting though, and I like the way Creventic mix it up, and give their customers, i.e. the competitors, a little bit something different every year. Quite creative and innovative, as Gary Willems and the team. Always giving a fresh challenge. And once you get to grips with the regulations, once you get to grips with the format, you know, we've got the split 12-hour races, haven't we? Get your head around that. Let's mix it up. Yeah. You thought things were becoming stale, and you thought you'd had a grip on things. Well, we're going to change how we go about this, so you're going to have to look at it differently. Right, mate, I finally found Wolf. So here's the story. Ron and I, we had a battery change at garage 2A, and we set off towards pit out. And Wolf were at 1B.
Of course they are.
So of course we've had a nice little stroll, Ron and I. So what was the question you said? I think it was while I was on my break.
The car stopped on the back straight and had to be recovered. No, this was the car that caused the last full course purple, Joe.
Right, that's the is it the 117 or the 121?
121. Yeah. Car that's in second in its class. Yasmin's out in the car now. Yasmin Preissig. There are. What are there? There are a couple, call it 3 laps between themselves and the next car in TCR. So they're sitting in second at the moment. And the car came back on a tow rope. And we haven't asked them what that was. I really hope it wasn't just that they've run out of fuel. Joe's in the garage asking that very question now. 4:38, BMW in the pit lane again. Cameron McLeod, Simpson Motorsport. Cameron seems to be in the car every time I'm here in Studio 2. Daniel Bruce has brought the Q MMF HRT Porsche in. They're third in the AM category in the 992 Cup car class.
We've got the Cox car in, that's the Salison car next door to Wolf. I can confirm that the 121, the Wolf Power Racing Audi, had a drive shaft failure. That's why they've been towed back in.
25 minutes to change the drive shafts are not bad, is it?
Yeah, that's a pretty good effort, that. What's the progress like for the Salison Porsche? Because remember, this is the car that had the the issue at the very beginning of the race with Peter Cox at the wheel, isn't he?
Yeah, lost one of the tooth from the gearbox 4 laps
right,
in.
yeah.
Tom Boonen, multi-stage winner in Tour de France cyclist, just out of that car. There are 40 laps exactly down on the leaders.
Just enjoying the drive, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, if you look at the AM category, they're only 33 laps down, which is an hour, isn't it, really, when you think about it?
Which is probably how long it took to replace the gearbox.
Absolutely, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we heard Peter Cox tell us from the very outset, okay, we repair the car, we're going to push on, and we're just going to go round and round. And that's the spirit, that's hashtag this is endurance. Because the challenge of a 24-hour race is not necessarily finishing first, it's finishing.
Yeah.
All the things that can go wrong, every little nut and bolt, fuse, connection, circuit board. And you think about, put all of those elements together and you think, how do we even get all of these cars going round and round to the finish? It's incredible, always baffles me.
We had one of our correspondents earlier on describing endurance racing as a really good book, a long book that has twists and turns and character development as the leaders in traffic now and coming to put a lap in the number 908 going through turn 3 and 4 at the moment. Bit of a danger time with traffic, and I absolutely know what they mean. As my body is crying out for some rest at the moment, I'll be absolutely honest about that, but I'm intrigued by what's going on at the front of the field. Just on a lap between first and second, that's 2 minutes, and then another lap between second and third, so it's between the first, let's say the first 4, there's probably fewer than 4 minutes. And we've still got 10 hours and 40 minutes or thereabouts to go, Joe.
Yeah, it's still a massive soap opera, isn't it? The whole thing.
Hello to Blur Fiend, still tuned in. He's now home from work. Time for a little bit of relaxation. Thank you for your kind words, Blur Fiend. On my pit sojourn. I hope it came across that I was enjoying myself, because I do like being down in the pit lane. It's something I don't get to do enough, and it's much easier here in Creventic because we don't need any specific fireproofs and things like that. So to wander down there in jeans and a polo shirt and basically put a set of headphones in and pick up a microphone makes life very easy for me, and it's nice because I get to see people that perhaps I haven't seen for a wee while. It was really nice, even some of the conversations I was having that we didn't put to air. All the teams down there, and Joe and Nick will back this up, you are absolutely cleared to go in there. Do you mind if I have a bottle of water? Yeah. Do you want some chocolate? Do you want a shawarma? You know, I mean, just great. Really good camaraderie down there in the pit lane, which I have to say I do miss from the years that I did it. We are planting trees this weekend, Joe, aren't we? This is part of the new environmental programme from Creventic.
Trees for the future, John.
So I'm led to believe that we are planting. Are we planting a tree for the total laps by all the participants? Is that right?
So every lap turned by every car is how I read it.
Added together. So we've got 341 laps turned by the number 91, add 340 from the 7. Right, well, I've just done a quick calculation, and up until now, that's 14,407 now, as Ralph goes through.
Yeah, it's it's basically a replenishment program in the rainforest belt in Africa, isn't it? Across Uganda.
All right.
And that's where it's taking place. And very worthy cause. There's a full explanation on the magazine, which is available digitally. The Dubai 24-hour Creventic magazine that is associated and connected to each round of the series. There's a separate magazine for each round, and it's fully explained in there what the partnership is with the series.
It's basically like a digital program, isn't it?
It's yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a paper program available at the events, but then if you're not at the event, you can access it digitally via the 24/8 series app or website.
Oh, I just noticed that a wee while ago, as the Ferrari's back in, so we're on now. Yeah, about 40 minutes ago, which I'm sorry I missed this. We had a new fastest lap of the race, and it was from Ross Gunn in the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Heart of Racing by SPS, lap 3:20, 1:59.444. So that's only the second sub 2-minute lap that's been turned. It was Fred Verviche on lap 5 who had the 1:59.596. So well done to Ross Gunn. That car, number 27, currently sitting in 10th position, 4th in the Pro-Am class, as they get a bit of extra drive time before they head to Florida and to the Daytona International Speedway. Just on 2 hours and 5 minutes under code 60, 11 times the purple flags have come out.
And talking of Daytona, mate, I can't help but think every time that Razzoon Racing KTM comes down the pit lane, I see the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac DBI.
I do, yeah.
The old Corvette DBI.
Yes.
Daytona prototype, yeah. It's quite... And as it gets closer, of course, it doesn't grow. It stays relatively smaller.
Size,
yes, yeah. I've got somebody into the pits now coming towards. I think it's one of the Herbert cars.
It's the leader.
It's the leader indeed. There's the number 1 flashing. The 91 Porsche Herbert, another team. They had an absolutely ridiculous amount of bad luck in 2022.
Yes, they did.
And they've gone about their business in a very Herbert-like way this weekend. That car further up the pit lane, John, just looks like a pretty standard wheeled set of Hankook tyres going on.
Slight delay on the left rear, but no driver change, so Ralph Bourne stays
and
in.
It's gone, no driver change there. This is the ebb and flow we were talking about. So now we're going to hand that lead back to the number 7 WRT BM, aren't we?
Should do. Just coming through now into the final sector, the BMW number 7 of Dries van Toor. So this should be the 12th change. Still only 5 cars have led this race overall. Here's the McLaren into the pit lane from 12th position overall, second in GT3 AM.
Great to have a McLaren in the field, isn't it, Greg? Absolutely mega. Love the look of these cars. The 720 McLaren is a proper couple of race car. I'm not sure who's in the car, John, but he's staying there.
It's Frank Goeta.
So just fresh tyres, some sort of service going on in what is effectively the passenger side of the car. Maybe a drinks bottle replenishment or something. TK Engineering livery on the front of the car. That's of course James Cottingham's partner in that company. Historic race car preparation and all forms of engineering prowess. Bit of oil replenishment going in this stage of the proceedings. And all very, very standard procedure here. Off the jacks, right at my feet. This is what I like. Very nice, orderly pull away. So the 76 McLaren, and I'm not sure if we got it across, but it's the number 7, a capital T, a capital S, IX, 76. That's the name of the team. Where are they in the field, John? It's a while since I've had a look at the timing screen.
Sorry, who are we talking about there?
The 76 McLaren.
They came in just outside the top 10 in the overall, but second in GT3 ARM. Phoenix in as well. And then
Phoenix in.
That's Michael Doppelmayr who brought that car in.
Fourth place Grove car in as well, John.
And that's Pierre Caffer who's in the car now. So Michael Doppelmayr has got out. Fourth place car is Earl Bamber, the Kiwi. Grove Racing Porsche, run by Earl Bamber Racing.
We're double stinting the drivers, mate.
Yeah, it's that time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doppelmayer's out of the number 1 car, though. I'm pretty certain I saw the distinctive bright yellow on the helmet of...
The Grove Porsche's already off the apron and turning right into refuelling. Earl Bamber double stinting the tyres not. Fresh Hankook rubber going on that car.
There goes Maxime Martin through. Dries van Toor confirmed with 344 laps completed back in the lead. So that is now the 12th change of lead since the start of the race. But still only 5 cars have had the honour of leading. And they've all been German cars. Dave Alcock, as you mentioned, this race has been dominated by German brands. Why do you think the Far East brands haven't achieved parity with European brands as GT3 manufacturers? We know Nissan have achieved success with the GTR, Mitsubishi and Subaru in rallying, WRC and Toyota, Hyundai as well in TCR and rallying, but none of them have achieved any kind of global success in GT3 as Porsche, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, BMW, Bentley, you name it. It's fair points, Dave, and I'm not sure I know the answer to it. Other than the GT, the factory racing in, particularly in Japan, where most of those brands are from, I accept not Hyundai, of course, but as tend to be Super GT, Japanese Super GT, GT500, GT300. Nissan proved that when they were doing what they did with the GTR, that car could be competitive. Honda have had the NSX, of course, and that car won Petit Le Mans in the hands of an AM team, or at least a Pro-Am team.
There's a lot of factors to consider that we perhaps are not sort of overtly conscious of, and the main one being, of course, customer service support. And we get mega customer service support from the likes of Porsche, BMW and Audi. And guess what? What we've got a pit lane full of.
Yeah, that's a good point. But there's another side of it, is in comes the 46 Maxime Martin driven Team WRT from 3rd position. The other thing, Joe, is you've got to examine what those manufacturers are trying to do
to achieve. Yeah,
you know, Toyota have gone racing with Lexus in GT and with the Super GR, of course, now as well in GT4, as well as prototype racing. You look at what cars they're trying to sell, and generally speaking, until relatively recently, those manufacturers haven't had a quote-unquote sports car. The Supra has been brought back in a joint project with BMW. Obviously, we've had the Celica down through the years. That's dropped in and out.
Is it
GT86?
Is it still an element of win on Sunday, sell on Monday? I mean, I know the Toyota LMP program has been... Toyota has always been at the forefront of new technology. You know, the Prius, for instance, was out... They've been on our roads for, what, 25 years?
Yeah.
I suppose that was the first ever hybrid car, wasn't it?
First mass-produced one,
yes,
I think.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I think it depends which kind of cars you're trying to sell. And, you know, if you're Aston Martin or Bentley or Porsche, then you're selling premium cars, some of which are a sports car. If you're Nissan, you're selling crossovers and small SUVs. You might have a sports car in your range, as you might if you're Toyota, but that's not your bread and butter car. That's your halo car. And as I've said many times before, motor racing is manufacture of motor racing is dictated as much by, probably more now, by marketeers than it is by engineers.
Hasn't that always been the case, though? You can go back to the 1930s and argue that point, can't you?
Well,
when I say that, the Mercedes program, in the 1930s Grand Prix program, that was to showcase German technology.
Well,
and engineering.
You probably can. I just think it's more overt now. There was an element of pride about that program. Remember, that was sponsored by the National Socialist Party. They ran effectively trials between the German companies to see who could produce the most competitive cars, and then they were supported by the state. It was state-sponsored sport.
Yeah,
it was an element of sports washing, if you will. It was an early. Listen, there's nothing new out there. Let's be honest. And you could say that Porsche, when Dr. Ferdinand Porsche went motor racing with his strange little lightweight rear-engine cars, why was he doing that? Well, A, because that's what he really believed in, and he wanted to try and sell some road cars. He didn't have the budget to do what would have been called traditional advertising, so he went motor racing instead to get some column inches.
I've got Maxime Martin, who's just jumped out of the 46. All going well, still very tight at the front there. I know there's a few laps in between everyone, but that's nothing.
Yeah, it's very close. We lost quite some time in the beginning of the race with the spin, with the oil, and then we got a penalty after that, and at the end we lost a lap there, but then we stayed there. We keep pushing. We never know. It's a long race. You have to be a bit lucky with the cold 60s and so on, but at the moment everything is okay.
So how are you pushing? Out of 10, Max, how hard are you guys pushing?
Yeah, we push quite hard, to be fair. We are trying to maximize the lap times we can, because at the end the leader car is more or less on the same strategy as us, because it's the same team, so we have to try to gain time on track. But yeah, we try to do a bit different with the tires and so on to try to gain a bit time in the pit lane. But we keep pushing. It's still a long race.
I find it odd seeing that on your overalls. Back with BMW now, Max. Back home, are you?
Yeah, more or less back home. I'm really happy to be back with BMW. It's the first race with them now, with WRT. We have been competing each other with WRT for many, many years, but it's good to be with them now, and here at the first race in Dubai to prepare for the season is perfect.
You've got a busy start of the season. Will I see you in Daytona next week, and then are you off to Bathurst?
Yeah, it's Dubai, Daytona, Bathurst, so it's a round the world trip, but it's nice. It's always, it's every sport, if more sport you do it, better it is. As a racing driver, more you drive, better it is, so really happy.
You're living the dream.
Thank you.
Thanks, Max. And it's Valentino Rossi who's just took over the 46, by the way, guys.
Thank you, Joe. So Max Martin does the triple at the start of the season, so at least one driver we know is doing that. So Day Bar is what we're calling that. Dubai, Daytona and Bathurst. 3 races in 4 weekends, but of course with the Raw next weekend, effectively you've got 4 weekends of racing action or competitive action, depending on which category you are in at Daytona. Busy. Do you remember, Joel, when we used to do our last event and probably our last commentary round about maybe end of October?
It was October.
And then you wouldn't work again till probably
March,
Easter weekend. Yeah, sometimes Easter weekend, wouldn't you?
Well, I remember our good mate Warren Hughes, who was a professional driver, his season would end. His contract would end in October. and he'd be worried about having to find a job at Asda stacking shells instead of being a professional racing driver all the way through till February, March. And there used to be that bit of an oasis in the winter desert, the Autosport show at the NEC, where everybody would converge and catch up. And to be honest, these days, there really isn't any off-season. And that's not just international motorsport, where you can follow the sun. I know we ended the season, or the end of 2022 in Kuwait, in the beautiful weather and sunshine of the Middle East, and we're back here in January. We then go off to Florida in a couple of weeks for international sports car racing. But even sort of the level that I'm involved at in local, regional karting, our first meeting is February. Our last meeting was November. Yeah, and in between that, we're being pressured. Why aren't you having a race meeting at Christmas? Why aren't you having a race meeting in the new year? It's like, you know, got to give the grass a chance to grow on the verges, you know. And it's very wet and cold in England, so I really don't understand that. Plus, I certainly, when I was karting and competing in motorsport, I used to enjoy the October to March, April break to allow me bank balance to replenish. But yeah, it's a full year round. It's great. It's certainly great for us, mate. We get to be at all these international events, don't we?
You talk about people living the dream and getting involved. And one of the things I like about endurance racing is that family atmosphere. Hello to Andrew Kissinger. I don't know where you are, Andrew. I suspect you're in the States somewhere. He's tweeted in at RSL_studio. He said, I've always been a fan of prototype classes in IMSA and in WEC. And he said, 2017, I ended up interning with an F4 team for a couple of races. And then in 18, I heard about Jay Howard looking at running an LMP3 for the 2018 Rolex 24 on the broadcast from IMSA Radio. I interned for a race and then ended up being hired full-time for their open wheel for programmes. After 4 years with Jay Howard, through F4, USF 2000, Indy Pro 2000 and some Indy Lights, winning 2 championships on the way, I jumped to Brian Herter Autosport for the 2022 TCR programme and had the best year of racing I could have ever imagined. Now I've signed up to work for Team RLL and BMW, and I'm looking forward to my first of what I hope are many Rolex 24s. And he's going to be working on the new GTP LMDH platform. Andrew, that's a fabulous story. An absolutely fabulous story.
That's living the dream.
That is living the teams.
On the subject of living the dream, the 701 Vortex has just been in for a wheel talk and then straight to fueling. So I think they haven't changed rubber. It's on the same tyres,
yes.
But it's obviously a concern, those centre lock wheel hoops.
It happened at
Vortex.
least twice or 3 times when I was in the pits, Joe, yeah.
Yeah, so as their process and protocol is, you bring the car in, we're not going to bother servicing the car at all, driver stays in, tyres stay on, double stinting them. For fuel, you stop at the garage first and get the wheels retorqued.
Had a brief yellow flag at turn 8, but I think there's still a slow car out there in the darkness. Thank you to everybody for submitting their ideas about the Far Eastern manufacturers in GT. Scott Fitzsimmons, hello Scott. See you in a few weeks' time as well. Dudar Bay sounds some kind of coup d'etat, which is not unreasonable.
I've just been reminded of something, John. This is by our 24-inch series superfan, Jamie Peters Ennis, who's been in this. He's been with us all day, and he's still there. He's hanging in there. He's reminded me of a Clio Cup Winter Series that I was involved in with Robert Shaw Racing. I probably blanked that from my memory, to be honest, Jamie. He's reminded me that was called, yeah. But Renault Sport did used to hold a Winter Series for their Clio series and the Formula Renaults.
Joe, that used to be more prevalent than people remember, because you used to have single-seater series over 2 or 3 consecutive weekends,
That's
sometimes
right.
with multiple races.
And the series used to do that almost as giving people a toe in the water, a bit of a taster.
That's exactly what it was.
And trying to get them signed up for the full season the next year.
It's exactly what it was. It was giving people coming up into Clios. It was giving people... I remember we ran Harry Volkard, who just won Class B of the SEAT Championship in that winter series of 07. And then we went on to do touring cars with him the following year. But it was just something for Harry to do to keep in shape, in driver shape. Whereas there would be other Clio teams who would be bringing in young drivers who had never raced cars before and were transitioning from karts. And certainly that happened in the single-seater categories. But it was a great idea. Of course, the only off-put was the British weather. It would be freezing cold. Jamie needs to remind me, was that in November or was that in like January, February? Was it like at the end of the season rather than the beginning of the new season? Jamie has a better memory for these things than I do. Like I say, I probably blanked it from mine for many, many reasons.
True enough. Lots of air miles being clocked up by various parts of endurance racing paddocks in the next few weeks as well. Max Martin doing all three. Good for him. 5 of the team that's here this weekend will be covering the Rolex Daytona 24 hours in 2 weekends' time. I've got Shea Adam with me next weekend for the Raw. I've got 2 races there, 2 new sprint format races. Then it's the extended coverage of the Raw the week after, and then of course we're down to Bathurst for the first time in a couple of years. It took me far too long to go to Bathurst.
Extended coverage of the Rolex, you mean? You said the extended coverage of the Raw again.
Well, yes, yeah, extended coverage of the Raw and the Rolex, actually.
Yes.
2 special midweek motorsports on the Wednesday, both coming live from Daytona in Raw week and race week. Then we'll have a Bathurst midweek motorsport with Creelsey and I from the press room at some ungodly hour of the morning, as I seem to remember with the time change. And then the early part of the week, of course, the sessions for the 24-hour series, for the 12-hour race, available exclusively on radio. It's on RS1. Radio-show.co.uk and IMSA Radio for all the details of the sound and vision for those. And of course, we're working very hard indeed to get some coverage from Abu Dhabi next weekend as well with Creventic. So that would make that a double header weekend. So potentially then that would be that's 5 events in 4 weekends. We like to give you value for the money you don't pay. It's all free. Phil Anson has rejoined us. Morning, Phil.
A very good morning to you, John. Morning, Joseph. Down in the pit lane.
You'll be having Nick Damon joining you in a wee while. Still very pleasant out there, Phil. I know you've got your 2023 powered by Hankook fleece on, but it hasn't got quite as cold as I thought it might overnight.
It's only dropped to 17 degrees, and the reason for that, John, is the wind has died. We remember yesterday it was actually really breezy, and it was the wind that was cold. For me, it was just bone chilling. But coming in this morning, and I had a brief walk around before I came up to the studio. It's pleasant out there. I'm unzipped at the moment, which is unusual for me at this time. But 17 degrees, which means it's only dropped 3 degrees since midnight, which means that the track must be in just ideal condition with a lot of marbles.
Guys, I've got some news.
Go ahead, Joe.
We've got a gearbox warning appeared on the number 955, the Willie Motorsports by AB Motors. I think that's a class contender in the 992 class, isn't it?
6th position in 992 overall at the moment, yeah. That's another gearbox driveline problem for 992 Cup class cars.
The car, I just saw, Ron and I made our way down here. I saw the car being backed into the garage. By the time I got here, the car was had left. And I'm not sure, I'm just looking at the body language of the mechanics and the conversations going on, whether or not they're going to see that car back in very quickly. So I'll hang about here while you two have a chat, and that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Because this car is, albeit 6th at the moment, it's been ebbing and flowing between up and down inside that top 5 from the very outset.
Well, to be honest, there's only 5 laps
5 or 6 laps between the sharp end of the field, the two Fark Auto Tech cars. The Ramsey Mutron behind the wheel of the Jewel Racing by Toro Verde, and the rest of that field. A slip there could cost many positions. This from Stephen Oppert to RSL_studio. Hello from New Zealand, been watching this race from the start. Currently 1:45 p.m. on Sunday, so he's speaking to us from the future just now. And he said, what do you think the chances of seeing Creventic racing in New Zealand? It would attract new names and teams to compete, as well as a new and wider audience.
Wouldn't I love that?
We could have a New Zealand-based series. There's that many race circuits down there. You have more racetracks per capita and per square metre than probably any country in the world.
In both islands as well. And great local series that run over there. I've got family that live in New Zealand, so that's why I'm quite passionate about it. But Hampton Downs is a stunning circuit. I went and saw the New Zealand Historic Festival, happens there every January. And I was there in 2007 when my niece got married. Driving down, all I could see was airboxes running around this paddock. And I walked in there, and it's a festival of Formula 5000.
Oh, please.
And classic. And then you walk in there, and it's the Can-Am Festival as well. Obviously, garage number 1 is Bruce McLaren's garage, which has the car he was building at the time that he died. Still, basically, they've put it in there. It's got all the set squares and everything that he had, the pencil marks, the wooden steering wheel, everything in there. And it was celebrating Danny Hume. So they had his truck racing there. He had the Golf GTI Mark I that he shared with Sterling Moss in the Targa Florio. And the historic scene in New Zealand's massive. I'm a big fan of that. And also some very good drivers come out of there. Shane Van Gisbergen, just to name one.
Earl
Bamber.
Brendan Hartley.
Yeah, exactly. And they still do street racing over there on motorcycles.
That's just madness.
It's
in a good way.
It is. And on sidecars.
Motorcycle combinations. Off-road, on-road, round circuits, round the Isle of Man. Combinations around the Isle. Accelerate quicker than a Formula 1 car. Extraordinary stuff. I'd love to see more racing down in New Zealand. I think that what we have to remember about Creventic in particular when we're talking about it is, whilst we celebrate your WRTs and teams like that in this series, this is still ultimately, for me, when we talk to the people up and down the pit lane, it's great to talk to the pros, but isn't it lovely to talk to the non-pros, the people for whom racing is not their living, and hear their stories? Because this is, at some level, this is their Le Mans.
Yes.
This is their Daytona. This is, potentially their
12 hour
Spa 24, because they may not be able to get to any of those races, A, because of cost, and B, maybe because they don't feel that they would want to be involved in that environment. And I hope that stays like that. But what that does mean is that the budgets are at a different level here. I wouldn't say that this was club racing, but I've heard people describe this as the highest form of club racing in the world, and I know what they mean by that.
Yeah, club racing plus. I think because you have a look at it, there are no pro categories in the event. We have GT3, but it's not classified. There's no GT3 podium, pro.
Now, here's a good point from Adam Wareham. With no more pro GT programs at Le Mans and in the WEC, will we see potentially more pro drivers and teams move to series like Creventic and SRO? Well, I suspect that will depend on the manufacturers. And
yes.
And also, pro drivers, the clue's in the name. They get paid to drive.
Yes.
So there has to be a business case for them to be here. WRT are here this weekend to give themselves a little bit of race prep before they go to Bathurst and before they kick into their season, because there's nothing. You've heard the expression ring rusty.
Yeah.
You don't go into a world title fight having not fought for 5 years.
Exactly. And with the way the Creventic structure, how many hours a pro can drive in the various classes, whether they're in GT3, GT3 Pro Am or GT3 Am and 992 as well. And some of the categories, in the Am categories, pros are not allowed. So it is structured towards the amateur driver. And then your pro driver, if they can only drive a third of the race. In a 12-hour race, that's not many hours, and in a 24-hour race, and that's a combined time. If you have two pros in there, that's a combined pro time as well. So the series is really structured to the serious amateurs and the amateurs, and it's always been built that way, John. It's never been about pros in the series. But the point that was made is that with the pro categories being taken out of both IMSA and WEC, given the I'm just looking at the names on there at the moment, or Bamadries, Venezuela, etc. It is attracting a lot more of those professional drivers.
Yeah.
Because you've had Christmas, you've had everything off. You're ready. You're about to start the season. This month and the beginning of February, the amount of endurance racing on the planet, it is absolutely amazing, which sets the tone for the whole season. There's nothing that, the 2 24-hour races in a 12-hour race is sort of going to make the teams very tired.
Yeah, and it's it's a lot of work for the cars as well.
Exactly.
Greg Tolson is checking in from Massachusetts in the US, grabbing a little beverage and sitting around the TV, loving the coverage at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch with us, Joe Bradley is about to leave us in the pit lane after a hectic. Are you in? No, actually, you're in for another hour, Joe, aren't you? Yes, you are. Sorry, I know he's not going to answer me now.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I had to switch the mic on there.
That's all right.
Yeah, still got another hour before I go for a little breakfast.
I will leave you in the capable hands of Phil Anson up here in the booth in studio.
Is that wise, to leaving me and Phil in charge? You know we're going to go off and talk about historic Can-Ams, don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course.
Exactly.
I've got lots of questions about the Formula 5000s as well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
Sorry everybody, it's going to be this nostalgia hour coming with Joe and Phil.
Exactly.
So 300 and it's going to be 300 and what are we? 300. Where are we? 358 laps with 10 hours to go. So we should have been 369, I think. So
11 laps short.
We're 11 laps short. We're gradually grabbing them back. When these cars are running, we're running at an average of something between 2 minutes 1 and 2 minutes 3, which is a really quick pace, Phil. We've had another, I should mention, we've now got 3 cars who have lapped underneath 2 minutes. Check that, 4 cars, that's 4 or 5 cars, but we did get a reset of the fastest lap by Harter Racing and Ross Gunn back on lap 320 when he was in that car. So, just remind you that as we come down to the 10-hour mark, we're live from Dubai Autodrome. Good to have your company. Live in sound and vision. No blocks, no breaks, no subscriptions. All of the action. And with 10 hours to go, Phil Anson will take you through the live results in GT.
And in P1, the number 17 WRT leading the way, having a great battle at the moment with number 91 Herbert Motorsport in second position. Team WRT the 46 car in third position. When I left around midnight, there was still that battle going on. This has been titanic for the last 5 hours or 6 hours now. Grove Racing, Aussie team in fourth position. And the number 10 car, Earl Bamber, at the wheel at the moment. The 21 car, Haas RT, in fifth position. Frederick Vervich, I'll get that right eventually, in the car at the moment. In the 92 car in sixth position, Herbert's Motorsport in the GT3 category. Seth Lucas at the wheel at the moment. A great racing from the CP Racing. That's the GT3 AM car, up into seventh position. When I left around midnight, they were just outside the top 10. And Phil Quaife, well, he's done a lot of laps around here. He's actually doing some local driver training around here as well with some of the Clio Cup drivers. In seventh position at the moment. Eighth, Team GP Elite, the 32 car. Jesse Hankook at the wheel at that one at the moment in the Porsche. And ninth position, 27, Heart of Racing by SPS. Ross Gunn at the wheel. And P9, P10 is the number 14, Paulson Motorsport. Casper H. Jensen at the wheel. P11, number 19, MP Motorsport, Heng Jong at the wheel in the GT3. Then we've got the McLaren 720 GT3, 76, the 76 in 12th position. Phoenix Racing, the number 1 car, the first of the Pro-Ams, in 13th position. Pierre Caffa at the wheel of that. Fuck Older Tex, 962. Is leading the 992 category, with the sister car, the number 1, in the second position in that category, with Christopher Zockling at the wheel. And then we've got the Mutrans in their dual racing by Toro Verde, the 995 car in the 992 category, running in 16th position. 925 Huber Motorsport in fourth in class at the moment in 17th position. Then it's the number 2 car, Vision, the Ferrari 488 GT3 in 18th position. In 19th position, it's the 911 Pure X Racing, Sven Miller at the wheel of that 911 GT3R. And then in 20th position, it's the 929 QMMF by HRT Thuraya Qatar car. And Ghanem Al Mahid at the wheel at the moment. The 955 Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors in 21st position. Sergio Nicolau at the wheel in 22nd position. It's the 928 with Harry Hilders at the wheel of their 911 GT3 Cup car. 7th in class at the moment. Then the 930, the second of the QMMF by HRT Sahel Qatar in 23rd position overall. Then we've got the KTM Crossbow in the GTX category, the only one in that one, the 714 Razoon Northern Racing GTX. And in 25th, it's the 989 MRS GT Racing. Alexander Artemev at the wheel of that, 9th in class. The 907 is behind them in 26th position, 10th in class. Sebula Racing by Duo Racing, and Matthias Joubert is at the wheel. 27th position is the second of the Sebula by Duo Racing, with Jean-Christophe David at the wheel in 11th position. Leading the GT4 category in 28th position is the 408 car, Rofco, with Dragon Racing, Oliver Goeth at the wheel. We had a chat with him earlier on up in the booth. In 29th position, second in the GT4 category, the 438 Simpson Motorsport, James Kell at the wheel of that one. In 30th position, Cellison by Cox Racing, the number 48 car, the 911 GT3R. In 16th in class at the moment. Then we've got the second in the GTX category. That's the 702 of the Vortex V8 Racing. Nicholas Nobbs at the wheel of that, 31st position for that. 32nd, Century Motorsports 429. And then in 33rd, Holger Harmsen in the 931 HRT Performance. The second of the Vortex cars running third in class, 34th overall. 701 Tom Pieri at the wheel in 35th position, 13th in class. 977 Rubdun Motorsport, the local UAE team, Halal Al Mazuri at the wheel. And then we've got Simon Balkan at the wheel of the 979 Speed Lover, 36th overall. Then it's the 990 MRS GT Racing. Mark Henrique at the wheel of that one. 37th position. Satellite junior team. They were way down because of all the issues that they have had. 120 laps behind. 38th position. 39th is the P1 group by MRS GT Racing, 184 laps down, and then we've got the 770. We know we've had lots of issues with that. 221 laps down in 40th position, and then we get into some of the cars that have retired. And the 909 Ivo Brokers was at the wheel when that car came in, and then we had well, what was a really big loss was the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT. That's the one that hit the wall at turn 13 and had a small fire, but there was no more for that one. 43rd position, the 450, the Jorgensen Strom by Century, and then the 99 behind them. 271 laps down, 988, same issues, still way down the leaderboard, 932, and then we have the non-starter, the 488 Dragon Racing GT4. Moving on to our TCE category, leading the TCR is the 188 AC Motorsport. With Sam Giongi at the wheel, Wolf Power Racing's number 121, Jasmine Pressig, doing a very impressive stint so far, second in the TCR category, and then the second of the Wolf Power cars, the 117, Marcus Menden at the wheel of that in third position, and then leading the TCX category, the 227 Team Sorg Rennsport. That's the car that was involved in that incident at turn 16 with two other cars, a BMW GT3 and a Mercedes GT4, and they got that back out and running. And then we have some cars that are quite a way down, the AC Motorsports 199 and the French team, the 700 miles team, down in the 6th position in the DSG. Not many DSGs left out there at the moment. They're both in the pits, and that's how we round out the with 10 hours to go here at Dubai Autodrome for this 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours at Dubai. And, well, Dries Van Toor is still holding on to that lead and that ebbing and flowing. And it's all about pit stops, I think, at the moment, John, of how if they're managing their stops.
Exactly right. The strategy really has come down to how you've managed the Code 60s. There's time to be had out there at the moment. Alexander Fack for Fack Auto Tech just put the number 961's fastest lap of the race in. 203.513. 203, by the way, 513 for a Carrera Cup car. Ooh. And the fastest lap in that category, I noticed earlier on, wasn't that far away from the guys at the sharp end of the field, Phil, in the GT cars.
Yeah.
The 992 best lap is a 202.770. Phil Keane, unsurprisingly, set that. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, guys, I've got Fred Verzies, who's just got out of the number 21, the Haas car, the Haas Audi. Fred, great job by Christian there to bring this car back into contention. You guys started 43rd, and you're right up there.
Yeah, it's, we were obviously very disappointed yesterday when the technical issue happened and we could not do quali. But we knew we had a very strong car, and yeah, so far we had a mega start, and then from there on everybody could move up, and yeah, it was great to be P1 at some moment.
Was it you who started the car?
Yes.
So you overtook 30 cars in 60 minutes or something?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are two classes, but
30 minutes, 30 cars in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's a nice record, but obviously there are 20 cars, not in our class, but nevertheless it's not easy to overtake them because they're very quick on a straight line and they have their own race, and yeah, you have to try to get past them as quick as possible and not touch anybody. But yeah, that went well.
When you have problems in qualifying that affects your starting position like that, does it take the pressure off? Because I suppose you're starting 43rd, nothing, is it less pressure than starting on pole, say?
Yeah, that's let's say, one point to look at it, but I see it more as a bigger risk to have a contact with other cars. If you're more in the front, let's say top 10, it's more easy, it's more relaxed for me. So 43 was less relaxed. So yeah.
So you as a driver, your job is to go round and round as fast as possible. Christian there, he was the engineer that had to engineer getting your car back up there. I mean, how important is that partnership between you and Christian?
That's extremely important, especially this race. It's let's say, okay, you need the speed, but the main thing here is to have the good strategy. And the strategy, you work with your team, your engineer, the mechanics, the good pit stops, good driver change, and yeah, a little bit of luck at the fueling station, but and with the code 60s. But clearly, this is key to win the race, these guys. So we're just, we're also important, but they're more important.
I agree. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Joe. Dries Van Tour into the pits now for Team WRT, race leader down in the fuel bay. We'll find out who's jumping into that car. And while Joe was talking there with the 908, just had a half lose in turn 14, got everything back around again, and no foul there, and running down in 27th position outright, running 7th in the 992 AM, Matthias Gilbert at the wheel of that one in the moment. Pulsar Motorsport also into the pits. Down in the fuel bay for the WRT car, 363 laps done. That Herbeth Motorsport car leading the Pro-Am category in second position. They've been in the top 5 since about hour 4 as they move their way forward in the 91. And they started 13th on the grid, so once again another car moving through the field. Not quite as much as 40-odd cars being played, starting in 43rd position, but it just shows you over time. Well, they did that in the first hour, as Fred was saying, but it's Ralph Bond has got into the Herbeth Motorsport car as they it looks, I'm not sure if Dries is staying in that car. I've just got to wait till he leaves the fuel bay and click that driver change over. Just keeping an eye on that, the gaps between them at the moment. 363, 219 is the gap back to Ralph Bond in the Herbeth Motorsport car. They've been flipping and flopping with their pit strategies. And this is the 20th stop for that WRT car. 18 stops for the Herbeth car, 22 for the Team WRT. The 46 Valentino Rossi back at the wheel of that one, involved in an incident early on with the Rolf Gobet Dragon Racing car. As and Earl Bamber back at the wheel of the Grove Racing in 4th position. And just 16 stops for the Grove Racing team, spacing it out quite nicely. 9 hours, 46 minutes to go here in Dubai. Sunrise scheduled for 7:05 this morning. We'll start around 6:30, about an hour and 15 minutes. It'll start to brighten up. Wind has died down dramatically from overnight, so the track temperatures stayed high. And I think what John was saying earlier, we're seeing some quick lap times come in from the AM cars and the 992 cars. Fuel loads burning off, and the track is. I had a little bit of a look around before coming up to the studio, and it looks in pretty good condition. There is a lot of marbles offline, but everybody knows where they are now. And it's Jean-Baptiste Simonau getting into the lead car, the number 7. And then we swap the lead over, Herbeth Motorsport. They go back into the lead. And this switching of their strategies, the change in their strategies, 18 stops versus 20 stops. On my reckoning, yes, Joe.
Who's just got out of the 928. Harry, you got out of the car and then a little bit of a surprise with the car still being in the pits and being worked on. Do you know what that's about?
I don't know. Maybe they are changing some things in the front. I see them working on the brakes, but I really don't know what. Oh yeah, they're making this. I don't know how to call them, but they're changing these
pads, brake pads.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's just a regular service.
Yeah, it's a regular service. So, and maybe they do the back as well. I don't know. But
so going well. You're here with your good mate Guy Spessum, and I see Bob Herber's in the car with you this weekend.
As I don't know. He was, I think, in the hotel when I didn't see him. So, as I know, the car is running very well. And in the beginning, we had some problems, but we fixed it. Lost, I think, 10 rounds. And I was just looking. We are progressing a little bit, so maybe we are going home with the prize. You never know.
I never fail to see you on the podium at the end of these races. Harry, you've raced here in Dubai. You've raced here in Dubai when the field has been like 100 cars. We've got half of that. Does that really have an effect on how you race? Does it affect on how you go about the race?
Yeah. I think when you have 100 cars, what I did before here, that's what you mean. Yeah, there's a lot more to look at, and specific because then at that time there were a lot of slower cars as well. So you have a big difference between slower and faster cars. I think, as I saw it now, there's only 1 or 2 Seats, but there are some TCRs, but not that much. So it gives some more room and less danger, I think. So that's good.
Good, great to have you here as ever. Are you and Guy in for the remainder of the European season?
Yeah, we are definitely going to Mugello, and there were some others as well. We're not decided, but I think Spa will also be a good possibility. It's very near our home, so that's very easy. Estoril we will skip because we're on holiday. And at the end of the season, Kuwait as well. Kuwait is great to be, and a very nice circuit. And it's also good to have 6 days without alcohol. So that's what we get used to, and also good for the performance, I think. So we like to race quick, but we also like to have fun. So that's the two major things. So. It's nice when we have a prize when we come home, but it's not necessary.
I agree. Great to see you here. Best of luck for the end of the race, towards the end. Best of luck.
Yeah, everything can happen as long as we can drive this way. I hope we have a podium. And if I see it now, there's a really fair chance. And
fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. We're live from Dubai Autodrome. It's the traditional start to the endurance racing years. 9 hours and 42 minutes still to go from the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Well, Phil, this is just about picture perfect. I've been watching this timing screen well, you know, pretty much since the start of the race, other than when I was in the pit lane, and even then I was sort of sticking my head in to see what was going on. We're gradually clawing our way back towards getting somewhere close to a distance record. I actually don't think we're going to do it. I think we're going to fall short.
That's 6:28 laps.
Yeah, so 6:29 would be a new record. I think we're going to be a tiny weeny bit short on that. But what I'm loving here is just seeing the absolute maximum attack mode that everybody is doing. I mean, look at the 992 class. We've been talking about, you know, cars with problems. But my goodness me, they are absolutely. It's like a Saturday night brawl in a bar. 207.3 from the leader, 207.9 from second, 207.9 from third. That's your top three, separated by, well, let's call it 6.5 minutes, those three, which in the context of what we've seen here, first of all, that's not far away from a pit stop, to be honest. A full service pit stop under green, that can cost you probably the better part of 5 minutes, sometimes a wee bit more than that. What we don't know, and I daren't even ask, is those top three, have they done their brake services yet? Are they going to speculate and try and hold on as long as they can and wait for another code 60 so it doesn't take so much time out of the car? The fat cars all look a bit tail happy. Here comes one down the front straight now, crosses the line in front of us. Matthias Hofzimmer, and that's a car that on turn in and on power out, so turn into apex and centre out, both looks like it wants to swap ends all the time.
Doing a very good job of managing that, because I was watching the other car that Alexander Fark is in as well. They're both set up pretty identically. They're both a little tail happy, and I'm not sure if you want a Porsche to be tail happy, to be perfectly honest, John.
No.
Once the pendulum starts to swing in a Porsche, it keeps going. But they seem to have that balance set up. Maybe it's using a little bit too much more of the rear tyres, but if that's the way they like driving it. But it's like a 992 Cup race here at the moment, but it's running for 24 hours. And I think what we've seen, possibly with all of the technical problems that people are having and taking the accidents out of account, is that they are being pushed. We're over 14 hours into the race now, and we started having problems with gearboxes and stuff around hour 6, around 5 and 6. So maybe the pace will just a little touch there between the car and the Ferrari coming around turn 15, as the Ferrari makes its way through down onto the start-finish straight. But I think there's the pace of the race, even though we've had around about 2 hours and 5 minutes under 60, is very hot, and they're treating this 1 hour 15 minutes is a 1 hour 15 minute sprint race, and we just saw the pace of the Cup cars heading down the straight. The Ferrari couldn't drive away from it. They're so fast in a straight line, they just lack that corner aero and grip of the GT3 cars. But boy, they are fast in a straight line, which I think is starting to cause a little bit of frustration in some of the GT3 cars that they just can't get past. And then we have the two cars that look very similar indeed, the McLaren and the Ferrari, on track together. Two of the only non-German cars in the top echelon in the GT3 field. Just keeping an eye on that lead battle. Ralph Bon at the wheel of the Herbert's Motorsport number 91, just on a minute over Jean-Baptiste Simonard in the Team WRT car, and WRT running second and third. Valentino Rossi in the 46, currently sitting down in third position. Now, we were watching his lap times previously on a stint just before midnight, and he was sitting in the 202s. Had a bit of traffic on that lap, 204, but just looking back at his lap times, once again driving to a program, getting the car towards daylight, and then everybody will make an assessment there of where they need to go. At the moment, they're on the podium in the GT3 outright category. We've got a GT3 Pro-Am car in the lead of the race, albeit 18 pit stops down, where the two WRT cars have done, the 7 has done 20 stops, 22 for the 46 car. And then Earl Bamber closing in now on the back of the 46 in the number 10 Grove Racing car. And maybe a lap and 20 seconds, but as John just said, once you do a full service pit stop, that disappears very, very quickly. And it's not, as was mentioned before, it's not the Nordschleife. You can lose a lap and a half, and as we've seen, that's what's causing this lead to change. all the time. Just keeping an eye on some of the other classes at the moment. 2 FAC Autotech cars leading the way in 992 category, and then it's a dual racing by Toro Verde. Ramsey Moutran at the wheel of the 995 car. It's our top 3 in the 992 category. Huber Motorsport in the 925 leading the 992 AM from the Qatari-based QMMF by HRT Thuraya car. Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani at the wheel, and they've had some issues but been able to keep it there, and their sister car running 3rd in that category as well. Ibrahim Al Manai in at the wheel of the 930 car. Rough go with Dragon Racing, Oliver Goth at the wheel. Had a great chat with him earlier on this evening with Roald and Stewie Hall. Young man with Formula One aspirations. Keep an eye on him. Leading the GT4 category, and AC Motorsport Stefan Perrin in the lead, 188, 29th overall in the TCR car. Haven't seen them up that high for quite some time. Pit lane very quiet at the moment. Just the 117 once again coming in. This is not scheduled, not a scheduled stop. They're changing the front tyres for a new set of Hankooks. But this car was one of the ones that they used to do a lot of wheel jiggling, and obviously a continuous problem for that car as they try to get it back out, and more wheel jiggling going on. It's not what they want to do, and the 408 and 701 into the pits for scheduled shop. I'm not sure if they're going to drive straight past Joe Bradley and head down. It looks like there's a lot of double stinting going on down there, Joe.
Phil, we've seen the 408 has pulled into its box.
Okay.
And I think that's Oliver Goethe getting it out of the car.
Yes.
He's been in. I think he's been in for fuel, not tyres. But what we've seen for the past, say, couple of hours, we've seen drivers staying in. We've seen fresh tyres going on the car, on several cars in pit stops, and then making their way to fueling. So we've certainly been double stinting the drivers, less double stinting of the Hankook rubber. The 701 as well, that car pulled in behind the 408, and now that car's up on its jacks as well. From what I can see, and I'm just making my way up there, Phil, because both of these cars are towards pit out.
Yep, they're up my end.
I couldn't have been further away from them.
Sorry.
Standard and typical. It all looks pretty straightforward, and it looked like Oliver Goethe got out. I'll check that when we get up there. But to be honest, mate, by the time I get there,
they'll be in the fueling bay anyway.
It'll be in fueling, and it'll have changed.
Thanks for that, Joe. Just as I say, there's nobody in pit lane, and the pit lane starts to fill up.
Well, it was due, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We were due. We had a kind of a lull. The game of chess was kind of like the clock was ticking, and the players were kind of having a bit of a face-off. And now everyone's pressed the clock, and away we go. We're making a move now, and it's tactic time. I think at this stage, though, Phil, everybody's just sticking with their programme, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Certainly at the front, we talked to Maxime Martin, and they were pushing. It's the level of push, isn't it? We talk about 9/10ths, 10/10ths. But on saying that, we talked to Nabil Moutran, who said that they were matching their qualifying times in the 992 class.
I think that's got a lot also to do with track evolution, as the track is really rubbered in now, and a good line has appeared. Unfortunately, the 117 has been pushed back into the box again with after all the jiggling of the front wheels. So more work going on for that team, based right down here in front of Studio One, up in the grandstand.
Hey, Phil, we'll head down there, which is at the opposite end of the pit to where we are.
Thanks, Joe.
We've got all night.
Exactly. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Phil Hansen up in Studio 2. There's 9 hours and 30 minutes left remaining in this, the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. The 76 car looking resplendent as it comes into the lighting around turn 13, just the turn 13 down to turn 2 under lights. And then everything else is in darkness. And talking to some of the drivers overnight, down towards turn 10 is very dark indeed. And then they have to adjust their eyes once they get out of turn 2, as you've got turn 3 and 4 coming up very, very quickly, and you're going uphill, which means your lights are actually pointing towards the sky rather than towards the apex, and can be quite disconcerting if you've never done at race speed going around those two corners. And we find that some of the cars actually drop their corner lights down a little bit so that they can pick up where they need to be, because you don't want to hit the apex of turn 3, but you do on turn 4. By this time, everybody should, the track doesn't change, but if you're looking down at your dashboard and all of a sudden you look up and you don't know where you are, it can be quite disconcerting as the
You only have a look at your dashboard on the straight.
Exactly, unless you're trying to find with these dashboards now, what I find is I've noticed a couple of the drivers hit the dimmer and try and turn them down because it's actually too bright for them. They're losing their track vision due to it being bright in the car.
The biggest thing about the transition from light to darkness at any racetrack is the loss of reference points. So that reference point being that tree on the left, or that change of tarmac shade, or the bit of Armco, when it gets dark, it disappears.
And that's where it's really, really around turn 3 and 4 there. The track edges are so far away from the track. It's not like the walls are right alongside the circuit. There's a long way back, and there's just a Marshall post light there on the inside and on the outside. So you have, as you're quite right, Joe, the reference points disappear, and if you get disorientated, you've got to take your foot off the throttle just to get yourself back to where where am I?
Well, the other thing, Phil, is if your reference points, like braking reference points.
Yeah.
I had a driver once, I once asked during a debrief, what reference point are you using for that corner? And he said, what do you mean? Which is a bit worrying. So I explained what I meant, and he said, oh, I don't know, I just time it. What do you mean you just time it? What if you come out of the corner 5 miles an hour faster or 5 miles an hour slower? So if he comes out 5 miles an hour slower, he's going to be braking earlier and earlier and earlier. We've got... just breaking away from that conversation.
Yes.
I'm down here in TCR land, and we've got the 117 Wolf power car in. It's not looking good, Phil. It's on the hijacks, front end attention going on. It might have done a drive shaft. I'll check that out. But next door, we've got the number 121,
and that drove into the pit box. Head first, that's Jasmine Pressing. That's running second in TCR, Joe.
Yeah, the only reason it's done this is because they were conscious that the sister car, the 117, is in the garage. It's sharing the garage with the 117.
Okay.
Next door is an empty garage, which is where you saw the car drive into. Jasmine's just strapping the TV in. We'll get a word with Jasmine. So the 121's leading TCR.
It's second in TCR at the
second
moment.
in TCR. The 117 is going to be dropping down the order now. It's had a few tails of war. There's a drive shaft off the right-hand side.
There you go.
There's the brand new drive shaft going on the right-hand side. That's the longer side. The left-hand side drive shaft shorter. Not sure if Ron's camera will pick that up from inside the garage. He's certainly going to have a go. Don't know whether you're getting pictures of what's happening now. The drive shaft's intact, but that's not to say the CV joint has completely destroyed itself.
No, we're seeing that at the moment, and some damage on the front right as well, which may have exacerbated that issue with lots of million-mile-an-hour tape going on there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's had a hit. But I mean, you know, it is fairly common.
Yes.
That these TCR cars do drive shafts.
Well, it is
curb use and stuff.
Curb use around here, and the curbs are not smooth. And we already saw that McLaren brake its suspension on the curb very earlier on in the piece, and also 8-minute fix, which is pretty amazing. Front-wheel drive car, a little bit more difficult changing anything on the front end, as you say, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, it does a lot, the front end of a front-wheel drive car, doesn't it? It turns the car. It does everything, yeah. It drives the car, it brakes the car. And I've always said the rear axle on a front-wheel drive car is just to stop the bumper scraping the ground.
Yeah, I'd say the exhaust scraping the ground. So
yeah, same
thing.
Got a chance to talk to Jasmine, who's just got out of the 121. So Jasmine, second in TCR. Now there's some attention going on under the bonnet of the car. What's the crack?
I don't know. So they have to look. There's something a problem, and I don't know what the problem is.
So you came into the pits on schedule. Did you come into the pits as instructed?
Yes.
And was that when you should have?
Yes, and no, not because of problem. No, they want to look if there is something, but I was here because I'm empty and I have to change. Yeah.
Okay. How was the drive? You good? It's feeling good out there?
I don't know.
It's feeling good out there? The car is good?
Yeah, the car is good. Yeah, it's fast and but now I don't know. But yeah.
Jasmine doesn't really want to say anything because it might. A race is on the verge of a precipice here.
Yeah.
If they find a problem. Now the thing is, you might be wondering, why does Jasmine not know what's going on with her car? Well, she's just the driver, and she just drives and goes round and round. And it's the team reading all the data and telemetry. I mean, sometimes, obviously, I'm simplifying that. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
She may not be aware of some telemetry that the team are receiving from, like, you know, gearbox temps, diff temps, engine issues.
They're draining some that oil being coming. I thought it. Yeah, they're changing the oil on the car. That's unusual. Are they looking for metal particulate in that? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, they're just draining it off from the oil feed, so that might be a situation of oil pressure.
Yes, possibly. We've seen that problem before.
A slight loss. Would you change the oil? I mean, I think if you've got an oil pressure thing, changing the oil's not going to do anything.
True, yeah. And that was sort of a similar issue that Ivo Brokers had in the 909 as well, with the loss of oil pressure. But
Phil, when I went off on my brake, which was, I can't remember now, so long ago, at least 5 hours. The story was that they were going to change the motor on the on that Red Camel's car. Did they back out on that?
I've got the 909 still not out on the circuit.
Garage doors shut, mate. Garage doors shut.
Maybe it was just too much. It's still in the pits and has been in the pits for a very long time. So maybe not getting back out there, even though Ivo did want to get that car back out on track. They didn't come here not to finish the race, but at the moment they're sitting down in 47th position, 127 laps behind.
You know what, mate? John and I were talking about the reasons why we have a lot of Porsches and BMWs and Audis here, and we talked about the customer service support. Eva was telling us that's a brand new engine that they put in during the meeting in Kuwait.
So that's about 27 hours on that car.
Yeah, that's all. Well, Porsche gave them a brand new motor. They said that's our issue, not yours.
Wow.
That's the kind of customer support that you know, that's worth every penny that you pay into using a car like that. And when you get that sort of level of service, you can't really, you can't match that. That's hard to beat that.
And do you think, Joe, that that's the reason why we're seeing more of the 992 cars? And like we've got 19 of them running in the 992 AM class.
Well, I've been involved in a team that ran in Porsche Cup, and the cars are extremely robust. The spares system is
brilliant.
very, very easy.
Yeah.
You make a phone call and you know, that afternoon or the following morning, the spares are on your doorstep.
Yeah.
At the workshop, they've got a massive backup at tracks that you're going to race these cars. They're relatively cheap, and I think that is the key to the success of the Porsche Cup class and the Porsche Cup categories and series that we race all over the world. I think every region has a Porsche Carrera Cup series, doesn't it?
Well, it does, and you know, it's a global series. We have one here in the Middle East, so it's. I'm just thinking the new price of the TCR cars and the new GT4 cars, and a second-hand 992. There's not a lot of price difference there.
Well, we had a very interesting conversation with a TCR competitor that is no longer in a TCR car.
Yes.
We were on in the lounge waiting to come fly back from Kuwait, and they're now in a BMW, and they were saying that basically the way that the TCR class has evolved.
Yes.
The cars are very, very technical and very. They've evolved to become quite expensive. Things like drive shafts and CV joints and the like.
Exactly.
They are pucker. Whereas before they were based on a production-based road car, weren't they?
Yeah.
Not exactly a silhouette formula. You could still tell a Seat Cupra from a Golf GTI.
Yes, indeed.
But underneath the component parts, which are serviceable, which you have to continually spend on. Race cars are like, I find race cars organic.
Yeah.
They continually grow, they continually change, they shed the skin and grow new skin. Every part is lifed. What you've finished the season on is not the same drive shaft and not necessarily the same nuts and bolts that you start the season on. And you've got to be prepared to do that. And that's where the cost implications come in. And that's where you've got to look at what you're going to race. Because it's all right, I'm going to race this car because it looks pretty. I'm going to race this car because, the spare parts are available.
Exactly.
They're robust, they're going to last. But the important thing is the spare parts are available.
I think that, and what I want to bring to that is also TCRs are not built as endurance cars. They're built as sprint cars. They do their TCR racing, not 24-hour racing. And we had a comment earlier on in the broadcast as the 117 makes its way back out on the track regarding that. Have they become too technically difficult to do endurance racing in, and people are gravitating towards the other classes, i.e. GT4 and 992, because of that. You can get a 992 to the end of the race because they're built as an endurance spec car.
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be a reason why we've got such a little field, such a small field of TCR cars. I'm going to see if Jasmine knows anything further. Any further news on what's going on? I see oil going in. And I know you're only the driver. I know you're only the driver, but we kind of ask the drivers technical questions. I know that, so I do apologise. Any ideas? Have the team tell you anything?
Maybe something with the oil, but I don't ask them. I just leave them working, but we can see it.
They're renewing the oil, so I'm not quite sure. And of course, the people that can answer that question, in fairness to Jasmine, she is just a driver, and I mean that in the greatest of respect. You know what I mean? The guys that need to answer the question are obviously the guys doing the job, so I'm going to leave that with them. The 117, by the way, that car is back out.
Okay.
So drive shafts both sides. So
wow.
Hopefully that was just a drive shaft and not a differential.
Well, it's the same thing. They've been doing that all night, shaking the front wheels, doing the wheel wobble. Thanks for that down in the pit lane, Joe Bradley. The number 7 back into the lead again on the pit stop strategy, the Team WRT. Simenow staying under there. 908 transponder issue. Rectify at next opportunity. Not the first transponder issue we have had today. Alex Renau still in the Herbeth Motorsport car, 91 in that, and Max Hess just jumping in from Valentino Rossi in the Team WRT, the 46 car on his out lap at the moment, as the 931 makes its way into pit lane. 9 hours, 15 and 3/4 minutes to go. And I think a lot of teams are waiting for sunrise in just over an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. And we should start to see the vestiges of first light in around about an hour's time, which tends to bring a new light to the race, if you will. Keeping an eye on. It's been pretty quiet on the penalty front. And Grove Racing has just moved up onto the third step of the GT3 podium. The number 10 car with Anton Di Pasquale at the wheel. And ex-Dick Johnson Racing and in the supercars. Number 10 Porsche. He ran fourth this year in the Mustang in the Repco Supercars Championship. 6th in the 2021 series for Dick Johnson Racing, and then 8th in the 2020 series for Erebus Motorsports. Lots of experience driving around the circuits in Australia, especially the Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000. And they are getting that car up into that. They started in 6th position. Have a look at that. They started in 4th position, 2nd row, and they've been moving backwards and forwards on their pit strategy. 17 stops for Grove Racing at the moment, 19 for the Herbert Motorsport and Team WRT race leaders with 20 stops on the books. Our Pro-Am car in 91 currently in 2nd position. Team GP Elite, Jesse Hankook in the pits at the moment, 32 car. 7th in the GT3 category, just heading down to the fuel station, as is the MP Motorsport car. Just the Wolf Power Racing 121 that I'm keeping an eye on down in the pit lane doing that oil change. Everybody else is either in the fuel station or out on the circuit. Looks like we still have around 41 cars on racing out there. The 106 has been 106, 26, 199, 43, 777, 909, 4. That's the 777 and the 4 with the front row of the grid in the AMG Mercedes GT3s. Early retirements for those two. The 450, 999, 988, and 932. Yes, mate. Yes.
Opportunity to talk to you about. You mentioned historic racing down in New Zealand,
yes,
but here in Dubai, I know this is where you live now. Here in Dubai, there's a massive historic festival here in, I think, November.
Yep.
That's quite a thing. I saw the event here in November gone, and there was quite a few of pretty special cars here.
Yes.
Massive historic Formula One field, for instance.
Yeah, the historic Formula One, we had some Group C cars, which I've never seen. I'd never seen those Group C cars. And there was
we had the Group C do, they were an invitation class at the Donington Historic Festival, and you know, they were just phenomenal. Phil Keane, who's racing with us here this weekend, was driving a Jaguar out there, and actually, we've got two of the protagonists. There was Rob Huff, Phil Keane and Andrew Bentley, and they were absolutely going at it. hammer and tongs, but with about 6 inches between cars, which is something you don't see in contemporary racing.
No, and they're priceless cars, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Historic Motor Festival, it was the second running of it. We had historic Formula 1 cars, and then we had some Formula 5000s, the Can-Am cars, as well as the Group C cars. Magnificent to hear them from my point of view, but just to have that here, and we had that paddock area where it's full of containers and everything else at the moment. That was set up like the Goodwood Revival paddock with the old wooden staunches, and everybody could walk around. So it was a great family atmosphere. It'll be on again this year in November, and make sure you make your way down to it, because everything's done in the pits. The cars, the podium is in the pits, not where it is on the circuit, and all the cars leave the pit garages are facing into the paddock. So all the cars come out of the garages, go down, and then they go out the end garage. It's a fantastic idea because you get up close to the cars when they're running. It's just a lot.
You're talking historic festival here, aren't you?
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Sorry, mate. Honestly, we haven't talked about historic racing until right now. And I looked at the clock and I thought, oh, I've only got 10 minutes. And I wanted to talk to Phil about the historic festival here. And so you've just come in at the right moment, I know. So is that how they access the track? They go from the inside of the paddock?
They drive into the pit, into where the containers are, and then they head down inside the pit, in the rear of the pits, and then they go out at the end of the through the end garage. And so when they come back in from the race, they come back underneath the podium through the double gates there that go to Parc Fermé, and then they come back down and park in front of the podium, which is in the paddock. And then they get out, there's a band on stage, da-da-da-da-da-da, and they get up and get their prizes and their wreaths. We got back to the wreaths.
Ah, laurel wreaths.
The laurel wreaths, indeed. Fantastic stuff. But it's a great festival.
And can I just ask, is the public allowed in the paddock? So
that's
those
where
cars
the public
are being wheeled in at their feet?
Yeah, that's where the public are.
It's where they're encouraged to be, Jules.
Yes.
Not in the grandstand. They're encouraged to be in the paddock and looking in the paddock, using the hospitality suites and looking out over the pit lane. It's a great idea.
Brilliant idea.
It's a great idea. I've never seen that before.
Oh, it's fantastic. And when you get some of the cars, like when the Matra fired up next to me, all right, that's that flat V12 Matra with 4 exhaust pipes. The hair on the back of my neck, I don't have much hair, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and which I haven't had happen for many, many years. It was absolutely fantastic, but a great, once again, initiative from Dubai Autodrome, who are always looking to do new things. We have a look at our new surroundings that we have this year, and the guys here working incredibly hard to create the atmosphere that we find at the European circuits. You've got to remember, Joe, we've only been track racing here since late 2004. So we don't have the history. The history has been brought in by us. We brought the history here.
I mean, this year's development, what we've seen in the back of the paddock for the fans here this weekend, the new Apex Garden.
Yeah.
And that's a fabulous feature. And I can't think of anywhere in Europe where you would be that close to the barrier in a viewing garden with picnic benches and concession stands for food and stuff. And it's a great feature, and it looks great as well. Aesthetically, I'm pretty sure our cameras out on track have picked this up. And the atmosphere that I saw there this afternoon
it was outstanding.
droves. Hey, you know when you come from over the booth and come across in the tunnel?
Yeah.
Did you note how slow the progress was because of the crowd?
Exactly.
You can't make your way over backwards and forwards to the paddock from the booth and vice versa in any kind of hurried fashion.
The other thing,
because of the density of the crowd.
The other thing I noticed, Joe, was the variety of people. There was, it reminded me in some ways, and you'll know exactly what I say when I say this, it's sort of 10, 11 o'clock at night at Barcelona for the 24 hours, all the families turn up.
Yes.
You think, hang on, you've brought kids, some of them in strollers and pushchairs,
But it's after dinner on the Saturday night. Well, it's been like that all day today. That has been the mix. I've seen people in all kinds of racing apparel, whether it's rally, Formula One, MotoGP, OVs, sports car racing, football shirts of all colours, shapes and sizes from this region, from the Premiership, from other major leagues around the country. So young lads and lasses with their mums and dads congregating over in that green area. Some people have brought picnics. There's fruit trucks across there as well.
Big TV.
Big TV as well. PA system over there belting out the commentary. It's been a family party atmosphere. I wouldn't say a festival atmosphere. I say a family party atmosphere. This is not a normal racetrack crowd that we've had today,
No.
Phil. Not even for round here.
The reason is, John, it's the first time on Saturday.
It's a Saturday. We didn't have as many people yesterday for qualifying because it was the holy day, and it was in the time where prayers were going on.
And that's home family day on Friday night.
Correct.
That's when you get your family together and you eat at your family residence.
Correct.
That's like our Sunday dinner time.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Everybody's been to worship, and then they come home and break bread round the family table.
Exactly.
There's no difference here. What prayers you say haven't made a difference. You've come from worship and you bring the family round, you give thanks and you break bread together. Today has been, as Phil says, the first time we've had this race starting on a Saturday. There was a good centre section of the main grandstand that was filled, but for me the green areas have been a revelation. Spin for the 76 McLaren, turn 3/4. It's now pointing in the right direction again and pulls away. That was Matthias Weibo in that car. He got away with that. Sideways on in a quite dark part of the circuit as we're counting down towards another hour completed. We'll take a look at the rundown in a moment or two. I'll run down the class leaders again for you in a moment or two's time. Joe Bradley's going to sign off in a wee second. So a quick final thought from you, Joe, before Nick comes into the pit lane from this 3 hours that you've been involved.
I can't help but use the analogy of the high-speed game of chess. When the cars are out there, the teams, it's kind of like there's a player face-off across the table and the clock's ticking, and then something happens, and then you hit the clock and you make your move, and we're seeing people going about their business at this stage. We've seen the overall lead ebbing and flowing. That can go anywhere right now. It's the same in the 992 class. We heard from Nabil Moutran how they are absolutely flat out matching their qualifying times. Now, as Phil rightly pointed out, that could be a bit of track evolution, but you've still got to be pushing to be matching qualifying times. And it's just, it's a bit like Christmas Eve. That's it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There's a sense of anticipation. And we've got a bit of drama developing on the lead car. The right-hand side number panel is flickering.
Now, that's been doing that for a little while. I picked that up earlier on. I just want to say, the two cars, the 7 and the 94, now dropping into the 201s, John. They're now starting to, they've been sitting in the mid-202s, they're starting to pick the pace up.
Yeah, and there's a couple of tenths between them. We're going to have to keep an eye on that, because I suspect if that goes out, they'll be asked to fix it.
Yes.
Because there are some very dark areas here. A bit like Le Mans. We've seen it happen at Le Mans as well. Here's the class leaders then. In TCR and leading TCE, Stéphane Parent for AC Motorsport is in 29th position overall, and leads from in second place Ivars Valles in the 121, which did get back to the lead but then dropped away again with that drive shaft issue that cost it 25 minutes. In GT4, it's Jordan Groger. They had a bit of a worry with a transponder issue, but managed to get that sorted out. So the 408 Rofco with Dragon Racing GT4 leads that class. From in second still, Vasily Vadikin for the 438 Simpson Motorsport BMW. The gap now 5 laps between those two. Then the hotly contested 992 categories. First, second and third in the 992 class are 14th, 15th and 16th and are separated by 5 laps. That's around about 10 minutes on the circuit, and they are the 962 FAC Autotech car leading, the 961 FAC Autotech car in second, and the 995 the dual racing by Toro Verde, Nabil Moutron behind the wheel of that car in third. Now in ARM in that category, it's no less competitive. In fact, it's even tighter, with Huber Motorsport leading in 19th position overall. In second, some 2 laps and 24 seconds in arrears, is the QMMF by HRT Thuraya Katacar. That's the 929. And 4 laps further back is the 930. That's the Suhail Kata QMMF car, and in fact that car just in the pit lane now. So that's a battle that is by no means resolved either. At the top of the shop, well, we'll go for the AM first in GT3. AM is being led in 8th place by Charles Espinal from CP Racing. From in second place, the McLaren, the 76 car, and there are 6 laps between them. In Pro-Am, it is the second place car, Herbert Motorsport, that leads on 384 laps. From on 382 laps, their team car, the stealthy, quietly confident, brightly coloured purple 92 with the Americans in. And at the top of the shop, it is Team WRT with just on a lap's lead, just over a lap's lead from that second place Herbert car. The BMW Jean-Baptiste Simonar leads it from the 91 in second, and Anton Di Pasquale for Grove Racing now up into third. BMW leads Porsche, and we're inside 9 hours to go. So Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh in the booth in Studio 2. Nick Damon joining us down in the pit lane. You're not putting your mortgage money on this, are you? There's no way you're having even an each way bet right now at the sharp end of the field for this, Phil. You wouldn't be allowed.
No, most definitely. Very good evening to you, Nick Damon, down in the pits.
Good morning. It's 6 in the morning. I feel refreshed and revitalised and ready to go, and just had a handover from Mr. Bradley, who told me it's been quite quiet. Well, let's see if we can change that, shall we? Yeah, it's lovely. Very nice. It's again, I do feel this is the pleasantest weather we've had for many a year.
Hang on, Damon, what do you know about coming into any racetrack or pit lane and immediately starting to say everything's good, everything's fine?
Well, to be honest, I feel that this event could need a little bit of a shake-up. So I'm trying to use my pit lane powers to see what I can do. Not against any individual car or any individual driver. Just about, let's see if we can get a bit of a free song going in the early hours of the morning. And when the sun comes up, the race will change again.
Well, I'll tell you now, we're now only 10 laps away from record distance pace. We turned 385 at the top of the hour. Nearly 386 actually, but I'm scoring at 385, and at 15 hours down we needed to be at 395. Our next checkpoint in an hour's time is 421, so let's see how close we get to that.
7 a.m. for the next checkpoint. 421 laps,
and we'll be looking at a little bit of brightness in the sky by then, Phil.
I think the brightness is going to come around about 20 minutes beforehand. It will just start to creep up as our vision will be increased as we look out upon the circuit, as And what we normally have happen as it looks like they're pumping the brake pedal on the 930 QMMF car. Maybe bleeding the brakes on that side. Nick, down there?
Yeah, they've done I think they've done a brake change. I just found an errant brake pad lying on the middle of the ground. So I think they just
don't touch
done
it.
Do not touch that.
I do remember.
No, hang on a minute. When I was in the pit lane, that was right down to there's loads left on that.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is that don't touch it. I do remember knowing not to touch it, but putting a foot on it once and melting the bottom of my shoe in an indicative way. Car now going and stopping and going again. So yes, they've done a brake change. One of the drivers is sitting by the side. So I'm going to have a quick word with him. It's Mr. Al Manaye. Do you his first name for me, John?
Ibrahim.
Yeah. Ibrahim. So was that just a slightly longer brake change than you wanted? Because a bit of pumping at the end.
I cannot hear you.
So was that a slightly longer brake change you would hope for, or trying to get the pressure back at the end?
Well, actually, I did not face any problem in the track. The performance of the brakes were a bit less. However, I did not face any problem. I was still braking. I just had to brake 20 meters earlier, and it was fine. Maybe they did it just for safety.
So is that something that had slowly been going off, or just suddenly happened that you had to extend the braking distance?
No, I think as soon as I got into the car, it was the same. It did not change. It's not as in practice. I can brake late. I had to brake 20 or 30 meters before, but I got used to it and I continued the stint.
Second race out for the QMMF team after Q8 about 6 weeks ago. How is the team gelling together?
Well, in Kuwait, we did. It was our first time in a 24-hour race, endurance race. We considered it as a practice for Dubai, and now we came here, and I'm really happy with our performance. So we are happy.
And future plans for the team? Is it Abu Dhabi next week and then some European events, or is it just Abu Dhabi?
It depends on QMMF, if they have the budget for that or not. And it depends also on our performance as well. If we get a podium and we do well, our performance is very good, then one of the teams might be considered for the Abu Dhabi event.
What is the aim of the QMF endurance team? Where are you looking to go with this team?
For now, I cannot say because we were not. This information was not shared with us. However, I know that there is a plan for the teams for the future. Let us see how it goes.
Ibrahim, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Ibrahim. We're currently fourth in the AM category. We're going to have a chat with the head of the QMMF, Amro Al-Hamid. Well, I'm going to break a little bit later on. He's down there in the pits. I saw some of his social media posting, and just to find out a little bit more of what they won't tell the drivers, which is what is the issue.
Well, you never tell. What's the first rule of motor racing? The drivers are the last to know.
Exactly.
So what's the plans for the new car? Well, I've no idea.
Yeah.
Have you driven the new car?
No.
Yes. Yeah. Am I allowed to say yes? Yeah. What was it like? I can't tell you that.
Exactly. Oh dear. Sixth place, Jason Hart in the pits in the Herbert Motorsport car, the 92, just coming in for looks like a routine stop, running second in the Pro-Am category at the moment. And I'm just saying that Herbert Motorsport team in a Pro-Am car has been fighting for the lead for the last 6 hours. That is a very, very good effort. I'm just looking at their pit stops at the moment, and they're almost on strategy. They're 19 stops for them at the moment, 20 stops for the race leaders at the moment, Team WRT. So it's getting very close at the front to getting those two teams on identical strategies.
Down with the 962, one of the FAC Auto Tech cars. I can't remember if this is the first or the second place overall in the Cup class. Larry 10 Ford is getting in, so wherever it was that we go, so it's going to be going further forward. So I think it's going to go further forward. He's actually leading the class, so even with Larry 10 Ford, he can't actually go higher than first. They'll probably give it a go. And a very, very slick stop by the FAC team, who are running, of course, 2 Cup cars, but did win overall a few years ago. Can't remember what year it was, about 2015 or something, John?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
and both those cars got some grid penalties as well. So have both of them come up to being 1-2 in the 992 category, which they've held those positions for quite a while now. But the cars behind them, the third place 992, which is the dual racing by Toro Verde, a couple of laps down on that at the moment, but a couple of laps is nothing in a 24-hour race, especially when it's 4 or 5 minutes in the pits to do the fueling, and especially when there are cars in the I think we've got a lot of pit strategy going on at the moment to try and make sure that it's easy in, easy out. We've only got a finite number of Bowsers down there, so you don't want to get caught there. Fuel pump, as I just say that, fuel pump now number 7 out of service, blocked by a car. With the car parked next to pump number 7, please, the driver return to the car. So that may be a technical issue that is stalled at the pump and they cannot get it restarted. So that's we'll try and find out what's going on down there. But that's pump number 7. I think we have 8 pumps in total down there.
Well, we don't have to worry about diesel and alternative fuel anymore.
Well, there's no D2 category running anymore. We used to have many, and the Sayat diesels, and I remember my friends here had a 120 diesel that made it around.
How long before we have an electric class?
Well, the classes are already there, and the classes have been made for the electric car. The problem is we don't have infrastructure for them at this stage at any of the circuits. And what sort of infrastructure do you need to recharge an electric car? What sort of safety mechanisms do you need? Do we have to go to the big gloves? Does the car have to be earthed? And you have to do it in the same bay where we're doing the refueling. So, and some of the circuits where we do refueling, it's not that,
see, I think you'd want to keep it away from the refueling.
But they sort of have to have the same type of area for the same distance done.
You could do that. You could have one at the pit in, maybe one at the pit out, or a separate area.
Well, you have to have ground power or a generator.
You can do it with a generator. Extreme E.
Yes.
They do all their recharging with diesel-powered generators, and they use a clean diesel alternative to charge the buggies up.
How do you debalance the performance? 80% charge, 60% charge, 70% charge? That's a whole kettle of fish.
I think that is you're never going to be able to get them charged up in the time that it takes to fill a fuel tank. So they would have to be BOP'd within their own electric class.
Yes.
Talking to the guys at Porsche Cars Great Britain, about a year, no, not quite a year ago now, it would have been, a bit over a year ago now, and they were doing a very interesting test at Goodwood Motor Racing Circuit with a Panamera GTS, easy, Tiger, and a Taycan GTS on the track, running fast laps as if, you were on a track day, to see which one actually lasted the longest. I'll leave you to go and look that one up to see whether the electric car or the fuel car lasted longest in terms of how many laps you could do at track day type speeds.
I know Porsche and the way they build their battery systems and that. Nick, have you got something for us down there?
I wandered down to the end of the pit lane, then round to the right to take on some fuel. It was a 907 Duo racing car that had stalled and could not restart at the Bowser. It's now gone. They were rocking it. I think it was stuck on the starter motor. That whole rocking motion, very, very familiar to anyone who drove any car made in the UK during the 70s. And fitted with Lucas injections.
I was going to say all the 60s.
Yes. So they got that going
with a hammer, and it was normally a sticky starter motor though, wasn't it? So what you do is you'd have a hammer and one of those extensions that you should actually be really using for your ratchet to get your plugs out. You'd put that on top of the starter motor and hit it with a hammer and hope that it freed the Bendix.
That's the one. But it's the first time we've been down to the fuels. It's quite interesting because the fuelers for all the teams are just there permanently.
Yes, that's
in their
right.
fire suits. They're sitting down in their relaxing chairs, waiting to leap into action at a moment's notice. And having a jolly fine time. But yes, so whilst I was there also, the 21, which is the Hassart Audi, came in for some fuel as well. And I can see as I walk towards the car in the middle of the pit lane, which is the Razvan Mordan Racing KTM, that has its clamshell up for at least a non-standard let's have a check under the bonnet, or the hood. But they do seem to be having, I'll get there in a minute, but, as I get there, they're beginning to close the clamshell because they obviously don't know what's going on.
Can you just check if it's secured properly?
Well, they gave it a good thump, which is always a good way. The top thump, and that one's gone as well, so that was a kind of a
Top
checking.
thumps.
Top thumps, yes. It's
very good.
But yes, that one's gone. So it's kind of what you're right. It's very different from when I was last in the race. I take it there's not been a code 60 for a while.
He comes on and says the weather's perfect, and then he mentions the words that nobody. Are you Jeremy Shaw in disguise?
I'm merely saying that because the previous few times stints I've had, it's been following long periods of code 60, whereby you then get this massive period of nothing, and then everyone, of course, is back on that strategy. So they're all there again, and no one, and all there again. But here they seem to be dribbling and drabbing in ones and twos, which is much easier to cover.
It's 2.5 hours since the end of our last.
Stop it! I'm trying to get us back on course for the distance record.
Oh, that's right. 4:21 laps at 7 a.m. We're 45 minutes away from that at the moment, and we're on 393.
Yeah, all right, 393, 44 minutes. Let's say for 2020, 393. That's 4:13.
Now the average has dropped to 201, high 201s now.
Yeah.
The WRT just had traffic on that last lap, but they're in the 201s now and have been for the last about hour or so. So the pace is picking up as the air temperature around about 18 degrees. That'll warm up into something that at least bearable over 20 by the time we get sunrise.
Oh, dear me. Those FAC Autotech Porsches. Every time we see an onboard here in Studio 2, it's somebody lashing on a whole load of opposite lock as they accelerate out of whatever corner it is, or soaring at the wheel, as Phil rightly says, as they're going through the middle of the corner. Here comes the AM leader into the pit lane towards pit in. Nick obviously will be at the exact opposite end of the pit lane. No, I see you.
It's fine.
In the new sweatshirt. Now you've gone for the sweatshirt.
It's coming off. It's too hot. I walked up this way because this is where our area can drop stuff is. In has come our leader as well, number 7.
Charles Esplanade got out.
So Esplanade got out of the car. I'm not quite sure who got in. I may have to do it by process of elimination who's not there anymore. Joe Foster's not in the car, and Charles Putnam's not in the car. It must be Shane Lewis has got in, because I don't think Phil Place got one of their overalls. Might be wrong. So it looks like a full service for our leader. Door is open, drivers are changing. And that is the absolute other end of the pit lane. So I'm having kind of a stare down to see what's happening. Full service, the tyres are coming off, and I can't tell you who's replacing.
Jean-Baptiste Simonal was at the wheel.
But the car has gone and has gone into fuel. So I'm going to have a quick word with Charles, who's just got out the car. Let's see if I can have a word with
8th place overall at the moment, leading.
See where he feels the whole thing's going overall. His team. Charles. Do you know what? I'm sitting there thinking, why don't I recognise you? I realise it's because you've shaved off your November moustache.
I did. Now it's January. We don't get it back until November.
So are you doing the vegan thing for January then?
No, right.
So, we've got about 9 hours to go, and you've worked your way up to 8th place. Is everything on plan? This is where you thought you'd be? It's a very high-quality field, so where were you aiming at?
We're always, I tell you, we're the old guys, just steady and consistent. Yeah, we had a couple of issues through the night, and then, the CP Racing guys have worked through it. I'm sure you've seen the ramps and stuff, we had a leak in air jack, so that's kind of holding us up a little bit. But the guys came up with a solution in case something breaks, and they keep giving us a great Hankook tires, and we'll keep pounding it through. 9 hours to go.
So what's the kind of the concept? What are the tactics on track? Are you a zero risk, just turning laps, or are you beginning to push?
No, we're still, you know, just in that settle mode to see where it all plays out. It lots of aggressive driving out there. We're trying to keep our head about us. There must be 400 992 Porsches out there. It's amazing, and I love it because they use my product in the car. But it's like you're passing 4 or 5 of those guys every time, and the guys can really wield some of them, and some of them seem to be a little lost out there. But you know, that's part of the endurance racing. We love to see it.
Yeah, it's very different from previous years when you've been here, when you've been buzzing past little tiny Clios and things like that. Now that the slowest cars really are still very quick, aren't they?
Yes, for sure, especially slow to mid-corner stuff. The little TCR cars are quicker than the GT3 cars. The GT4 cars are getting around good. And of course, those 992s are really, really good.
I mean, the 992, of course, was almost your undoing, wasn't it, in Q8, because it kind of stole back the air from Charles at turn 1. I mean, is this a track where actually you can get past the 992s and stay past them with less straights, of course?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. They always have a little bit of straight line speed on us. We're a little better in the brakes and in the mid to higher speed stuff. But like I said, some of those guys can really drive those things well, like really, really well. And it's nice to see. Those guys are generally heads up, and they'll see you coming, and they know how to kind of give you the room so neither one of us lose a lot of time. You catch like groups of them, and they're obviously in their own battle, so you have to be really careful how you play into their battle.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. Going to have a well-earned towel down.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Charles, down there. Leading the AM category, CP Racing, 8th overall, just dropping down to 9th. Shane Lewis has got into that car and heading out of the fuel bay. While we were talking with Nick, the Jens Klingman has got into the lead car, the number 7, and on the out lap now. But for Team WRT, Herber still in 2nd place. Just coming around to complete around about 2 minutes 30. The gap at this time, just looking at their pit strategy. 21 stops for Team WRT, 19 stops for the Herbert Motorsport car. Grove still in 3rd place, and Anton Di Pasquale doing a lot of night work. This one, and now Herbert Motorsport flick over into the lead on that pit stop. This has been happening every hour since about midnight, that these 2 cars, the 91 and the 7, are swapping the lead based on pit strategy. And when we had those early Code 60s, sorry, I said the word again, a lot of teams came in to make sure that their car was full when we went back to go green, as the 979 makes its way into pit lane for another scheduled stop. And so it's Alex Renaud at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport car. Jens Klingman at WRT. Nick Damon.
Well, you say it was standard the 979. They put the bonnet up, which is obviously, you know, a very similar job really for the Porsche, because this is where all they can fill their fluids up. Oh, they got one of the they got quite a bit of leaking, it looks like, or the brake. Well, I say they got a problem with the brake master cylinder that's off at the moment. They're letting it breathe. So whether this is going to be because they're going to do some brake. Oh, it is. It's the old-fashioned way of doing a brake change. So we're going to obviously undo the cap of the hydraulic fluid for the brake. It's the rears they're doing. It's interesting.
This is a car that had the accident on lap 60, and when we can see on the studio monitor that there is a lot of 1,000,000-mile-an-hour tape around that front left corner. So Stephen Pillette at the wheel. So they lost a few laps, currently down in 40th position overall.
Surprised they've worn the rears out, Phil, because they haven't actually been in the race for 15 hours. They had the big break.
Yes.
And they have.
It's a bit harsh.
Well, no, because why would you wear the rears out?
If you left foot brake, maybe.
Left foot brake, trail braking,
yeah,
and have the bias wound back.
Might be, but they
might have had a problem with a wheel speed sensor that wasn't working the ABS the way it should have been. We had a Porsche. In fact, was it not this Porsche that we had the left-hand rear wheel speed sensor that they
Well, unfortunately, it looks just like the road car part, so I knew exactly what it was when they were pulling it out and cleaning it with a bit of blue roll. I was taking the task for Bradley for being too technical at that point.
Well, they're doing it on both sides, and the pad that came off on the left-hand side was relatively worn out, so they are using these brakes. Whether we missed them doing the front at a different point, I don't know, because obviously it makes sense to do 4 at once. It makes even more sense to do it under one of the hush, don't mention their name, curtains. But they are doing this now, and obviously they are clearly in...
Was that Nick? Was that...
purpley things.
Yeah.
But yes, now they get to the back of that. Back on goes the... I've had a lot of experience of this, because I've actually, after many, many years being able to pay a man to do it, I've had to start doing mechanic again, not on my car, but on Ash's Abarth. So we've done a complete brake and rotor change on a Fiat Abarth. And can I say, I feel some of that was unnecessarily complicated design by Stellantis, if I'm honest. And also...
Long before the Stellantis did that, mate.
Well, I thought I'd be up to date, You know how, well, you say that, but you know how, if you look at the Hall of Fame for NASCAR racers, anyone who's won the 400-mile second race at Daytona, it's all now called, whoever the current sponsor are, even if you won it in 1971, you won the Coca-Cola 400, the actual sponsor at the time, 400. So I just applied that to the car. It's now a Stellantis car,
There's logic in there somewhere. I'll find it eventually.
What vintage is Ash's Abarth?
61 or 2, so it's 10 years old. 11 years
so
old.
it would have been an FCA car then, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. It's very good. It's nice
And I'm sure those were words you said quite a lot then when you were doing it. If
this way, it's a very small car, but seems to need exceptionally high loading to undo the screws. The breaker bar in the end we had to use.
I'm sorry. You were doing brakes and discs. What were you doing with the springs?
No.
The springs on the rotors, on the calipers.
Yes, and everything.
Right.
No,
sorry.
Also, it's the bolts on the back that are the problem, because they obviously been there 10 years, and they were, I think, put in with original equipment, Iron Man thread lock, and you sit there going, why have you done this tight? So we sit there with an improvised breaker bar that was at least 5 foot long, just to get the torque on it to undo them. Luckily, you get new nuts in the packs as well. But so I've been doing some brake work. I'd like to point out that I am still handing everything to do the TR4 over to a little man, quite a big man actually. Should currently be painting this. So back to mechanicking just in the simplest way.
Oh, Nick being a mechanic. Just can't picture it.
He's actually quite handy. It's fair to say. He's got all. Give me his due. He's always got all the right tools, because he's the first person I go to if I need anything for my BMW motorcycle.
I've been on those Torx bolts already with the new S1000 RR. And when I get back. My rear sets have arrived.
Hello.
My M Sport. Well, I say M Sport. They are M Sport style. Rear sets have arrived. Can't tell them apart.
And is that going to be a track day for those rear sets?
Oh gosh, yeah. I've decided to embrace it at a very great old age, a chance to relive my youth and break some new bones. It's fantastic. No, actually, what I am
Please
doing,
don't do that.
What have I told you I'm buying?
He's buying.
I'm buying an airbag suit.
He's buying it, right, which is laudable in one way.
Yes.
But I'm thinking he's going to think he's Marc Marquez.
Yeah.
And being able to,
lift the bike up off his knee and shoulder.
His knee and his arm. Well, not his shoulder. Not with his shoulder, but he's got a very dicky shoulder.
It's true. I've always wanted one of my arms at 30 degrees away from where it should be, so that's my Marc Marquez tribute injury. But no, all these riders, they bounce now. I think that's what I need to do as well.
Have a word with this rookie driver in the 46. He might be able to give you some.
I hope so.
He might be able to give you some advice about motorcycling, and particularly what suit to buy.
Well, he's driven a BMW. He's never ridden one.
He's going to say Dionysi, isn't he? It's a little bit on the pricey side.
I'm sure he can get you a deal, mate.
Exactly.
I thought you were very kind to him when you interviewed him the other day on the grid.
Yes.
Not on the grid, actually. In
we had a chat.
Practice, wasn't it? Yeah.
star quality. But as Phil says, does he have as much star quality as the local races with the local people? Probably not.
He is well known in this part of the world, but only by the people who follow it. I can see the horizon and one of the camera shots just had a little bit of brightness on it. So maybe it's about 30 minutes till we'll actually see it nip above the horizon. So, it'll take a little while to warm up from the frigid temperature just to the mildly cold temperature, but the wind has dropped dramatically overnight. It'll pick up again around 8 o'clock this morning.
We've had another lead change on the last pit stops, of course. We're now up to 15.
As per usual.
Yeah, and that's the 91 back in the lead. We've been
again.
mentioning it, but 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I've got them all written down. Wow. Still, though, only 5 cars. The 777 retired has led. The MS7 has led. The number 21 Haas RT Audi
in 5th
has led. The number 99 car now out of it as well. That was the Attemptor racing car has led. And that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, can't be. Where's the 5th one? The 91, of 91. Course. The 91. That was the last. That was the last of the 5 cars to lead, and that didn't lead until the 9th change of lead. So since the 9th change of lead, it's just gone back and forth between the 91 Herbert car and the number 7. And they've been happily swapping and changing. There was a very long gap, wasn't there, when Team WRT led from lap 118 to lap 333. Yeah. And then we had that little flurry of code 60s, which, surprise, surprise, Herbert did the best out of. Ooh, big move down the inside at turn 14 by the 76. That is the name of the team, the 76.
Yes.
McLaren, and that was going by, was that one of the MRS cars as it was coming through, and had to ride the curb there into the pits.
227 saw Brand Sport team again. That's the one that had was involved in the incident down at turn 16.
The triple car incident.
I was wandering around looking at some times. Popped out, and the 227, which was a victim of a pinging, catapulting ABC accident involving Valentino Rossi and one of the drivers of the Dragon Racing car.
Jordan Groger was at the wheel.
Several hours ago. They fixed that. They've obviously got a round of applause in for a while. And they have now pushed the car back in, showing no obvious signs of damage, which is probably a bad sign. It's probably mechanical. The car is now in the garage and has attracted the attention of a phalanx of photographers who must have woken up now. And it's fine. They're just doing a brake change.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're going to do a 4 brake change whilst they can, and they're going to do. Obviously, once you put the thing in the garage, you can have more people around the car to do it. So they decided they're going to speed up.
I understand why people think it's a good idea to do the brake change on the apron, because you don't have to click it in, turn it around, etc., etc. But these garages are not cramped, and I really think that for a brake change, it's almost should be mandatory to get the car in. And do it.
But remember in previous years we had the cars stacked 3 to a garage.
That's a good point.
Which made it very difficult for them to do. So Creventic at that time, I think it was 2016, 15, they changed the regulations where you could do a disc and a pad change on the apron rather than in there. Because remember back in those times we had a 100-car grid, so every garage pretty much was at capacity.
The Paulson number 14 GT3 BMW. We already talked about it very much. That's kind of sneaking up the leaderboard, I noticed.
They had a bit of a mare in the middle of the night when they were doing quite well and being even more stealthy, to be honest, Nick. And then they had one of those sort of phantom punctures that came from nowhere on the left front. So they came in and thought to themselves, let's just change the left front, sent it out, and next lap around, they got a puncture on the left rear. So left front went first, then left rear. So they had 2 pit stops within 2 laps of each other. Second time they went, yeah, you know what, this for a game of soldiers, and we'll put all 4 on. It was fairly confidently predicted by the teams that the team and the drivers, not the driver that was in the car actually, that was debris that caused that out on the circuit rather than hitting a curb strike or anything like that. Obviously that was going to be investigated by the Hankook tyres engineers.
So Saul Sport now have done the left-hand side, sorry, the right-hand side, hop over the left, just to the 908, one of the Sepajou Racing Moduvo cars, the one that actually is the other one, that's the black and orange one, the silver and green one, which is the 907, was one that's got stuck and stalled at the fuel stop. This is the 908, and Max has had a standard stop. He did forget to turn the engine off at one point though, and there was sort of waving. Having looked at Sorbreng Sports pads, they certainly do need to be replaced. They have used 95% of the meat on those babies.
Only 95?
Well, you know, it's the profligacy of racing, isn't it, really?
Honestly, we literally had them down to the metal earlier on. You could see the rivets. Well, the rivets had gone.
Surely didn't you carry on using your discs till your pads till they made a noise when you were paying for your own stuff? Why just like going rather than be quite, oh yeah, I need to replace them now?
You just put some sandpaper in front of them, cleans the disc up.
Yeah.
Do you remember back in the day, Nick, do you remember back in the did you, to save a bit of money, Nick, once in a while, did you get your disc skimmed when you first had cars?
Yeah, well, this is the point. I always thought that was a con. And I'll tell you why. So you've got to wave, so the disc is not even, it's no longer a lovely flat surface, it's a very loud record recorded in quadraphonics, so it's up and down all over the place. And my feeling was, okay, not a problem, first few times you press the brake, well, you're not getting all the pad on, so be careful. And then the pad's very quickly going to make itself the same shape as the disc, so why bother? You know, that was, obviously at that point I was in the hedge, but that was my theory.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you just don't hear that anymore.
No.
But it was. Oh, no, you do. You hear it from people. What happens is if you take your car into a main dealer for a service, and they reckon they can do you for some money, they will say, "Oh, your pads are a bit scored, a bit uneven. You need to replace those at £9 million." And you go, "No, it's all right. I won't bother. Thanks." It's they put the micrometers over them. There's more like a 1 millimeter difference. You know, as it goes in and out. They go, "Oh no, you need to replace your discs." I'm thinking, no, I don't. They're fine. In my opinion, obviously. Please do not take. This is my personal opinion. Please get the opinion of a qualified motor professional before making a decision on your own car.
Anton de Pasquale from 3rd position for Grove Racing into the fuel. Actually, I'm not sure whether it is still Anton. I think he's done a double stint, hasn't he? So
he may be out of that car. We'll wait until it leaves the fuel station to see if the driver clicks over on the pit exit.
It's brightening up, Philip.
Yes, it is.
Is the Cayman about to come out? Yes, it is.
That's that pad change done.
That is a 9A. That is a 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Actually, no, it's not. It's a 981. That's a 981.
And that's possibly why it's not running in the GT4 category.
Yeah,
because it's running in the GT. It's running in the.
They actually say on the entry list for that, it's the 227, isn't it?
Yeah, 227.
I'm going to need considerably more light than I've got here.
That's
227. Teams Grand Sport. Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Type TCR. Okay, no, it's 718. It is a 718.
Type 9. I've got Type 982. So it's a 718 Type 982.
Okay, no, that's okay. 982 is fine. That is the 718.
Yep.
Effectively.
My Cayman knowledge is not what it should be, even though I've been looking at one in the paddock here for a little while.
Phil, on the
981
whole,
Gen 2.
On the whole, the caiman is a much smaller type of crocodilian than either the alligator or the crocodile, but it is bigger than some of these smaller members of that family.
Yes, Nick, but is it as big as the Johnson crocodile found in northern Australia?
Nothing's as big as that, because everything's bigger in Australia and Texas.
Exactly, well done. Thank you for that right answer.
Always got to be careful of a big Johnson.
Exactly.
It's done 8 hours and 20 minutes. They can be vicious, I tell you.
They can indeed.
8 hours and 20 minutes still to go. We're live from Studio 2, our booth overlooking the start-finish line here at the Dubai Autodrome. I see flashing lights out by turn number 6.
Off track.
They're actually up by the roundabout where everybody comes in.
They're actually the trucks taking the containers away from the area over here from the support races.
Yeah, I was slightly concerned when I saw what was going on down there, and that's where our very lovely Porsche Cayenne is parked, which is also our sleeping quarters. A huge mobile crane and several flatbeds. And I was just thinking to myself, if my car was parked on the end in that pink car park, I'd be a bit concerned about swinging containers.
Indeed, they're all heading off to Motortown, Kuwait in the next week or so. Not next weekend, the weekend after for the F3 Regional.
So Rolex 24 weekend.
Yeah, they'll be in Kuwait. 2 races in Kuwait and then back here in Dubai and then down to Abu Dhabi for the National Series. Nick?
Well, I'll just say that I remember the Swinging Containers being a very underrated mid-60s band.
First heard on John Peel, undoubtedly.
Well, I think John Peel wasn't quite, but no. Oh, here we come. So we've got a car. So I can start being serious.
And it's a significant car because it's the leader in TCR, Stéphane Perrin, for AC Motorsport.
Going all the way down and into his box, which is 2/3 of the way towards pit exit. Let's just say this car is having a better run than it's had recently. Certainly in Kuwait, they were searching problems the whole way through.
Oh, dear.
Well, sometimes you just got to say things. Yeah, I think there's only so much faith I can tempt. I can't take the code 60 and the car breaking down and it raining all at one time, surely.
Beware the Ides of Daemon. That's what I'm saying. We have the first vestiges of light in the sky. If you look down, Nick, from the pit lane towards pit
lovely.
E.
It's a beautiful sunrise about to happen. It's a lovely shade of amber coming up over the back of the park-in behind us. And
you'll find that's Etruscan orange, that, Nick.
Oh, do you know what? Yeah, you've got me there with the description of colour. So it's the Etruscan orange over the back, which obviously, as you know, is a £2,000 extra on most Porsches. Probably not these Porsches because they're all being wrapped. And there's a green. I can't see the car. The green Porsche. You can probably read the number. I can't. It's in front of you, a little bit further down.
That is the GT3
that the 43?
machine. That's the
48.
It's the 48.
Yeah, that's the problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
Peter Cox car.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the Santa Lock, and that is now coming out. So that was quite a standard stop. So they are still trying to recover from spending an hour in the pits in the first hour, which is never the greatest start.
Alfred Renard should be in the pit shortly. He's been out there an hour
the penalty box
and 1 minute.
The 27 down in the penalty box at the moment.
James for Heart of Racing, and he's got a 10-second penalty. What was that for, Phil?
Let me have a little look-see at that one. 27 track limits infringement, 6th offence, 10 seconds. Penalty has now been served.
9.218, that's Heist Besson. The car he shares with Harry Hilders and 2 others. The key point about Harry Hilders and Heist Besson, they've done more Creventic races than just about anybody. I mean, I think perhaps Evo might have done the most, but Evo Broikers don't count it. He's one of the organisers. But certainly Harry Hilders and he's best and have absolutely been stalwarts in this championship over the entirety of its. Well, the championship itself, outside the single race, sort of started about 2012, didn't it, John? We started getting other races in Zandvoort, places
We
like
sat
that.
and worked it out in Kuwait.
Yeah.
And the next, I think it was 85. Yes. And we worked out how many different circuits as well, but I'm stupid I forgot to write it down. I think it was 22 or 23. I
can't remember.
And I have a strong suspicion that the next race that we cover as Radio Show Limited will be our 75th race for.
There goes
Creventic.
the leader, Alfa Romeo, comes down the pit lane.
He was coming in.
Comes down and hits his marks, and the shorter drivers gets in, so it's not his brother. I'm going to say that's Daniel Alleman from Pure Physicality. Yeah. Ralph Bonn, of course, being a very tall and lanky man, so my guess is it's Ralph who's got in the car, and he's being helped with his belts by Alfred.
Just to point out that we've still got people who are putting in their car's fastest lap of the race, and 400 laps in almost for Pulsen Motorsport and Casper Jensen for the Pulsen Motorsport number 14 red and white BMW. Just put in a 2:01.518, and that is seriously quick. There's very few people anywhere near that. We've got a 2:01.025 from Krista Jons, and the next best, a 2:01.7 from both Team WRT Max Hezer and Brenton Grove in the Grove Racing Porsche. But outside of that, that's Charlotte, mate.
Need fuel for the Herbert car, and also down there is the Heart of Racing SPS. Number 27 is in the fuel. Number 2 into the pits. The Ferrari 488, the only Ferrari running at the moment, the Vision car.
How did it drop the laps in the first place, that car? Or is that just its pace? Because I can't remember it having any particular problems. It's been through the pits 20 times, but that's by no means unique. We've got people at the sharp end of the field, third position car. WRT's been 24 times through the pit lane. Nick, can you remember anything on that Ferrari that's stunted its progress?
Yes, trying to remember what it was. He ran out of fuel. It ran out of fuel and had to get towed and then pushed in. A team that's going very well as he watches the 46 car come in the pits. It's the 91 Herbert, Alfa Romeo out of the car. Alfa, you must be surprised. You know, you're the Pro-Am team, but you're alternating into the lead the whole time, so it's obviously going particularly well.
I mean, we have a little BOP advantage with less 30 kilos in the car. Makes it easier for Robbie and me to make good times and to get a bit of advantage. Now we see, now in the second time, we will run our amateur drivers. Let's see how they can do with this, and looks good so far.
You've probably done more of these Dubai 24 hours than most people. This is a very different year, isn't it, with so many fast cars and so few slow cars and such?
It's a bit different to the last years, because now you have a lot of cup cars. They are faster than us in straight line. Makes it more difficult to overtake. So you need to have a good strategy how you do it, but it works pretty well.
Now, the other thing that's very noticeable is the Herbert team is becoming a bit of a behemoth. You're running so many cars. How does that affect how you approach your individual racing? The fact you've got so many cars to run as well.
I think this weekend it worked pretty well. So we have the same in different series. So it's normal business for us. Hopefully our customers are happy with us. This is the most important, and we do everything for this.
Alfred, thank you very much. Alfred now out of the 91, still can't tell them apart. I was looking for anything for a difference.
Daniel Alleman has got into that car. As he said, their AM drivers doing it, and Robert Renau running as their pro, and Alfa Renau as their semi-pro in that team, and the lead has changed again.
Nick, can you pop down to the
TCR Audi that's in the pit lane, which must be the third place car. Phil, which one of the TCRs is that? The white with blue?
That Wolf Power Race, 117 again.
Every time they change the front wheels on that car, Nick, they have pre-cut racer tape. It was noticed early on by a couple of our viewers and listeners. Well, the viewers that noticed it rather than the listeners, because I hadn't actually described it, so they would have had to been doing it through some kind of mind melding. I wonder if they've got a problem with the floor again. We saw that, didn't we, in Autotown? But
yes.
That's purely me speculating. There's normally 3 or 4 pieces of quite hefty-looking racer tape. And so if you wouldn't mind popping down to 117.
Are they going underneath it or to the right-hand side?
Well, I can't see because they tend to do it on the right-hand wheel arch, which is furthest away from us.
Just come past me, it's got a lot of taping on that right-hand side. Don't forget this car has been in for a while, I think, with a little bit of accident damage. It's the car that had the rack changed. And I think that's pretty certain that is actually just precautionary. Let's keep that front right balance and bumper area taped up and not moving anywhere. I don't think it's underneath the car, which is the problem we were seeing for Jasmine Price's car in Kuwait, wasn't it? Where they just couldn't keep the floor on the thing.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. 10 minutes to go before we hit start another racing hour. More to the point, breakfast is well underway now, which is very good news.
I've had some information from one of our local TCR drivers here, Alex Anavas, multiple TCR champion, in regards to that. So he's saying if the vibration comes after high speed and when lifting the throttle, it feels like the discs are damaged or the alignment is out, and you get that sort of vibration. And he said, from his knowing, it's splitter damage that can cause that to do because the splitter bars bolt onto the chassis and it causes that vibration to come through the car, and you think it's a disc and whatever, and it can be a broken splitter that causes that issue with the vibration, and you think it's the drive shafts on the wheel, and it actually is the splitter. Very interesting to understand that. We were wondering that when we were in Kuwait, and Alex messaged me then, and I just had a look at that, and it is that problem with the TCR cars. The way that the splitter mounts to the chassis causes that vibration.
Dan Van Goich is in the pits for Team GP Elite. Only 5 laps down, Nick. They've still got a fighting chance here.
I didn't say it was going to be overall winner class win, did I? Yes, there's a...
Well, they're in the GT3 Pro class, so they have to be an over.
Well, they're all semi-pros though, so that's they're taking on the might of some of the proper works factory drivers who are pedaling some of these cars further down further up the grid. But the car is very, very efficient stop. It's all 4 tyres and driver change in the minimum amount of time possible. The car trundles down on the running lane, the left-hand side of the pit lane, dives to the right and into the fuel area, where their particular fuel would have pulled on his balaclava and leapt out of the very relaxing picnic chair he's in to put some fuel in.
There's quite a crowd down there, isn't there? I mean, we've got 42 cars left running, so there must be at least 40 people down there on their relaxing chairs. 907 also into the pit, Matthias Gibert at the wheel of Sebula Racing by Duo Racing. Looks like a regular service. A driver change happening as well.
That is the car that stalled at the fuel stop.
Yes.
So he blocked number 7 last time, so let's hope that they've sorted this problem out. There's no reason to think they have, because if the starter motor's not happy, the starter motor's going to stay not happy.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't sort of fix itself unless it gets changed, so... Daylight's starting to creep in now.
If it's Italian and electrical, who knows where it's going to work, where it's not going to work. Turn it off, and it works again. Oh, it stopped. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Jens Klingman at the wheel of our leading car, the number 17 WRT. Herbert Motorsport in second position. A few laps difference between them because of the pit strategy at the moment. 21 stops for Team WRT in first, 20 stops from the Herbert Motorsport team behind them. Grove Racing's just moved up back into third position again with 18 stops, and then the team WRT in 21st. The first of the Audis, they've got 24 stops on the cards at the moment. Remember, they did quite a few stops in those early Purple Haze days, and to keep the tanks full, as daylight now starting to become very apparent. The lights are having a much less impact, and the sun is starting to come up.
It's light, Phil, down. When you use real eyes, it's absolutely fine and light. The 907, obviously, they do realise they can't just send the car, so they have they've done the tyre stop, and now they're having a good old look into the cockpit. I suppose they're hoping that it's an inability to. I suppose it was probably stuck in gear, which is why it wouldn't select neutral, which is why they couldn't start it. So, and it is currently stuck in first. It says a big fat 1 on the display, and they're pumping something down there, so they're just trying to work out what they can do. But the problem they've got is, because these things are paddle shifts, they have with a manual clutch as such, so I'm sure there's some way of releasing. But this is the issue, they can't. I don't think they can find neutral. So he can't. Obviously, he could start this on the jacks, but that would be very much frowned upon.
Yes.
He'd have to drop it and go, which would be frowned upon even more.
Yeah.
So the 907 is suffering with an inability to select neutral, which will limit its chance really to lead the pits until they've worked out how to do it.
And
work going on. Sorry, Phil. There's some work also going on the rear left, which is I think this is where they're bleeding the hydraulic system for the clutch as well. So they've got a clutch bleed or refill for the man lying underneath the car, which is quite an unpleasant place to lie because you're very, very, very close to the disc brakes, which are going to be at, well, when they came in, that'll have been about 700 degrees centigrade. And coming down to 300. So this one is going to be a bit longer until they can solve that problem of selecting neutral.
They need to be a bit careful, Nick, because they've got a person under the car and they don't have the safety stops on the jacks at the moment, and that'll get frowned upon by our pit lane observers.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that to fall. Not for other reason. You get the disc slashed onto one of your arms.
Exactly, because there's no wheel on that right rear.
MP Racing go past me with the 19 orange, though rapidly becoming dirty orange as the detritus gets picked up. This is going to be a full service now. They're about 150 metres away, 100 metres away, doing a full service. So all I can see is there's tyres going on. The driver getting out?
Bert House is at the wheel at the moment.
I don't know the driver got out there actually.
Didn't see from up here.
On board, I think, on that MP car. So the bleeding continues, and they're not only are they bleeding the clutch, they're bleeding time. As the 907 Duo car. The number 1 car, the Phoenix Racing Audi, another car which has done so well in Creventic competition in 2022, but suffered, of course, from a coming together during that kerfuffle with the liquid drop, back an hour 2 or something, a long time ago.
Yeah.
They lost a long time by the car ended up losing its alignment. They had to realign it, and they're now, since then, they've been running as Phoenix do, which is very efficiently, including a couple of very fast drivers like Pierre Caffa, that is a recovery drive. And where have they recovered to now, Phil? Where have Phoenix got themselves up to after?
They're 12th overall at this time and running 6th in the Pro-Am category. Krista Johns at the wheel of that car at the moment. They'll probably head down to the fuel station as they do enter that right now, and they'll pick up the fuel, and we'll pick up the new driver once they exit the fuel station. And we're running in daylight now, as Nick said. As another beautiful morning here in Dubai.
Interestingly, it's more daylight. If I look to my left, so to your right, looking towards pit in, it's like, it's a beautiful morning. Looking to pit out, it's still a little bit kind of a bit dark. So obviously, I assume therefore that pit in is due east and pit out is due west.
Yes, pretty much so. And it'll become brighter down that end.
More Porsches arriving, the 990 and the 989. The MRS cars coming in together. as they trundle down. It is one of those things, though, where just about every single car is a Porsche at this point.
Exactly. 989 Nico Verdonk at the wheel of the MRS GT Racing, at third in the AM category at the moment.
Yeah, one of them has just, they came in line astern. One came in for a service and one has just gone for fuel.
Straight to fuel.
Still work on the Duvo car. Still trying to work out this getting the thing into neutral. That could be quite a long bit of work for them to do.
The 990, that's the one down in the fuel station. That's way down. That's in 41st position, 308 laps off the lead. A lot of work to be done there. Almost approaching the hour now. We needed to be 421 laps. We are at 412 at the moment. So we're pulling back. We're only 9 laps away. So that has come down dramatically, John. 9 laps. We were at 11 laps. So we've picked up, I think, a couple of laps in that last hour.
Well, we've still got a minute to go.
Yes,
There's
true.
Klingman. He might get
144 to get to the start-finish line.
Right,
so
let's keep an eye. He's coming round. I think we can certainly give him 4:13.
Yes, indeed.
Which leaves us only 7 away.
Wow.
That's pretty good. It's getting light. It is officially sunrise in 7 minutes' time, and that will be the official end of the 13 hours and 16 minutes. Here he comes, round to the end of the lap. Half a minute to go before we are just on 8 hours. It's Radio Show Limited, live from Dubai, the traditional opening of the endurance racing season, and of course the Hankook 24-hour series. This is live coverage from the Dubai Autodrome of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai for 2023.
And let's have a look at, we've got the TCE results up there after that hours with 8 hours to go. It's a 188 leading the way, the AC Motorsport TCR. Sam de Jonge at the wheel of that one. In second position in the TCR category, the 121 Wolf Power Racing, Ivor Valles at the wheel. In third, Wolf Power Racing second car, the 117, with Peter Posavac at the wheel of that one. Saw Red Sport, Christoph Krombach running first in the TCX category in the Cayman, and then we've got the 700 miles. That's 141 laps down, and then 78 laps for the 199 AC Motorsport car. We haven't seen that out on track for a little while. And that is where we are at TCR. Let's have a look at the GT category, and this battle between the Team WRT and Herbert Motorsport has been going on since about midnight, and it's Team WRT leading the way at the moment. James Klingman driving, Daniel Alleman at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport number 91 in second, just a lap separating them at the moment, and that's been going out. Grove Racing moved back up into third position in the number 10 car, Brenton Grove at the wheel there. And then we've got the number 46 Team WRT, Essene Gale driving in fourth position in the GT. Then we've got Haas RT, number 21 car, in fifth position. Herbert Motorsport, the number 92, in sixth position. 32 Team GP Elite in seventh. And then we've got the first of the GT AM cars, that's the 85 of CP Racing. Shane Lewis has got back behind, is steering that. Then in ninth position, the 27 Heart of Racing by SPS, followed by the MP Motorsport in 10th position. That's the number 19 car. In 11th, the 14th Paulson Motorsport. Caspar H. Jensen, we saw him do one of the team's quickest laps about an hour ago. Phoenix Racing, the number 1 car, in 12th position. Then the 76 GT3, the McLaren 720 S, in 13th position. The first are the 962 leading the way in the 992 category in 14th position. That's the first of the Fuck Auto Tech cars, and then the 961 behind them, second in category, 15th outright. 16th, the 911 car, the Pure Racing GT3. Then in 17th position, third in class, it's the Dual Racing 995 by Toro Verdi, Nabil at Matran driving at this stage. Then we have the number 2 Vision GT3, that's the Ferrari 488, the car that had to get towed in as it ran out of fuel on the circuit a while ago. In 18th position, 15th in class, the Human Motorsport, the 925. Fourth in class in the 992 category, 19th overall. 20th overall, 5th in class is the 955. 992 category car, and the Swilly Motorsports by Ebby Motors. 929 QMMF by HRT Thrive Qatar in 6th position in class. 21st overall. 22nd is the 989 MRS GT Racing. Nico Verdonk at the wheel of that one in 7th position. 8th position is the 928 NKPP by HRT Performance, and that is 23rd overall. 24th overall, 9th in class, the 930 QMMF by HRT Salal Qatar vehicle. They're in 25th position, the 907 Sebjulu Racing by Duo Racing. And then we have the first of the GTX car, that is the 714, the crossbow in, just looking at the wheel at that one, Christopher Rossenberger. In 27th position, 11th in class, the 908 Sebjulu Racing by Duo Racing. Then the first of the GT4 cars, it's the 408 Rofco with Dragon Racing in 28th. And then following them in the second of the GT4 cars, 438 the Simpson Motorsport in second. And 29th overall, 30th overall, 16th in class is the 48 Salison by Cox Racing. Then the Vortex leading the GTX in the GTX, second in the GTX category, 31st overall. Then in 32nd position, the 931 HRT Performance car. In 33rd position, the 429 Century Motorsport. Running third in class, 701 Vortex, third in that class as well for the GTX, 34th overall. 35th, the 977 Rabdan Motorsport car. 36th position, the 979 Speed Lover. 14th in class, 15th in class, the 37 990 MRS GT Racing. 38th overall, 17th in class, the 26 Centerlock Junior team, and that is way down the list, 175 laps, and then we start getting into the cars that have been in the pits for a very long time. The 43 P1 Group by MRS GT Racing, the 777, remember that was on started in second position, the Almanar Racing by HRT. The 909, a heartbreak for the Ivo Brew because he wanted to get that car back out again, had to do an engine change, still in the pits in 41st. 42nd, the car that was on pole position on second position was Abu Dhabi by Racing by HRT. An accident saw the end of that, and then the 450 RXA Jorgensen Strawn by Century Motorsport, and the 99 Attempto Racing, the 988, 932, and the 488 Dragon Racing did not start the event, and that is how we round out that hour. At 8 a.m. at 8:05 this morning, 7 hours and 53 minutes to go here at the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Damon